Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to let you know that this video has no ads, so just sit back and enjoy. I hope you give this story a chance, because I truly believe you won't find stories like this anywhere else. And before you get too comfortable, leaving a like or subscribing would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Feel free to leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really helps us feel like the global community we are. Now, let's begin our night together. She sat at the central station with a cup of machine coffee going cold at her elbow, charting under a fluorescent tube that buzzed like a trapped fly. 22 years of night shifts had taught her to love this hour. The doctors slept in the call rooms. The families had gone home to cry where she couldn't hear them. It was just her, the monitors, and the slow green arithmetic of keeping strangers alive until dawn. Outside the window, the lake was a black nothing. Somewhere out on that black nothing, a 1,000-foot oarboat was steaming for the Sulaks. And the only proof of it was a single red light that slid across the dark so slowly you had to stop and stare to be sure it moved at all. Della watched it for a while because watching it was easier than charting, and because the man 2 beds down was going to die before her shift ended, and there was nothing in any drawer in this building that would change that. His name was Earl Stenberg, 78, congestive heart failure, a daughter in Minneapolis who called every night at 9 and apologized for not coming. Della had stopped telling her it was fine. It wasn't fine. None of it was fine. But you held the patient's hand and you kept the morphine running and you let the family believe whatever they needed to believe. And in the morning you went home and slept through the daylight like something that fed at night. She was 46 years old and she had buried a husband and a son, and she had decided, somewhere in the long gray years since, that the trick to surviving other people was to keep them at exactly the distance where their dying couldn't reach you. Close enough to chart, far enough to walk away from. It was a skill, like reading a rhythm strip. You got good at it, or you didn't last. The phone in her pocket buzzed. She didn't have to look to know it was June. The girl never slept either, 16 and nocturnal, sealed in her room across town in the little house on the east hillside, the two of them passing in the kitchen at odd hours like polite tenants. Della let it buzz. Probably wants money for something. Probably wants nothing. Probably just wants to know I'm still on the other end of the line. She'd call her back at the end of shift. She always called her back. That was the kind of grandmother she was. Reliable, reachable, 2 arms' length away. The phone stopped. Then it buzzed again, twice. A text. She was reaching for it when the call light went off in Bay 4. Bay 4 was the rabies case. That was what the chart said anyway, in Dr. Kwan's careful hand. RO rabies encephalitis, atypical presentation. The man had come up from the ER 11 hours ago, a 40-year-old named Petrovsky, who had been found raving and biting in the parking ramp on Superior Street. No history of animal exposure, no travel, just a fever that wouldn't quit, and a violence in him that 4-point restraints could barely hold. They'd loaded him with sedatives and antivirals and put him in the corner bed, and Della had checked on him twice an hour all night, the way you did with the ones who scared you a little. He'd been quiet since midnight. Too quiet, she thought now, crossing the unit with her penlight, and the thought arrived a half-second before the smell did. A hot copper wrongness like a butcher shop with the cooler off. The monitor in Bay 4 showed a flat green line. Earl, she said out of habit, to the wrong room, and then she was through the curtain and her training took over before her fear could. Petrovsky was a systole. No rhythm, no pulse. The fever flush already draining out of his face toward the gray that she knew better than she knew her own reflection. Dead. He'd been dead maybe 4 minutes by the cooling of him. The restraints still snug, the sedation log clean. A man dies in a hospital, and the machine that's supposed to scream about it had simply, she glanced up, the lead had pulled loose. The alarm had never tripped. He'd gone out alone in the corner in the dark, and no one had come. 22 years. You'd think it would stop landing. It never stopped landing. Okay, Della said quietly to him. Okay. She reached to close his eyes. His hand closed around her wrist. It was not a twitch. It was not the lazy electrical aftershock of a body shutting down, the kind that made green residents jump. It was a grip, deliberate, crushing, his cold fingers grinding the small bones of her wrist together. And his eyes came open, and they were the wrong color all the way through, the whites gone the dirty yellow of old ice. And there was nothing behind them, no man, no fear, just a hunger that swung toward her like a compass needle finding north. He came up off the bed. The restraints held his torso, but his arm had her, and he hauled himself toward her hand with a strength no living patient on this unit could have managed, his head craning down toward her wrist, his jaw working. And from somewhere in his throat came a sound she would hear in her sleep for the rest of her life. Not a moan, not a growl, a fast, dry, clicking chatter, teeth on teeth, clack, 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 the sound a freezing man makes, the sound of cold itself given a mouth. Della did the only thing 22 years had wired into her hands. She didn't pull away. Pulling away from a grip like that costs you skin. She drove her free hand flat into his forehead and shoved his head back and away from her wrist. And with her hip, she knocked the rolling tray, and she screamed for help in a voice that came out flat and enormous. A charge nurse voice, a voice that emptied call rooms. He didn't care about the noise. That was the thing she would understand later, the thing that would keep them all alive. He didn't even turn his head toward her, shouting. His whole blind attention stayed fixed on her bare warm hand, on the heat of her, and when she got her wrist free and stumbled back into the curtain, he lunged, not at the sound of her, but at the place where her hand had been, jaw snapping shut on the cold steel rail with a crack she felt in her own teeth. The overhead exam light was still on, throwing its heat down into the bay. He turned toward it. For one impossible second, the dead man reached up toward the warm lamp like a child reaching for the sun. Then the security guard hit the doorway and the resident behind him, and the next 4 minutes were the kind of violence that hospitals are built to pretend they never contain. By the time the sun came up, late, October late, a gray smear over the lake at nearly 8, St. Luke's was no longer a hospital. It was a front line, and it hadn't been told yet. They came in through the ER all night and into the morning. Bites mostly. People who'd been attacked on the street, in their homes, in the long-term care home on 4th that called in 9 cases before the line went dead and never called again. Fever, confusion, the flush, then the gray, then the 4-minute wait that Della now timed in her head against her own pulse because she could not stop timing it. 4 minutes from the last breath to the first chatter. Less, she was starting to think, if the body stayed warm. Dr. Kwan found her in the supply room at 6, both of them grabbing trauma kits. Both of them moving the too fast, careful way you move when running would mean admitting it. "It's not rabies," Kwan said. He was 31 and brilliant, and his hands were shaking. "Della, it's not rabies. The incubation's all wrong. I've got a bite from 2 this morning already febrile." "That's 4 hours." "I know. They're not. The CDC line's busy. The state line's just a recording. I called Essentia, and they've got the same thing. They've got it worse." "Kwan." She put a kit in his arms. "Look at me. Are you bitten?" "No." "Then we work, 1 patient at a time. That's all we've ever done." She believed it when she said it. She would stop believing it before noon. Here is what Della Mercer learned on the first day. Learned the way you learn anything that's going to keep you alive. Which is to say, by watching people who failed to learn it die. She learned that they hunted heat. She learned it in the ICU at 6:30, watching a reanimated woman in Bay 2 ignore the cold corpse of the man who died in the next bed an hour before and drag herself instead, single-minded, toward the warm living orderly trying to back away. She learned it watching them crowd the heat vents. She learned it watching one of them stop, mid-lunge, and turn toward the steam radiator under the window as though it had spoken its name. The dead did not care about screaming. They did not care about light, except that light was sometimes warm. They cared about the 80,000-year-old signal that every living mammal pours into the air without meaning to. Here is something warm. Here is blood. Here is heat to be had. She learned that you could not reason with a thing that hunts the way frost forms. And at 8:20 in the morning, standing in the ICU with her phone finally in her hand, she learned that she had missed 2 calls and a text from June. And the text said, "Grandma, the school is weird. Everyone's leaving, and there's a man in the parking lot acting like the people on the news. Please call me." and it had been sent at 3:04 in the morning, 5 hours ago, while a dead man held Della's wrist and chattered, and Della had not picked up. The voicemail was 11 seconds long. She knew it was 11 seconds before she played it, because the universe is cruel in ways that rhyme. She played it anyway, standing in the middle of the dying unit, and it was June, breathing. Just breathing. The girl deciding whether to say something, and then a small sound that might have been Grandma and might have been nothing, and then the click. 3 years ago, Theo had left her a voicemail just like that one. She had been working a code. She had let it go. By the time she'd called him back, he was a name on a coroner's clipboard in a Walgreens parking lot. 19 months clean, gone. And the last thing he'd ever done was breathe into her phone and decide she was too busy to bother. Della stood very still for exactly 1 second. Then she pulled off her gloves, dropped them on the floor of the unit she had given 2 decades of her life to, and walked out of St. Luke's into the snow to go get her granddaughter, and did not look back. The first snow of the year had come overnight, the way it always did up here. Early, casual, an inch of dry grit that squeaked under her shoes and would be 3 feet by Christmas in a normal year. There would not be a normal year. Della understood that already, somewhere below language, the way you understand weather changing before you could say how. Superior Street was wrong in a way that took her a block to name. It wasn't the abandoned cars, though there were those, slewed at angles with their doors open. It wasn't the smoke, a single black column rising from somewhere down by the lake, oily and patient. It was the silence. Duluth was never loud, but it had a sound. Gulls, the lift bridge horn, the hush of traffic on I-35 under the downtown. All of it was gone. In its place was the squeak of her own shoes, and carried on the still cold air with the terrible clarity that cold gives to sound. From somewhere up the hill, a chatter. Many mouths. A dry rising tide of clack, clack, clack that the city had never made before and would now never stop making. Her car was in the ramp. She didn't trust the ramp. Enclosed, warm, full of stalled vehicles, people had fled. She went on foot, up the hillside, toward the high school, into the cold. Because the cold, she was starting to understand, was the only friend she had. They were slow in the cold. She'd seen it already. The ones near the loading dock moving like men underwater, while the ones inside near the heat moved like men on fire. The hill was steep and frozen and exposed, and it would try to kill her with exposure if she let it. But it would not be thick with the dead, because the dead, like the living, were being pulled downhill toward the warm, crowded heart of the city. She climbed. She passed a man sitting on a bus bench who turned his yellow eyes to follow the heat of her and did not get up because his legs had frozen to the seat. She passed a dog, alive, shaking, that fell in behind her for 2 blocks and then peeled off down an alley toward something she chose not to look at. She passed the body of a woman in a parka and could not tell from a careful distance whether the woman was dead or cold dead or only sleeping, and she did not go close enough to find out, because that was the 3rd thing she learned on the first day. Up here, in the cold, you could not tell the difference, and the not knowing would be its own slow horror for as long as any of them lived. Halfway up the hill, on a quiet residential block where the snow lay clean and the houses stood dark, someone called out to her. And Della Mercer had to decide, for the first time in the new world, what kind of person the cold was going to make her. The voice came from a house on the uphill side, a woman's voice, cracked and desperate through a window. "Please, please, I can see you, please. I've got my kids in here. The door's blocked. There's one of them against the door. Please, help me. Please. You're the first person I've seen. Please don't walk past." And Della stopped in the snow and looked, and she could see her now. A face at a ground-floor window, a young mother. And behind her, in the dim house, the small shapes of children. 2 of them, 3. And against the front door, dark and patient, a dead thing leaning its weight on the wood, drawn to the warmth of a house full of living children. And the mother had barricaded the inner rooms, but the thing had the door, and she couldn't get out, and she couldn't get the children past it. And she had seen through the window the one living person to come up that frozen street all morning, and she was begging. And Della stood in the snow and felt the whole terrible shape of the new world close around her like a fist. Because she could help. Maybe. One dead thing on a door. She had shears, and she had 22 years, and she had just killed in a hospital that morning. She might be able to draw it off, might be able to get the family out. Might. Or she might die on that doorstep, or get bitten, or lose the time, the precious cold morning time, the time that was a clock ticking down toward noon, and the warming hillside and June. June, alone in a school full of the dead, with a 5-hour head start on her grandmother's failure to answer the phone. Every minute she spent on this doorstep was a minute stolen from the child she'd torn off her gloves and walked out of a hospital to reach. The mother at the window was a stranger. June was hers. And the cold, the patient cold, was asking Della the question it would ask her again and again all winter. The question Hollis Vane would build a kingdom on the wrong answer to. The question that had no clean answer and never would. Who do you save when you cannot save everyone? How many doors? Della heard herself say, the charge nurse voice, the triage voice, cutting through her own horror. Is there a back door? A basement? A window on the cold side? The downhill side, away from the thing on the front door? Yes, there's a back, but it's the yard. There might be more of them in the... There aren't. Not on the cold side, not yet. They're all drawn to the warm fronts and the warm streets. Listen to me. Della was moving now, downhill along the side of the house, reading it, charting it, the cold plan assembling even here, even for a stranger, because it turned out that was who the cold was going to make her. Not the woman who walks past, but the woman who finds the one thing she can do and does it and then keeps walking. The math and the mercy both. The thing on your front door wants the warm, so give it the warm. Go to the front, all of you. Make noise, make heat, put your hands on the door, let it feel you there. Hold its attention at the front, and I'll come around the cold side, the back, and I'll get the door open from outside, and you run downhill into the cold, away from the front, and you don't stop. You run for the cold, and you keep your kids cold, and you get out of this neighborhood before the sun comes up. I can give you that. I can't stay. I've got my own kid up the hill, and I'm already too late. But I can give you the back door. Go to the front and hold it. And she did it. It took 4 minutes she didn't have. 4 minutes. The same 4 minutes she counted everything in now. And it was clumsy and terrifying, and it half went wrong. The back door frozen in its frame, so she had to put her shoulder through it. But she got it open, and the family ran. The young mother and 3 small children pouring out the cold downhill side of the house into the snow, while the dead thing chattered uselessly at the warm, empty front, and the mother grabbed Della's arm in passing, just for a second, her face wild with gratitude and terror, and said, thank you, what's your name? Who are you?" "Keep them cold," Della said, already turning back to the hill, already climbing, already counting. "The cold's your friend. The warm is what they hunt. Keep your babies cold, and keep moving downhill, and don't ever light a fire they can see. Go!" And she watched the family vanish down into the cold morning, alive, and she would never know their names or their fate. And she turned and climbed on toward June, and she carried up the hill with her a thing she hadn't had at the bottom of it. The first proof, paid for in 4 stolen minutes, that the new world had not yet made her into a woman who walks past. And the first terrible knowledge of how much every act of mercy was going to cost, measured in minutes, measured in the warmth of the people you couldn't stay for. It took her 40 minutes more to climb to the high school. Her lungs burned with the cold. Her wrist, where the dead man had gripped it, had bloomed a perfect ring of bruise in the shape of a hand. The school was a long, low brick building with a flag still snapping on its pole, and every door standing open. Inside, the heat was running. Of course the heat was running. It was a school. It was October in Minnesota. The boilers had kicked on weeks ago, and there was no one left to turn them off. And the whole building stood there pumping out its warmth into the cold morning like a struck bell, ringing out across the hillside in a frequency only the dead could hear. Della stood at the open door and made herself think it through, because going in hot and fast was how you died. And she had not climbed this hill to die in a hallway. Warm building. They'll be inside, the ones that are still moving, drawn in like everything else. She needed June, and she needed to be back out in the cold in under 5 minutes. And she had no weapon but the trauma shears in her pocket and 22 years of knowing exactly how a body comes apart. She took off her coat. It was the hardest reasonable thing she had ever done. The morning was 19 degrees and falling, and she stripped down to her scrub top and stood there feeling the cold reach into her like a hand, because she had understood the rule now all the way down. And the rule was this: you are a furnace, and they can hear you burning. The colder she ran, the dimmer her signal, the longer she'd last in a hot building full of the dead. She left the coat on the railing. She kept the shears. She went in. The hallway was bright and warm and smelled of industrial floor wax, and underneath it, the copper. Lockers stood open. A backpack lay spilled across the linoleum, a phone still glowing in the mess of it, a girl's voice somewhere far off in the building screaming a name, and then not screaming anything. Della moved down the center of the hall, away from the warm walls, breathing through her mouth to kill the fog of her breath. And she found the first one outside the gym. It had been a boy, Letterman jacket. He was on his knees, facing the heat register, swaying, his hands pressed flat to the warm grill like a man warming them at a fire. And he did not hear her or smell her or see her. But as she edged past, the 80,000-year-old needle in whatever was left of his skull swung toward the warmth of her bare arms, and he turned. She did not run. Running lit you up. She walked fast and cold and quiet and put a row of lockers between them, and he lost her against the cold steel for the 3 seconds she needed. And she was around the corner and gone before his slow, cold limbs could carry him upright. June's locker is by the science wing. She'd helped her decorate it in September, the one normal grandmotherly thing she'd let herself do all fall. Magnetic poetry and a photo of Theo that June didn't know Della had cried over in the car after. The science wing was at the far end, past the commons, and the commons was where the warmth pooled. And the commons was where Della found the dozen of them. And the commons was where she heard over their chatter, a sound that stopped her heart and restarted it. A fist pounding on metal from inside the chemistry storeroom, and a voice, hoarse and furious and 16, yelling, "I know you can't hear me, but I am not coming out, so you can just stand there. You can just stand there." June Mercer had done everything right, which was the only reason she was still alive to do everything wrong. When the man in the parking lot at 3 in the morning had started chattering, she had not gone closer to see. When the kids who stayed for the early bus had started screaming, she had not run toward the screaming. She had texted her grandmother twice and called her twice and gotten voicemail, which was nothing new, which was the oldest story in her short life. Grandma's working. Grandma's always working. Grandma will call back when it's convenient, and act like that's the same as showing up. And then she had done the thing her father, dead 3 years, had taught her without ever meaning to. When the world goes bad, find the room with the fewest ways in, and wait. The chemistry storeroom had one door, no windows, a deadbolt the teacher used to keep sophomores from huffing things, and a metal shelf she'd dragged across the door for good measure. She'd been in there since before dawn. She had a half a Gatorade and her phone at 9%, and the certain knowledge, refined over 16 years, that no one was coming, because no one ever came, because the people who were supposed to love you answered on their own schedule, or not at all. She was wrong about that. She would spend the rest of her life learning how wrong, and it would start in the next 90 seconds. The pounding on the door wasn't her grandmother. June knew that immediately, the way you know the difference between a knock and a body falling against wood. Something heavy and slow had found the warmth leaking under the storeroom door and was leaning on it. And now another joined it, and another, and the deadbolt that kept out sophomores was going to do exactly nothing against the dead weight of 3 grown bodies. And the metal shelf was already scraping, an inch, 2 inches, across the floor. "No," June said to the door, to all of it, in her father's stubborn voice. "No, no, no." She put her back against the shelf and her sneakers against a cabinet and pushed. 16 years old and 90 pounds of fury, and it was not going to be enough. And she knew it was not going to be enough. And she was already deciding which of the chemicals on the shelf above her she would rather breathe than be bitten when she heard, through the door, under the chatter, a voice she had spent 3 years being angry at. "June?" Flat, calm, charge nurse calm. "It's me. Stay against the shelf. Don't open it. I'm going to make them come to me. When the weight comes off the door, you count to 5, and then you come out fast and cold, and you do not stop. You run for the cold. You run downhill. You understand? Grandma?" The word broke in half coming out. Count to 5 when the weight comes off, 5 June. Then run. Grandma, there's a lot of them. You can't. I know exactly how many there are, her grandmother's voice said, and there was something in it June had never heard before. Something that had walked up a frozen hill in a scrub top to be on the other side of this door. And I have been moving dead bodies since before your father was born. Count to 5. Della had no plan worthy of the name. She had a body that ran hot and a building that ran hotter and a granddaughter behind a door. And she had the only idea that the rule allowed be the warmest thing in the room. She stood in the center of the commons, 12 of them pressed against the storeroom door. And she did the thing every animal instinct she owned screamed against. She started moving toward them. She rubbed her bare arms hard to flush the blood up into the skin to throw heat. And she breathed out long and hot and visible, fogging the air, painting herself across their senses, and she said, in a normal speaking voice because volume didn't matter, and she wanted June to hear that she wasn't afraid, even though she was, more afraid than she had been in 3 years. Hey, over here, I'm right here. The needle swung, all of it, all 12. The heat sense that had locked them onto the warm leak under the door, suddenly washing out in the face of a whole human furnace. Walking into the open. They came off the door. They turned. June, on the other side, felt the weight lift and started counting. And her grandmother in the commons started walking backward toward the cold, open mouth of the hallway, drawing them after her like she was reeling in something terrible on a line. 12 dead, chattering bodies stumbling away from the door and after the heat of her. One Mississippi, June whispered, hands shaking on the deadbolt. The dead were slow. They were slow because the commons, for all its leaking warmth, was cooler than their fever memory wanted. And they were slow because Della had given them 3 days of cold instinct to fight, and she kept just ahead of them, walking backward, never running, never giving them the spike of motion that would speed them up. And she felt the cold of the hallway reach her back like a doorway into a colder, safer world. 2 Mississippi. The trick to it, and there had to be a trick, there was always a trick. That was the only faith Della had left. The trick was that she was faster in the cold than they were, and the hallway behind her was colder than the room, and the door at the end of the hallway opened onto 19-degree morning. She just had to get to it before the slowest of them got to her, and she had to do it without running. And she had to do it while the fastest one, a thing in a custodian's uniform that had died more recently, and stayed warmer, closed the gap faster than the others, its chatter rising, its yellow eyes fixed on the bare, bright heat of her shoulders. 3 Mississippi, June's voice through the storeroom door, cracking. The custodian lunged. Della had been waiting for it, the way she waited for a seizing patient's next convulsion, reading the body's tells a half-second ahead, and when it came off its back foot toward her, she was already pivoting, already driving the heavy trauma shears up under the hinge of its jaw and into the soft place she knew better than any anatomy text. And the thing dropped chattering into silence at her feet, and she was moving again before it finished falling, into the cold, toward the door. 4 Mississippi, storeroom hinges shrieking. The girl coming out. 5. Run, June, run, downhill into the cold. Go! And June Mercer burst out of the chemistry storeroom into a hallway full of the backs of the dead, all of them turned away from her, all of them shuffling after the warm shape of her grandmother retreating into the cold. And she did the thing she was told for once in her life. She ran, red hat, untied shoes, 90 pounds of grief and terror, straight down the warm, bright hall and out the far door into the snow. And she did not stop, and she did not look back. And behind her in the cold doorway, her grandmother killed the last thing between herself and the morning and stepped backward out of the soft, warm building into the killing air, alive, both of them, alive. They met at the bottom of the hill, June stumbling down through the snow and Della coming around the long, cold way. And for a moment the two of them just stood there in the squeaking white silence, breathing fog at each other, neither one of them able to cross the last 3 feet that 3 years had built. It was June who crossed it. June who slammed into her grandmother and held on, shaking, her face in the cold scrub top, saying nothing, because there was nothing in the language to say. And Della Mercer, who had spent 3 years perfecting the art of holding people at exactly arm's length, put her cold, bare arms around her son's daughter and held on, and felt how badly she had wanted to, and hated it, and didn't let go. "You picked up," June said into her shoulder, furious, wondering. You came." "Put your hat back," Della said, because her voice would not do anything else. "We need to find your coat. We need to get somewhere cold, and we need to do it before noon, because the sun's going to warm this whole hillside up, and every one of those things is going to wake up hungry. Can you walk? Where are we going?" It was a good question. Della looked down the hill at the black smoke rising off the harbor, at the city full of warmth, and the dead being drawn down into it, at the whole drowning world, and she did not have an answer. And then, from down the frozen street, came the cough and roar of a diesel engine, and an ancient orange plow truck rounded the corner with its chains chewing the ice. And a face she knew leaned out the window, old Walt Lindqvist, her dead husband's ice-fishing friend, 71 years old in a parka older than June, the most welcome ugly face in the entire dying world. "Della Mercer!" Walt hollered over the engine, like they were meeting at the bait shop, like the dead weren't waking on the hill above them. "You and the girl gonna stand there freezing, or you gonna get in the goddamn truck?" Walt Lindqvist had spent 50 winters on the ice of Lake Superior, and he had survived all of them by understanding one thing that the tourists who died out there every year never did. The cold is not your enemy. The cold is the rule. You work with the rule, or the rule works on you. "They don't like the cold," he said, not a question, hauling the plow truck around a stalled minivan. June was wedged between them, wrapped in a horse blanket from the truck bed that smelled of diesel and old dog. "I watched 'em this morning down to the harbor, bunch of 'em standing around a idling cop car like it was a campfire. Didn't care about me at all till I cracked my window and let the heater out. Then every one of 'em turned around like I rung a dinner bell." "Heat," Della said. "They hunt heat. Body heat, engines, fire, fever, anything warm. The colder you are, the harder you are for them to find." Walt nodded slowly, filing it the way he filed weather. "Well," he said, "that's about the worst possible news this time of year. You can't winter up here without heat. Heat's the whole game. House gets cold, you die. Now you're telling me the worm's the thing that kills you." He worked a chaw of nicotine gum. "That's a hell of a thing. That's a real hell of a thing." "Where's everybody going?" June asked. She'd stopped shaking. She had her father's habit of going very quiet and very watchful when things got bad, and Della, glancing at her, felt the old grief turn over and show its other face, which was something like pride. "There's like nobody. Where'd everybody go?" "Down to the water, mostly," Walt said. "Radio was saying go to the harbor, go to the lake, before the radio quit saying anything. And the lake's a little warmer than the air this time of year. That big water don't freeze easy. So I expect the worm pulled folks down there, same as it's pulling those things." He spat into a cup. "Whole cities draining downhill toward the one place it's warm enough to keep you alive, and warm enough to get you EU'd. People and the dead both, all funneling down to the same shore." He shook his head. "I've been calling it the cold. Don't know why. Just what it feels like it ought to be called." The truck climbed away from downtown, away from the smoke, up toward the hospital, because Della had made him turn around. She'd done the math somewhere on the hill, and the math was ugly, and it was the only math that worked. They had no food, no water they could trust, no weapons but shears and a splitting maul in the truck bed, and Walt's old deer rifle behind the seat with a half a box of shells. They had a 16-year-old and 2 people past 40, and a winter coming. And the one building in Duluth that Della knew down to its bones, the one place with a pharmacy and oxygen and saline and a diesel generator and a basement she had walked 10,000 times, was the place she'd just walked out of. "It'll be full of them," Walt warned when she told him. "The top will be. The ER, the floors, those are warm. Those'll be packed." She was already seeing it, the map of it unrolling in her head. "But there's a sub-basement. Boiler plant, central supply, the morgue, concrete. 1 stairwell down, and it locks. It's the warmest room in the building because the boiler's there, which is bad. That's the worst part. It'll draw them down the stairs. But if we can hold the stairwell, if we can run the heat smart." She trailed off. She was thinking out loud, charting a patient nobody could save, and the patient was all of them. "It's defensible. It has supplies, and I know every inch of it. We won't last the winter out in the open, Walt. We freeze or they find us. We need walls, and we need a door that locks, and we need a reason the door's worth holding. The hospital's the reason. Walt drove a while in silence. The hospital came up gray and enormous against the gray sky, smoke not yet rising from it, the parking ramp dark, the ambulance bay doors standing open like a mouth. "You know," he said finally, "your husband, he used to say you were the smartest scared person he ever met. Said you'd run toward the thing, calm as church, and figure it out on the way." He pulled the truck up the cold side of the building, away from the warm ER, toward a gray steel door Della knew led down. I never knew what he meant till right now. He cut the engine. The sudden quiet was enormous. From somewhere inside the building, far off, faint came the chatter. "All right, nurse. It's your basement. How do we not die in it?" Getting into the hospital was easy. Getting down through it was the second worst thing Della did that first day, and it taught her the shape of every fight that would come after. They went in the cold side, the gray steel door Walt had parked beside, the door to the stairs that went down. But the cash she needed, the pharmacy and the central supply, and the things that would let 11 people live through a winter. Those were spread through a building that had been, 12 hours ago, a working hospital and was now a vertical slaughterhouse. The heat was still on. Of course the heat was still on. It was a hospital. You don't let patients freeze. The boilers ran for the sick, and the sick were all dead now, and the heat ran on for the things they'd become. And the warm floors above had filled exactly the way the school had filled, the way everything warm filled, with the dead. "We go down," Della said in the cold stairwell to Walt and June, because it was just the three of them then, before the others, before the group. Down is colder. Down is the basement, the sub-basement, the boiler, and the morgue and the supply. The dead'll be up, on the warm floors, in the patient rooms, in the ER, where the heat's highest. We go down, and we stay down, and we only go up for the pharmacy, and we go up cold and fast, and we don't linger. "June, stay in the middle, stay cold." The girl's voice shook, but the words came. She was learning. They were all learning that first day, the grammar of the new world, and the first word of it was cold. They went down first, into the sub-basement, and it was as Della remembered it. Concrete, dim, the emergency lights still burning on their dying batteries, the boiler room ticking its heat into the dark, the long corridor to central supply, the cold steel door of the morgue at the far end. It was empty of the dead. Cold enough, low enough, far enough from the warm chaos above that nothing had been drawn down yet. It was, Della thought, looking at it, the closest thing to safe the building had. And it would do. It would have to do. But the pharmacy was up. One floor up, off the main corridor, and the main corridor was warm, and Della had to go up into it for the thing that would keep them alive, and she would not send June, and she could not send Walt alone. So she did the math the new world always made her do, the cold, ugly math of who and how, and she went up herself, with Walt at her back and the splitting maul in his old hands. And she left June in the sub-basement with strict cold instructions and a terror in her chest that she filed away and did not let drive. The first floor was warm and bright and wrong. The pharmacy was 40 feet down a corridor that should have taken 10 seconds and took 4 minutes, because the corridor was not empty. 3 of them in it, drawn to the warmth, a nurse Della had worked beside for 9 years now, gray and chattering by the med room. An orderly, a patient in a gown trailing IV lines, and Della and Walt threaded it the way she'd threaded the school, cold and slow and quiet. Statues among the warm woken dead. They reached the pharmacy. The door was badged locked, and the power was dying, and the badge readers were failing. And Della stood there with her dead colleague chattering 40 feet away, and used her own badge. Her own nurse's badge that she'd carried for 22 years and prayed the system had enough life left to read it, and it did. The lock clicked, the last gift the old world gave her, and they were in. They took what mattered. Insulin. She grabbed all of it, every vial, thinking even then of a diabetic she hadn't met yet. The nurse's reflex to hoard the irreplaceable. Antibiotics, the narcotics from the locked box, because pain was coming and a good death was the only mercy the new world would let her give. Saline, sutures, the trauma drugs. Walt held them all and watched the door, and Della filled 2 duffels with a cold, efficient speed, and it was working. They were almost out. And then the dying power surged. The same dying grid stutter that would nearly kill them in the skywalk days later. The building's last electrical gasp, and the heat blowers kicked hard, and a wave of warmth rolled down the corridor. And every banked thing on the first floor felt it at once, and woke at once, and turned toward the warmth at once. And the corridor between Della and the stairs down filled with the chattering dead. "Della," Walt's voice, flat, old, calm. "We're not going back the way we came. No." She was already reading it, charting it, the cold plan assembling in the heat and the rising chatter. "The laundry chute. There's a laundry chute, central supply. It dumps straight down to the basement. It's right there. End of the corridor. The other end. Away from them." It was a horrible idea, and it was the only idea. A laundry chute, a steel throat dropping one floor straight down into the sub-basement, big enough for a body, meant for bagged linen and not for living people. And Della Mercer, at 46 years old, looked at a chattering corridor full of the dead and a steel chute that dropped into the dark and chose the chute. "Walt, can you fit? Tell me true." "I've been fitting through engine room hatches 60 years, nurse. I'll fit." He was already moving, already herding her toward the chute, the old man, the way he'd herd her toward a crawl space days later, the way he'd plug one with his body at the end. "You first. Bags first, then you. I'm right behind. Go cold and go now. They're coming." She threw the duffels down the chute and heard them hit the basement floor below, and she climbed into the steel throat, warm, close, terrible, the dead chattering closer up the corridor. And she let go, and she dropped one floor through the dark and hit the linen cart at the bottom hard enough to knock the wind out of her, and rolled off it onto the cold concrete of the sub-basement, alive, gasping, June's white face appearing over her. "Grandma, Grandma." And then Walt came down the chute behind her in a clatter of old bones and curses, and hit the cart, and rolled off it groaning but alive, both of them, down in the cold, with 2 duffels of the things that would keep 11 people alive through a winter, while one floor up the dead chattered uselessly at the warmth they'd fled. Della lay on the cold concrete and got her breath back, and looked up at the steel mouth of the chute they'd dropped through. And she understood the whole war in that moment, the entire shape of it, the lesson the building had just taught her in heat and terror, that the warm was death and the cold was life. That you survived by going down and going cold and going where the dead were drawn away from. That every safe place was a held breath, and every supply run a small descent into the warm slaughterhouse. And that she was going to be making this exact trade, heat for life, warmth for safety, the bright, easy comfort against the cold, hard survival, every single day until the winter ended, or she did. She'd learned it at the school, climbing cold. She'd learned it in the pharmacy corridor. She would spend the rest of the book learning it deeper, all the way down to the bottom, all the way to a gangway and a radio and a man who walked into the warm, so a girl could reach the cold. The building had just taught her the grammar. The winter would teach her the rest. They were not the only ones who'd had the idea, which was how the group came together. Not chosen, not gathered, just the handful of warm bodies who'd made the same cold calculation and washed up in the same concrete room. Pilar Reyes was already there. Della nearly killed her coming through the stairwell door, the mall up and swinging before she saw the buzz cut and the gold tooth and the ER scrubs. And then the 2 of them were just holding on to each other in the dark of the supply corridor. 2 women who'd worked 1,000 bad nights together and had never once hugged until this one. Pilar had a fire axe and a sidearm she would not explain, and the flat effect of someone who'd been to a war before this one. "Came down when the unit fell," she said. "Figured the cold rooms were the safe rooms. Been watching the stairwell. There's people." She jerked her chin into the dark. Found some people. There was Doug Friel, the hospital administrator, 50 years old and gray-faced, a man whose entire competence was for a world that had ended that morning, sitting on an overturned bucket and apologizing to everyone for things that were not his fault. There was Carmen Okafor, 63, a retired school teacher who'd been visiting her sister upstairs and would never see her again, already mothering the room, already worried aloud about her insulin and ashamed to be worried about it. There was Aaron Voss, 29, who'd walked out of the unlocked psych ward when the staff fled and who, for the first time in years, off the medication that had run out that morning with the rest of the pharmacy, was thinking with a terrible clarity that scared everyone, including himself. And there was Ely Brandt, 34, a line cook who'd been delivering produce to the cafeteria when the world ended and had spent the morning quietly, methodically, herding lost people down into the dark. A big, gentle man with scarred forearms who handed June a granola bar from somewhere and said, "Hey, you look like you walked through hell. We got coffee. It's terrible. You want some terrible coffee?" And June, who trusted no adult on principle, took the coffee. 11 of them by noon. 11 warm bodies in a concrete room, and above them the warm boiler ticking out its heat into the building, and above that the stairwell. And at the top of the stairwell, drawn down through a dying hospital toward the only warmth left burning in it, the dead were starting to gather. Della spent the first afternoon learning the sub-basement the way she'd once learned a body. Not what it was supposed to be, but what it actually was. The boiler room ran hot, too hot. A furnace they couldn't shut off without freezing and couldn't keep running without ringing the dinner bell. Walt fixed that first, the way an old engineer fixes anything. He found the dampers and the bypass and showed them how to run the heat in timed bursts, banking the warmth into the concrete during the cold hours of night when the dead were sluggish, then starving the system through the warmer afternoon when they woke. "Spend it like it's your last match," he kept saying, until June started saying it back to him in a mocking old man voice. Until it stopped being a joke and became the first commandment of their new religion. The morgue was the second thing Della learned, and the worst. It was down the far corridor behind a steel door, refrigerated, and it was full. 12 drawers, and most of them occupied, the unclaimed dead of a normal week in a hospital, plus the ones from this morning that someone had dragged down and shut away before the someone stopped coming back. And they were cold. They were so cold they were banked, dormant, indistinguishable from the simply dead. And when Della cracked a drawer to check, the body inside did not move, but its eyes were the dirty yellow all the way through. And when she held her bare warm hand 6 inches above its gray face, after a long, terrible moment, its teeth began, very slowly, to chatter. She closed the drawer. She stood in the cold, reeking dark and understood the shape of the trap they had walked into. The morgue had to stay cold or the things inside it would wake. The boiler had to stay warm enough to keep them alive. The 2 rooms shared a wall, and the only thing standing between the 11 of them and the dead in the drawers, between the 11 of them and the dead in the stairwell, was a nurse who timed everything in 4-minute increments and an old man who understood the cold in a building that wanted, with its every warm vent and ticking radiator, to give them away. The first night no one slept. They sat in the central supply room, the warmest, coldest, safe place they could find. The heat banked down low so their breath fogged and their fingers ached. 11 strangers and a granddaughter wrapped in the cold, half-dark, and they listened to the city die above them. It came down through the concrete as sound, the chatter. Always the chatter, rising and falling, the crash of something heavy in the ER. Once, terribly, far off, a human voice screaming for a long time and then not screaming. The wind finding the broken windows of the floors above, moaning through the building like the building itself had caught the disease. Carmen prayed quietly in 2 languages. Aaron sat against the wall with his eyes open, watching patterns no one else could see, occasionally muttering things that were either nonsense or the most lucid observations in the room. "They'll come down the south stairwell first. That's where the heat rises. You'll want to watch the south stairwell." That turned out every time to be right. Doug apologized to a wall. Pilar field-stripped her sidearm by feel in the dark and put it back together and did it again. Eli made the terrible coffee on a camp stove run for exactly 90 seconds and then killed, banking even that small warmth, and pressed cups of it into cold hands and somehow, impossibly, got 2 people to almost laugh. And Della sat with June leaning against her, the girl finally asleep, the red hat under Della's chin. And she did the thing she had not let herself do in 3 years. She let herself feel it. All of it. The whole unbearable weight of loving someone in a world that takes people. The exact thing she had spent 3 years building walls against. And she found that the walls were gone, knocked flat somewhere on a frozen hill that morning, and that she was standing in the open with her heart exposed to the cold, and there was no putting it back. Walt eased down next to her, his old knees cracking, and for a while the two of them just listened to the dark. "You're thinking you can't keep her safe," he said quietly. "Not a question. You're thinking, what's the point of loving her when the whole world's a thing that takes people? I know that thinking. I lived in that thinking 30 years with my Edith, kept her at arm's length her whole life, so it wouldn't hurt so bad to lose her." He worked his gum, looking at nothing. "It hurt exactly as bad, Della. Turns out it hurt exactly as bad, and I got 30 years of arm's length to regret on top of it." He patted her knee with one big cold hand. "You answer her, you hear me? Whatever happens down here, whatever happens out there, when that girl calls, you answer. That's the only thing I learned in 71 years worth telling anybody." Della didn't trust her voice. She nodded in the dark. "Good," Walt said. "Now get some sleep, 'cause come morning, that boiler's gonna want to run, and that sun's gonna warm this rock pile up, and every dead thing in this building's gonna come looking for the warmest room in it." He smiled, the old terrible cheerful smile of a man who'd faced down 40 winters and meant to face down one more. "And that, nurse, that's gonna be us." Morning came gray and late, and no warmer than the night. They survived it, and the day after, by the rules they were writing as they went. Bank the heat at night, starve it by day. Keep the morgue cold. Keep your own body cold when you move through the warm parts of the building. Never run when you could walk. Read the dead's chatter for how warm they were, and therefore how fast. They lost no one those first 2 days. That would not last, and somewhere under her competence, Della knew it would not last. Knew this concrete room was a hell breath and not a life. But they were alive, all 11 of them and the girl, and they had walls and a door that locked, and a reason to hold it. And in the new arithmetic of the cold that was as close to safe as the world had left to offer. It was on the second night that Della went up the south stairwell alone, against Pilar's furious objection, to check the seal on the door that separated them from the dead above. Because if that door failed in the night, it would fail on all of them, and she would rather know. She climbed the dark concrete with a banked-down lantern into the cold, up to the heavy steel fire door with its push bar and its little wire-glass window, and she put her bare hand flat against the steel to feel for the cold draft that would mean a failed seal. The steel was not cold. It was not warm either. It was vibrating. She stood there in the dark with her palm flat against the door, and she understood what she was feeling a half-second before her mind would let her name it. And she made herself look through the little wire-glass window into the stairwell beyond. The light from her banked lantern barely reached, but it reached far enough. The stairwell on the other side of the door was full from the landing up into the dark, packed shoulder to shoulder all the way up the flights as far as the dim light climbed. The entire warm-blooded population of a dead hospital drawn down through 3 floors and pressed up against the one steel door that stood between them and the heat of the boiler, between them and the heat of the 11 sleeping people Della loved more than she had let herself admit. And every single one of them, in the cold and the dark and the patient terrible silence, was chattering its teeth. The door purred under her hand like something alive. Doug had said it that morning, with his administrator's need to manage the unmanageable. He had stood in the warm, safe concrete room and looked around at the walls and the supplies and the locking door, and he had said, "We're safe down here. For now, at least, we're safe." And Della had let him have it, because people needed to believe what they needed to believe. And she had filed it away with all the other comforting lies she'd told and been told across 22 years of nights. Now she stood with her palm flat against the steel and felt the door purr with the chatter of 1,000 teeth. The whole weight of the dead leaning warm-hungry into the only barrier left. And she understood the thing that Doug could not afford to, and Walt already knew, and she would spend the rest of the winter trying to outrun. They had not hidden from the dead down here in the warm. They had set the table. The door held. That was the first thing Della understood when the gray light came up on the 3rd morning, that the steel fire door at the top of the south stairwell had held through the night, with 1,000 chattering bodies leaning their cold weight into it. And that holding was not the same as winning. A held door was a problem you hadn't solved yet. It was a patient stable on a vent, which is to say a patient dying slowly enough to let you pretend. She had not slept. She'd come down from the stairwell at some black hour, with her palm still buzzing from the steel, and she'd sat in the supply room and done. The only thing she knew how to do with a terror she couldn't outrun which was to turn it into a list. By the time Walt's old eyes opened, she had the list ready. "That door's going to fail," she told him before he'd even gotten his boots on. "Not today, maybe not this week. But it's a fire door, Walt. It's rated for heat and smoke, not for 2 tons of dead weight leaning on it around the clock. The hinges'll go, or the frame, or they'll just stack up deep enough that the bottom ones get crushed into the gap and the door can't seal. And the whole reason they're stacked up against it is the boiler. They came down 3 floors through a freezing building because this is the one warm room left. We are the campfire. And as long as we're the campfire, they keep coming, and the pile against that door keeps getting deeper." Walt laced his boots, slow, thinking. Around the room the others were stirring in the cold half-light. Pilar already up and armed. Carmen folding blankets with the brisk competence of a woman who needed a task. Doug staring at the wall. Aaron watching something only he could see. Eli quietly priming the camp stove for the 90-second coffee. June curled small under the horse blanket with her red hat pulled down over her eyes. "So we put the fire out," Walt said. "We can't put the fire out. It's 19 degrees outside and falling. We put the fire out, we freeze to death by Thursday, and then we wake up." She let that sit. "But we don't have to be a fire. We can be an ember." Banked. She'd been turning his own words over all night. "Spend it like it's your last match," and somewhere around 4 a.m. they'd stop being a folksy saying and become a survival doctrine. Concrete holds heat. These walls are 18 inches of it. If we run the boiler hard for 2 hours in the dead cold of night, when they're slow, when they're barely moving, and dump all that heat into the concrete and then shut it down to almost nothing through the day, the rock stays warm enough to keep us alive, but the building above us goes cold. The signal drops. The ones in the stairwell stop getting fed the warmth, and the new ones stop being drawn down. The pile stops growing. Maybe it even thins as they wander back up toward whatever's warmer. "You want to teach a hospital boiler to play dead," Walt said. "I want you to. I don't know boilers. I know bodies." "You know boilers." The old man looked at her for a long moment, and something moved in his weathered face that might have been the closest he came to a smile. "Edith used to say there were 2 kinds of people on the ice," he said. "The kind that fights the cold and the kind that learns to wear it." He stood, knees cracking like green wood. "Get me a flashlight and somebody who's not afraid of the dark. I'll go make us an ember." Walt made them an ember. It took him 2 days, and it nearly killed him twice. Once when a damper chain snapped and dropped a section of hot flue an inch from his skull. Once when he had to crawl into the cold mechanical chase that shared a wall with the morgue and work by feel while, 6 inches of cinder block away, the banked dead in their drawers felt the warmth of his body bleeding through and began, slowly, to chatter at him in the dark. He came out of that chase gray and shaking and didn't speak for an hour, and when he did, all he said was, "They know I'm there. Through the wall. They can't get me, but they know." And nobody asked him anything else about it. But it worked. By the 4th night, they had a rhythm to the building, a tide of heat that rose hard in the small hours and ebbed to almost nothing by noon. And Aaron, who had appointed himself, without anyone's permission, the keeper of the stairwell watch, reported in his flat, fast voice that the pile against the door had stopped growing. "It's the same. It was getting deeper every hour, and now it's the same. They're not coming down anymore." Some of them at the top wandered back up. "They're following the worm, and the worm's not here anymore. The worm's in the rock now. They can't get at the rock." He'd been right about the south stairwell, and he was right about this. And slowly, without anyone deciding it, the room had started to listen when Aaron talked, even when what he said came sideways and too fast and frightened him to say it. This was how it went those first days, each of them finding the shape of who they'd be in the new world, the way you find the shape of a fracture by where it hurts to press. Pilar became the spear. She'd been a logistics sergeant in the Guard a decade back, and a war had left things in her that civilian life had papered over, and now the paper was gone. She took inventory like a quartermaster, organized the watches, taught anyone who'd hold still how to put a body down with a single committed strike instead of the frantic flailing that wears your shoulders out and gets you killed. She was the only one of them who'd killed a person before this, and she did not pretend the dead had stopped being people, which Della came to understand was the source of both her hardness and her mercy. "Don't tell yourself they're monsters," she told June one night, sharpening the fire axe. You start telling yourself they're monsters. Then one day you meet a person who's gone bad. A real live person who's gone bad. And you won't know what to do because you'll have used up all your monster on the dead. Save it. The dead are just weather. The monsters come later. June, who had decided sometime on the second day that Pilar Reyes was the single coolest human being she had ever encountered, wrote it down. Doug became the wound. He could not stop apologizing, and he could not stop deciding things wrongly, and he could not stop being afraid in a way that made everyone around him more afraid. And the cruelest part was that none of it was cowardice exactly. It was a man whose whole self had been built for memos and budget meetings, dropped into a world that had no use for any of it, drowning in real time and hating himself for the splashing. Della tried to find him a job. Everyone needed a job. A job was the thing that kept you from sitting against the wall and feeling the weight of it. But every job she gave him, he did badly and apologized for. And the gap between the group and Doug widened a little every day. And Della, who could read the prognosis of a soul as easily as a body, knew it would come to something bad before it came to anything good. Carmen became the conscience and the clock. She mothered them all, taught Sammy his letters in the dust of the concrete floor. Except there was no Sammy yet. That came later. On the fourth day, there was only the worry, the small, ordinary worry that in the old world would have been a refill at the Walgreens, and in this one was a death sentence, with a countdown. Carmen Okafor had type 1 diabetes, and she had 4 vials of insulin. And insulin does not keep without refrigeration. And refrigeration meant either the cold of the building, which would freeze and ruin it, or the cold of the morgue, which would wake the dead. "I will be fine," she kept saying in her teacher's voice, the voice that had run a 4th grade classroom for 30 years and would not be argued with. "I have managed this disease longer than most of you have been alive. Worry about the things with teeth." But Della saw her counting the vials when she thought no one was looking. And Della started a clock in her head she could not stop, the same as the 4-minute clock. The same as the door, another timer ticking down toward a thing she could not fix. And Eli became the warmth, which was a dangerous thing to be in a world where warmth was bait. And Della would think about that later, the irony of it. He was a line cook, and he understood in his hands the thing it took the rest of them weeks to learn. That survival is not the dramatic moment, but the 1,000 small ones. The cup of coffee timed to 90 seconds, the rationed sugar. The joke landed at exactly the second someone is about to break. He took the food inventory and turned it from a horror into a plan. He found, in his quiet, methodical way, the things a hospital sub-basement secretly contained. The dietary department's dry stores, the bariatric supplements that nobody wanted, but that would keep a body alive, the flats of bottled water meant for some long-canceled health fair. He herded the frightened the way he'd once herded tickets in a Friday night rush, calm in the weeds, and people steadied around him without knowing why. He had scars up both forearms from a decade of ovens, and he never once in those first days raised his voice. And June trusted him, which June did not do. And that told Della more than anything. She watched all of them find their shapes, and she found her own, and her own was the worst one, because her own was the center. She had not asked for it. She'd spent 22 years being the nurse. The other nurses paged when it was bad precisely so that she would never have to be the one in charge, the one who decided, the one whose call it was. But the room kept turning to her. When the door buzzed in the night, they looked at her. When the inventory ran short, they looked at her. When Carmen's hands shook, when Doug spiraled, when the chatter rose, they looked at the small gray-haired woman who timed everything in 4-minute increments and never seemed to be afraid. And they waited for her to tell them they would live. She was afraid all the time. That was the thing none of them could see. She was more afraid than she had ever been in her life, every hour of every day. And the fear lived in her like a second pulse. And she had learned the one trick that her whole career had taught her, which was that you could be terrified and competent at the same time, that the terror could run under the competence like cold water under ice, that the people watching you only ever saw the ice. The group nearly tore itself apart on the 3rd day, over food and fear and the question that every group of survivors eventually has to answer or die of, which is, who decides? It started over the rationing. Eli's inventory had been honest, and the honesty was brutal. At the rate they were eating, the dietary stores and the bariatric supplements and the health fair water would carry 11 people about 9 days. And after that, there was nothing. And 9 days was not long enough for anything to get better, because nothing was going to get better, because the world had ended. Pilar laid it out flat. The quartermaster's math, no softening. They cut rations now, hard, while they were still strong enough to bear it, and they planned a supply run, and they accepted that some of what they did in the next week was going to be ugly. And Doug, poor Doug, drowning Doug, a man whose whole life had been spent making the numbers come out comfortable, Doug could not bear the flatness of it, and he pushed back, and the pushback became the first real fracture. You can't put us all on starvation rations by decree, Doug said, and his voice had the thin, querulous edge of a man whose fear had nowhere to go but outward. Who put you in charge of the food? Who elected you? There should be a discussion, a vote, a process. We can't just have one person deciding who eats how much. That's not fair, Pilar finished for him, and there was no cruelty in it. Just the flat exhaustion of someone who'd had this argument in another life, in a uniform, in another kind of cold. You're right. It's not fair. Nothing's fair anymore, Doug. Fair died with the lights. You want to know who put me in charge of the food? Nobody. I put myself in charge of the food because I'm the only one here who's run a supply line that mattered, who's looked at a number of mouths and a number of days and made the call and made it wrong sometimes and watched what wrong costs. And I'd rather be the one who carries that than hand it to a committee that'll argue about fairness until the stores are empty. And then it won't matter whose turn it was to decide. She didn't raise her voice. That was the thing about Pilar. She never raised her voice, and it made her harder to fight. You want to vote? Fine. Vote me out. Pick somebody else to count the calories and ration the water and decide whose run it is to go up into the skywalk where the dead are. I'll hand it over tonight and sleep better than I've slept in a week. But somebody has to hold the numbers, Doug, and hold them alone, because numbers held by a frightened committee aren't held at all. And you're not volunteering, you're just scared. And scared isn't a plan. And it would have gone bad there. Doug's face crumpling, the room dividing, the fault line opening, except that Della, who had been listening, who had been letting it run the way you let a fever run to see what it's doing, finally spoke. And what she said surprised even her. Because it was not a decision, it was the opposite of a decision. And that was the thing the moment needed. You're both right, she said. And you're both wrong. And the wrongness is the same wrongness. So listen, Pilar, you're right that somebody has to hold the hard numbers and hold them alone, because shared fear isn't leadership. But you're wrong that it has to be a war about it, that it's you against the committee, because that's how you end up a person and a tool instead of a group. And a group's the only thing that lives through this. And Doug, you're right that one person deciding everything by decree is how you get a tyrant. And we should all be afraid of that. We should be very afraid of that. I have a feeling we're going to meet exactly that before this winter's over. But you're wrong that the answer is a vote about the food, because the food isn't a thing to vote on. The food is a thing to survive. And you're reaching for process. Because process is the warm, familiar thing from the old world, and you want to crawl back into it the way the rest of us want to crawl back into a hot shower. And it's gone, Doug. The process is gone. And grabbing for it now is just another way of not looking at where we are. She let that sit. So here's what we do, and it's not a decree and it's not a vote. It's the only thing that actually works. Pilar holds the numbers. The food, the runs, the hard math, because she's the best we've got at it, and because she's willing. And willing matters. Willing is the whole thing. And the rest of us hold her. We watch her. We tell her when the math is making her cold. We make her say her reasons out loud, so they're not just hers in the dark. And if the day ever comes that she starts deciding who's worth feeding instead of just how much there is to go around, we stop her. All of us, together. Because that's the line. That's the only line. And it's our job to guard it. Pilar does the hard thing. We make sure she stays human while she does it. That's not a vote, and it's not a decree. That's a group. That's the only kind of leader worth following. One who does the hard math out loud, in front of people who love her enough to tell her when she's becoming something she shouldn't. Can you both live with that? There was a long silence in the cold concrete room, and then Pilar slowly nodded, and something eased in her flat face, because Della had named the thing Pilar was most afraid of, which was not the math, but what the math might do to her, what it had maybe already done to her once before. Somewhere with sand instead of snow, Della had offered her not a throne, but a guardrail, and a guardrail was what Pilar had been starving for. And Doug, after a moment, nodded too, because Della had given his fear a job instead of dismissing it. We watch her. We guard the line. That's our work. And a frightened man with a job is a different creature than a frightened man with only his fear. The fracture closed. It would open again. Fractures always reopen, and this one would crack wide on a frozen ridge weeks later when Doug locked a door. But for now it closed, and the group survived its first real test of the thing that kills most groups, which is not the dead, but the question of who decides, and they survived it because Della Mercer had learned, somewhere in 22 years of running codes, that the strongest answer to who's in charge is almost never a single name. It's a structure. It's the hard hand and the watching eyes held together, each keeping the other honest, in the cold. That was the third day. They learned to hold each other. On the fourth day, they learned what the world outside their concrete room had truly become. On the fourth day, they ran the skywalk, and it was the first time Della understood, all the way down in her body, and not just in her head, what kind of world the worm had become. They needed food. That was the plain arithmetic of it. The sub-basement had saline and morphine and oxygen and almost nothing a body could eat. And 10 people and a girl burned through what little there is faster than fear lets you believe. Eli had mapped it. The man had a cook's instinct for where calories hide, and the calories, he said, were in the skywalk. Duluth's downtown was stitched together overhead by an enclosed pedestrian skywalk system, glassed-in bridges and corridors running building to building a story above the street, so that office workers could cross the frozen heart of the city in their shirt sleeves all winter long. Up in the skywalk were the little shops that fed those office workers, a deli, a coffee place, a convenience store, a sandwich counter. Up in the skywalk was food. Up in the skywalk was also heat. That was the catch, and it was the whole catch. The skywalk had been built for one purpose, to be warm in a cold city. And even now, even days into the end of the world, with the power flickering and failing across the grid, the skywalk's enclosed glass corridors held the heat the way a greenhouse holds it, trapped and still and faintly, horribly warm. And so the skywalk had filled, exactly the way the sub-basement stairwell had filled, with everything in the dead downtown that hunted warmth. It was a warm glass artery running through the cold body of the city, and it was clotted with the dead. "We go in cold," Della said before they went up, the way she said everything now, charting it. "We go in cold and we come out cold, and we don't stop being cold the whole time we're in the warm. You start to sweat, you start to flush, you back off, and you let it bleed before you move again. We are statues walking through a warm room full of statues, except some of theirs are awake. Eli leads. He knows the map. Pilar takes the rear. June?" And here she'd had the fight already in her head and lost it, because June was the fastest and lightest of them, and the skywalk was no place for the slow. June stays in the middle, between Pilar and me, and you do not leave the middle. Do you understand me? Not for anything. Not for food. Not for a clear shot. Not to help. You stay in the middle, and you stay cold. She looked at her granddaughter. "Say it back. Stay in the middle. Stay cold." June's jaw was set, her father's jaw. "I'm not a baby, Grandma." "I know you're not. That's why you're coming, instead of staying down here, where I'd rather have you. Stay in the middle. Stay cold." They went up into the warm at first light, when the cold of the night still held the dead at their slowest. 4 of them. Della, Ayla, Pilar, June, leaving the rest banked safe in the basement. And they came up a stairwell into the deli end of the skywalk, and Della felt the warmth hit her face like a wrong thing, like a fever, like walking into a hospital room where something has died. The corridor stretched ahead, glass on both sides, gray morning light coming through, and it was beautiful, and it was a slaughterhouse. The dead were everywhere in it, standing, sitting against the glass where they'd slid down, slumped over the little cafe tables like office workers, waiting for a meeting that would never start. Banked, most of them, slowed by the night's cold seeping even into the greenhouse glass, but warming now in the dawn, beginning here and there to chatter, beginning to stir, the warm corridor coming slowly awake around them as the day came up. They moved through it like Della said. Cold, slow, silent, statues among statues. Eli led, reading his map, and his cook's hands worked the deli and the convenience store with a quiet, brutal efficiency. Into the bags went the dense things, the calorie-rich things, the peanut butter and the protein bars and the cooking oil and the bags of sugar. No time for anything that didn't earn its weight. And Della and Pilar stood watch over him, facing out, reading the warming corridor for the ones that woke. And June stayed in the middle, cold and still and terrified and brave, and for a long time, 10 minutes, 15, it worked. It was the worst thing Della had ever done, and it worked. They threaded the warm slaughterhouse and filled their bags and started back, and Della let herself think, for 1/2 second, the thought that always cost you, we're going to make it out clean. And then the power came back on. It came back on the way a dying grid does, a surge, a stutter, somewhere a substation kicking over, and all down the skywalk the heat came on. The blowers, the radiant ceiling, the whole building management system lurching back to life for what would be its last hour, dumping heat into the glass corridor all at once. And Della felt it roll over her like a tide. The temperature climbing, the warm becoming hot, and she understood in a flash of pure horror what it meant a 1/2 second before the corridor told her every banked thing in the skywalk, every slumped office worker and slid-down stranger, every dormant chattering shape, felt the heat come up at the exact same instant and woke at the exact same instant, and the whole warm corridor stood up. "Move," Pilar said, not loud, the not loud that was worse than a scream. "Move, move, cold, stay cold, move." They moved. There was no being statues now. The corridor was awake around them, the chatter rising on every side, the dead coming up off the tables and the glass and turning toward the 4 warmest things in a corridor that was suddenly full of warmth. And the only grace, the only thread of survival, was that the same heat that woke them confused them. So much warmth everywhere all at once that the 80,000-year-old needle in each dead skull spun and couldn't quite settle. The living briefly just 4 more warm things in a corridor gone uniformly warm. It gave them seconds. Della spent them the way you spend your last match. "The glass," she said, charting it even now, even running, the cold, clear plan assembling itself in the heat and the chatter. "Pilar, the glass, the skywalk's a bridge, it's over the street's cold. We don't go back the long way through the corridor. We go down. We break the glass and we get out into the cold. And they don't follow into the cold. They're drawn to the warm corridor behind us." Pilar understood it in the same 1/2 second, the way the two of them had come to understand each other, and she put the fire axe through the skywalk's glass wall at the lowest landing, where the bridge met the next building and the drop to the cold street below was shortest. And the cold came howling in through the broken glass like deliverance, and Della shoved June through first. Go, into the cold. Drop and roll into the cold. And June went, and Eli went after with the bags, and Pilar and Della last. And behind them in the warm corridor, the dead surged toward the heat. The failing blowers were still pumping out toward the warmth. Away from the 4 cold things dropping out a broken window into the frozen street. Because that was the rule. That was the only rule. The dead go toward the warm and the living. If they're smart, if they're lucky, if they've learned, go toward the cold. They hit the street in a clatter of broken glass and a shock of 19-degree air, and they ran, cold and gasping, into the frozen morning. And they didn't stop until the warm skywalk was 3 blocks behind them and the chatter had faded back into the city's general dying murmur. And then they stood in the cold street, the 4 of them, breathing fog, bags full of food, alive. And June started to laugh. The wrong laugh, the shock laugh, the laugh that's right next door to crying. And Eli put the bags down and pulled the girl into a hug and said, "Easy," shaking. Okay, we're okay. You did so good. You stayed in the middle. You stayed cold." And Della stood in the frozen street and watched a line cook hold her laughing, terrified granddaughter and felt the thing. She'd spent 3 years not feeling rise up in her so hard it hurt, and she understood, watching them, that she'd been wrong about the warm her whole life, that the warm in the skywalk, the trapped greenhouse warmth that woke the dead, was not the only kind, that there was another warm, this warm, the warm of a man holding a frightened child in a cold street, and that this warm did not call the dead, this warm you could keep. This warm was the only kind worth carrying through the winter, and that she had almost died of a sealed heart, never knowing the difference. That was the 4th day. They ate that night, really ate, for the first time since the world ended, and it should have been the good day, the day they remembered as the day they learned they could do it, the day the group became a thing that could feed itself. And then it was the 5th day. On the 5th day they found the bite. His name was Rourke. He'd come down the stairwell on the first afternoon with a paramedic named Beth. The two of them had been working a rig out of the downtown station when the calls stopped making sense. And they'd run the rig until it ran out of places to run to, and they'd ended up here. Beth was hard and quiet and good in a crisis. A medic who'd seen enough of the worst nights to have built her own walls. Walls Della recognized because they were the same as her own. Rourke was the opposite. Big and loud and warm, the kind of man who filled a room, and the two of them had been together. Partners on the rig, partners in the other way too, it turned out, for 6 years. He'd been hiding it since the 2nd night. A bite on the meat of his left forearm taken during the run downtown, low on the arm and into the cold, which Della would later understand was the only reason he'd lasted as long as he had. The pathogen slowed in the cold, and Rourke had kept the arm cold, kept the sleeve down, kept his distance from the warm boiler, fighting the fever with the only weapon the New World had handed them, buying himself days that a neck bite would have cost him in hours. He'd done it because he didn't want Beth to know. He'd done it because he wanted a few more days of being a person and not a problem. He'd done it because the alternative was the thing they all knew was the alternative, and no one had said it out loud yet. And as long as no one said it out loud, it wasn't real. It was Pilar who found it, and Pilar who said it out loud. She found it because she'd started doing what she called skin checks. A quiet, grim, dignified inspection. Everyone in turn, no exceptions. Because the alternative to a hidden bite was everyone in that concrete room asleep some night when their friend ran his 4 minutes and woke up hungry in the dark among them. Rourke had dodged 2 skin checks. On the 5th day, Pilar didn't let him dodge the 3rd, and she rolled up the sleeve, and there it was, the wound gone the wrong colors, the red lines crawling up toward the elbow, the fever heat coming off the arm like a struck match. And Rourke looked at Beth across the room, and his face just fell. All the loud, warm fullness of him drained out, and what was left was a frightened man who'd run out of days. "How long?" Pilar said. "Flat." Not unkind. The flatness was the kindness. "2nd night," Rourke said. "I kept it cold. I've been keeping it cold." "I'm not. I feel okay. Beth, I feel okay. I swear to God, I feel—" "You feel okay because you're burning," Della said gently, because she'd seen it 100 times now, the cruel euphoria of the fever, the warmth that felt like wellness. Stage 1 feels good, Rourke. That's the worst part of it. It feels good right up until it doesn't. The room had gone very still. Beth had crossed it without seeming to move, and had Rourke's bad hand in both of hers, the fevered hand, holding it against her own cold cheek. And she wasn't crying. Beth didn't cry, but something behind her hard medic's face had broken in a way that doesn't mend. And here was the thing that Della had known was coming since the first morning, the thing that the New World demanded and that no decent person could ever be ready for. A decision. There were 11 of them and a girl in a concrete room, and one of them was going to die and then get up and try to kill the rest. And the only questions left were when and who does it. And those were not abstract questions. They were a man's last hours and a friend's hands on a fevered cheek. And they were Della's to answer, because the room had decided weeks of her life ago that the answers were hers. They could keep him cold. That was the thing nobody wanted to name. And Aaron named anyway, in his flat, sideways voice from the corner. You could keep him in the morgue. The cold stops it. Put him in the cold, and it stops. It just stops. It doesn't go away, but it stops. You could keep him for... He trailed off, because even Aaron could hear where the sentence went. You could keep your dying friend in a refrigerated drawer. conscious, freezing, the fever held at bay by a cold that would itself eventually kill him for as long as you could stand to. It was the cruelest mercy the New World offered, and it was, technically, a thing they could do. "No," Rourke said. His voice had steadied. The frightened man was still there, but something else had come up underneath, something that surprised Della. The dignity that sometimes arrives in people, right at the end, like a held breath, finally let go. "No, I'm not. I'm not going to be a thing in a drawer that you all have to think about. I'm not going to be the reason you keep the morgue cracked open, and one of those things wakes up some night and gets the kid." And he looked at June when he said it. June, who had gone white and still by the wall. "I'm not doing that. I'd rather—" He stopped. He looked at Beth. "I'd rather you remember me as me." The vote was not really a vote. Della had seen enough of them in family conference rooms over the years to know that the vote is never really a vote. The vote is the ritual that lets people live with the thing that was always going to happen. They sat in the cold and they talked it through, all of them. Even Doug, even June. And in the end, it was unanimous, and it was nothing. It was just the shape of the grief, because Rourke had already decided, and Rourke's was the only vote that counted. And then there was the second question, the one that mattered, the one Della had known the answer to before the first question was even asked. Pilar stood up. She'd done this before. That was written all over her, in the careful blankness of her face, and she was going to do it again so that no one else would have to carry it, because that was who Pilar Reyes had decided to be in the new world, the one who carried the things too heavy for anyone else. "No, oh," Della said, "I'll do it." Pilar looked at her. "You don't have to. This is mine. I've got room for this. You don't have to put it in yourself. I know I don't have to." Della was already moving, already getting the morphine from the locked box she'd been guarding, already a nurse with a patient and a job. Because that was the only way she knew how to walk through fire. "But I'm not going to make you carry all of ours, Pilar. We can't only have one person who's willing to do the hard thing. That's not a group. That's a person and a tool. If I'm going to ask this room to trust my hands, then my hands have to be willing." She drew the syringe. Her own hands were perfectly steady. Under the ice, the cold water ran. "Beth, do you want to be with him?" "Yes," Beth said. "Then come. The rest of you, give them the room." It was not violent. That was the thing Della gave him, the one gift she had to give. It was not the frantic mall work of the stairwell. It was a nurse's quiet hands and enough morphine to make a man warm and easy and unafraid. The kind of death she'd been giving the dying for 2 decades. The good death, the one she'd never been able to give her own son. Rourke went out with Beth's hands holding his, and his eyes on Beth's face, and the warmth in him, for once, a comfort and not a curse. And somewhere in the soft fade of it, he said something to Beth that Della didn't hear and wasn't meant to. And then the warmth went out of him, and Della counted 4 minutes with her fingers on his cooling wrist. And at the end of the 4 minutes, before he could do the thing the body does, she did the second thing, the necessary thing, the thing that is not part of any good death, but is part of every death now, quick and certain and merciful. The trauma shears she'd carried up a frozen hill, and then it was done. And Rourke was just gone. Just a man who'd been loved and now was dead. The oldest story there is. Beth held his hand for a long time after. Then she let it go, and she stood up, and she wiped her face once with the heel of her hand. And she became the woman she would be for the rest of the book. A medic who had run out of the belief that saving people meant anything, going through the motions of saving them anyway, because the motions were all she had left. Della cleaned the shears. Her hands were steady the whole time. It was only later, much later, alone in the cold mechanical chase where Walt had nearly died, that she let them shake, and she pressed her own fist against her mouth so the room wouldn't hear. And she thought about Theo, and about 11 seconds of breathing on a phone, and about how she had finally learned to answer the call, just in time to spend the rest of her life answering it for the dying. On the 6th day, the city caught fire. It started downtown, near the lake, where the warmth and the dead and the last of the living had all drained together. A natural gas main ruptured days ago in the chaos, leaking into a basement, finding at last a spark. The explosion was big enough that they felt it through 18 inches of concrete, a deep thud that dropped dust from the ceiling and woke June out of the first real sleep she'd had in days. By the time Pilar and Aaron made it up to the loading dock door to look, carefully in the cold, never opening it wide, the whole lakefront was burning, a wall of orange against the gray afternoon, and the wind was off the lake. And the wind was pushing the fire uphill, toward the warmth, toward the heart of the city, toward the hospital. And the fire did the thing that Della had spent 6 days teaching them all to fear above everything else. It got warm. "Oh no," Aaron said from the loading dock door, in a voice that was almost reverent, watching the orange light crawl up the hill. Oh no, you're not seeing it. You're not. The heat, look at the heat. Everything's been cold for days. Everything's been banked. Everywhere across this whole city, there's thousands of them just standing, dormant, frozen. You can't even tell them from the dead. And now, he turned around, and his face in the firelight was the face of a man watching a wave he'd predicted finally arrive. Now the whole hillside is going to get warm. He was right. He was always right. That was the curse of Aaron Voss. Off his medication in the one apocalypse that had no use for the careful chemistry that kept his patterns from devouring him. The fire climbed the hill, and the hill warmed, and everywhere it warmed, the banked dead woke. Not slow, not sluggish, but warm, fast, fevered, 10,000 of them coming up out of doorways and snowbanks and stalled cars all across the lower city at once. Every one of them with the 80,000-year-old needle in its skull suddenly free to swing. And the warmest things on the whole hill, the two brightest beacons in a city that had gone dark and cold for a week, were the fire, and the one building still pumping heat into the night from its banked concrete heart, the boiler in its bones still ticking out the warmth that kept 11 people and a girl alive. The hospital lit up across the dead senses like a lighthouse. They came for it. Not the slow, cold pile that had leaned on the stairwell door for days. That pile moved, warmed by the rising heat, came alive. But behind it, drawn up the hill from the burning lower city, a tide. Aaron at the loading dock watched them come and narrated it in his flat, fast voice, until Pilar pulled him back and sealed the door. And even through the steel they could hear it, the chatter, rising from the scattered dry rhythm they'd lived with for days into something else, something with no gaps in it, a solid wall of sound. 10,000 mouths. "The door won't hold that," Pilar said in the supply room to Della, quiet, away from the others. "The stairwell door. It held the pile. It will not hold a surge. Not warm. Not that many. I know. We need to be gone before it fails. Not after. Before." Pilar's flat eyes held hers. "And we need fuel. The generator. If we're going up that hill in the cold, we need the truck. And the truck needs diesel. And the diesel's in the fuel room. And the fuel room is off the south stairwell," Della finished. "Behind the door. Where they are." The two women looked at each other in the cold. "Yeah," Pilar said. "Behind the door, where they are." The plan was waltz in the end because it was a plan about heat, and heat was the only language the old man had ever needed to speak. The fuel room opened off the south stairwell landing, 10 feet from the steel door behind which the surge was building. They could not go up the stairwell. The stairwell was death. But the fuel room shared its far wall with the mechanical chase, the cold cinder block chase that ran behind the morgue, the one Walt had nearly died in, the one where the banked dead in their drawers had chattered at the warmth of him through the wall. There was a service hatch from the chase into the fuel room, a low steel panel meant for running pipe, and a man who didn't mind the dark and the cold and the chattering on the other side of 6 inches of block could crawl the chase, come up through the hatch into the fuel room from the side, grab the diesel cans, and crawl back. All without ever opening the stairwell door, all in the cold, all banked. A single ember moving through the dark under the noses of the dead. "It's gotta be me," Walt said, and Della started to argue, and the old man held up one big, calloused hand. "Della, it's got to be me, and you know it's gotta be me. I'm the only one who's been in that chase. I know where the hatch is. I know where the pipe runs. I can do it in the dark, by feel. You send Pilar. She's never been in there. She's got to use a light. And a light in that chase is a warm, bright thing 6 inches from a wall full of those things. and they'll come awake and crowd that wall and crush right through into the chase with her in it. You send me, I go cold and dark and slow, and I'm out before they know an ember walked past." He was already pulling off his coat, the same hard, reasonable thing Della had done at the school, stripping down to run cold. "I'm 71 years old, nurse. I've had a good run and a long one, and I spent 30 years of it being a fool about the people I loved. You're not going to talk me out of the one smart, brave thing I get to do at the end of it. Now help me get cold." They got him cold. They opened the hatch into the chase, and the cold of it rolled out, and underneath the cold, faint, from behind the morgue wall, the chatter. Patient, waiting. Walt took a banked-down lantern wrapped in cloth so it gave almost no light and less heat, and he took the splitting maul in case. And he looked at Della one more time in the dim red dark. "You answer her," he said. "What I told you. Whatever happens up that hill, when she calls, you answer." He smiled the old terrible cheerful smile. "That's the whole religion, Della. The rest is just keeping warm." And Walt Lindqvist crawled into the chase, into the cold and the dark and the chattering. An old man going to do one smart, brave thing at the end of a long run, and Della crouched at the hatch in the red dark and waited, and counted, and prayed to a God she'd stopped believing in around the time she stopped getting voicemails from her son. It almost worked. She could track him by sound. The scrape of his knees on the cold concrete, faint, moving away, the soft clank as he found the hatch into the fuel room. A long silence. Then the heavy slosh of full diesel cans. 1, 2. Then the scrape coming back, slow, an old man dragging fuel through a crawlspace in the dark. Almost back, almost home. She could see the faint cloth-wrapped glow of his lantern returning down the chase. 20 feet, 15. She had her hand out for the first can, and the fire reached the hospital. It came through the floors above as heat, a sudden wall of it, the upper hospital catching, and the heat rolled down through the building's bones and into the morgue, and the morgue's careful cold. The cold they had guarded for 6 days, the cold that kept the dead in their drawers asleep, broke all at once. Della felt the temperature change against her face like a door opening onto summer. And 6 inches from where Walt crawled, on the other side of the cinder block, a dozen banked corpses in refrigerated drawers came warm and woke, and threw themselves, fevered and strong, against the wall and the drawer fronts, and the cold air of the chase, where they could feel, suddenly, blazingly, the heat of an old man's living body 15 feet from home. The morgue wall did not fail, but the morgue door did. The door into the chase, the one Walt had warned about, the one that was never built to hold anything. It burst, and they came into the chase behind him, into the cold, dark crawl space, fast now, warm now, between Walt and the only other exit. And Walt Lindqvist did the arithmetic of the new world in about half a second, the same arithmetic Della had done at the school, the same one they would all do again and again until the end. And the arithmetic said, the hatch is 15 feet ahead, and the dead are right behind, and if I run for it, I lead them straight through it into the fuel room, and then into the basement, and then into all of them, or I stop here, in this narrow place, and I plug it with the only thing I've got. Walt! Della's hand was through the hatch, reaching. Walt, drop the cans. Run, run! Take the fuel, he roared, and shoved the diesel cans ahead of him through the hatch into her hands. And then he turned around in the narrow chase, an old man with a splitting maul in a crawl space. And he braced his back against one wall and his boots against the other, and he plugged the chase with his own body, the one place narrow enough that a single stubborn man could fill it. And he swung the maul into the first warm, chattering thing that reached him, and the second, and he did not look back at the hatch. Go, he bellowed, over the chatter, over the rising sound of it, the dry teeth and the heavy diesel reek, and the heat pouring down through the burning building. Get 'em up the hill, Della. Bank the heat, and run cold, and get 'em up the goddamn hill. And you answer her. Pilar's arms were around Della from behind, hauling her back from the hatch because Della was trying to climb into it, trying to go in after him. And Pilar's flat voice was in her ear, saying the truest and cruelest thing in the world. He bought it, Della. Don't waste it. Don't you waste it. And they slammed the hatch and sealed it. And Della Mercer knelt in the cold, red dark with 2 cans of diesel in her hands and listened to an old man die so that the rest of them could live. The maul swinging, the chatter rising. and then a final heavy silence, and then the patient, endless teeth. In his coat pocket, which he'd left behind when he stripped down to run cold, his old Marine VHF radio crackled to staticky life, as if it had been waiting. Della took it out. Her hands for once were not steady. They went up the hill in the dark, 11 of them now, and a girl, no. Della made herself count in the cold, the way Pilar had taught her, because the count was a thing you owed the dead. 10 of them now, and a girl, Walt gone, Rourke gone. The group that had been 11 in June 6 days ago was 10 in June now, and the new world had taken its tax, and it was not finished taking. They took the orange plow truck as far as the chains would carry it up the iced-over hill, away from the burning hospital, away from the burning city, up toward the high, cold dark, where the dead would be slow. They took the diesel Walt had died for. They took the maul and the rifle and Pilar's axe and the food Eli had organized and Carmen's 4 vials of insulin packed against the cold. But not too cold, and they took Walt's radio, and they did not take anything else because there was nothing else worth the wait. At the top of the hill, at a place called the Point of Rocks, where the old basalt shouldered up out of the hillside, and you could see the whole city laid out below. The truck could go no farther, and they stopped in the bitter pre-dawn cold, and they looked back. The city was burning. It was, Della thought, the most terrible and beautiful thing she had ever seen. The whole lower city, downtown and the harbor and the lakefront, was a sheet of orange flame, and the great cold black lake beyond it threw the fire back doubled, and the smoke rose up and caught the first gray light of the coming dawn. And across all of it, drawn to all of it, you could see them moving. The dead, thousands of them, 10,000. A tide of small dark shapes flowing downhill toward the warmth of the fire and the warmth of the dying. The living and the dead pouring together into the burning heart of the city, exactly as Walt had said they would on the first morning. Everything warm, draining downhill toward the one place warm enough to live and warm enough to die. They stood on the cold rock above it, the 10 of them and the girl, and no one spoke. Carmen was praying again, soft, in 2 languages. Beth stared at the fire with her hard, broken face and her arms wrapped around herself. Doug wept quietly without apologizing for it for once. Aaron watched the patterns of the dead flowing downhill, and his lips moved, counting, mapping, seeing the shape of it. Eli had his hand on June's shoulder, and June stood very still and very quiet in her father's watchful way, the red hat pulled down, watching the only city she'd ever known burn to the ground. And in Della's pocket, Walt's radio crackled. It had been dead since she took it from his coat. Now, out of the static, thin and warped and looping, came a voice. A recorded voice. A woman's voice. Calm and bright and false. The voice of an old world that thought it would have time to record a message and play it on a loop and be saved. Secure shelter has been established at Duluth International Airport, the voice said, swimming up out of the static. All survivors should proceed to Duluth International Airport. Food, medical care, and military protection are available. Repeat. Secure shelter has been established at Duluth International Airport. All survivors should proceed. It looped. It looped again. It was the only human voice in the whole burning world, and it was promising them everything. And Della Mercer stood on the cold rock with her dead friend's radio in her hand, and her dead son's daughter at her side, and she did not believe it for one single second. She had been a nurse too long. She knew the sound of a recording playing to an empty room. She knew the difference between a person and a machine pretending to be one. And she also knew that they had nowhere else to go, that the city was ash behind them, and the cold was death around them, and a hill full of waking dead was below them, and that a lie you can walk toward is worth more, some mornings, than a truth you can only freeze beside. June stepped close. She didn't take Della's hand this time. That had been the school. That had been the first thaw, and you only get the first one once. Instead, she leaned into Della's side, and she looked at the looping radio, and then up at her grandmother's face, reading it the way she'd learned to read it over 16 years, and she said quietly, the way her father used to say things, "You don't believe it. The airport. You don't believe there's anybody there." "No, Della said. There was no point lying to June. There had never been any point lying to June. It was the one good thing between them, that they had never once been able to lie to each other. "I don't think there's anybody there, baby. I think it's a machine talking to an empty room." "Then why are we going?" Della looked down at the burning city, at the tide of the dead, at the cold gray dawn coming up over the biggest lake in the world. She thought about Walt, plugging a crawl space with his body. She thought about spend it like it's your last match. She thought about the whole terrible religion of the cold, which came down in the end to one article of faith, that you keep moving toward the warm, knowing the warm will kill you, because the only other choice is to lie down in the cold and let it. "Because the airport's a place," she said, "and a place has walls, and walls are worth walking toward, even empty ones, even cold ones." She put her arm around her granddaughter, in the open, in the dawn, with no walls left to hide behind. "Walt told me something before. He said the whole religion is, when somebody calls, you answer. I spent 3 years not answering, June. I spent 3 years keeping you at arm's length so it wouldn't break me to lose you. And all I did was lose you anyway, a little every day, for 3 years, and never even get the grief I was saving myself from." Her voice did the thing it had not done in front of anyone since Theo. It cracked. "So we're going to the airport because it called, and we answer the call. All of us, together. We keep walking toward the warm, and we guard each other like the dead can hear us, because they can, and we don't lie down in the cold. That's all I've got, baby. That's the whole plan. It's not much of a plan." June was quiet a moment, leaning into her, two of them breathing fog into the freezing dawn above the burning city. "It's okay," she said finally in her father's voice, the stubborn one, the one that didn't run. "It's not much of a world. It's about the right size of plan for it." And Della Mercer laughed, a small, wrecked, astonished laugh, the first one in 3 years, surprised out of her on a cold rock above the end of everything. And she pulled the red hat down snug over her granddaughter's ears, and she turned them both away from the fire, toward the cold, high dark, where the airport waited with its empty promise and its empty walls, and they started to walk. Behind them, the radio looped its bright dead lie into the static. Below them, the city burned. Around them, the dead chattered up out of the warming snow, slow in the cold, slow enough for now. And ahead of them, the hill climbed up and up into a cold so deep it would either save them or kill them. And there was, Della understood, no longer any difference between those two things, and there might never be again. The ridge tried to kill them on the second day, and it did it the honest way, with cold, which Della had come to think of as the only honest killer left in the world. They had abandoned the plow truck on the third morning out of the city, diesel-gelled in the deep cold, the engine cranking and never catching, Walt's death pouring uselessly out the tailpipe as gray vapor, until Pilar said flatly, "It's done, leave it," and they left it. After that they walked. They walked Skyline Parkway, the high road that ran along the top of the hills the whole length of the city, 800 feet above the frozen lake, exposed to a wind that came across 200 miles of open water and arrived with nothing taken out of it. Up here, at least, the dead were no danger. That was the cruel mathematics of the ridge, and Aaron narrated it in his flat, fast way as they walked, breath freezing in his beard. "It's too cold for them up here. Look at that one." He pointed with a mittened hand at a shape in the ditch, a man in a mail carrier's coat, half buried in drift, perfectly still. Banked, frozen solid. He'd take an hour to wake, even if you lit a fire on his chest. Up here we're safe from them. He laughed, the wrong laugh, the one that made Carmen put a hand on his arm. "We're safe from them because up here it's cold enough to kill us. You see the joke? The only place they can't get you is the place that gets you instead." It was not funny, and it was completely true. Down in the warm pockets of the city, the dead. Up here on the cold heights, the wind. The band of survivable temperature between the two had become the whole width of their world, a few degrees. A thin, warm thread they had to walk without ever stepping off either side. And every hour, the thread got thinner, because winter was coming, the way winter comes to the head of Lake Superior, which is to say, like a thing with intention. They lost their first one to the cold that second day on the ridge. His name was OG. He was one of the quiet ones, one of the handful who'd come down the stairwell on the first afternoon and never quite resolved into a person the way the others had. A young man, shy, good with his hands, who'd spent the days in the basement fixing things without being asked and saying almost nothing. On the ridge, he started to lag. Cold does that. It's a liar. It tells you you're tired. It tells you you're warm. It tells you to sit down just for a minute. Della knew the signs, and she watched for them in all of them, but OG hid it the way Rourke had hidden his bite, out of the same terrible politeness, not wanting to be the problem. And by the time she saw the stumble and the slur and the strange peaceful smile, it was already deep in him. They got him out of the wind. They got the chemical heat packs onto him. But you cannot warm a person fast in a place with no shelter and no fire. And fire was death. Fire was a beacon. Even up here you didn't dare. And OG died that night in the lee of a frost-heaved retaining wall, with the whole group's bodies pressed around him, trying to give him heat. They couldn't spare, and in the morning they couldn't even bury him because the ground was iron. So they laid him in a culvert and covered him with snow. And Pilar said his name once, out loud, the way she'd taught them, and they walked on. The cold had killed him, not the dead, the cold. Della filed it with everything else she was learning, and the thing she learned from OG was the thing that would shape the rest of the journey. The enemy is not the thing with teeth. The enemy is the temperature. The dead are just what the temperature does to people. They found Nadia on the 4th day in the gorge. Skyline crossed half a dozen creek gorges along its length. Chester, Tisher, Lester. The cold streams that came down off the hills toward the lake. And each one was a problem, a steep frozen ravine you had to descend into and climb out of, down into the slightly warmer shelter of the trees where the dead were less banked, and then back up into the killing wind. The gorges were where it got bad. The gorges were where the thin, warm thread of their world doubled back on itself. Chester Creek was frozen, mostly, a ribbon of gray ice down the bottom of the ravine, and they were picking their way across it. Pilar testing each step with the maul handle, because moving water under ice is one more thing in Minnesota that kills you politely. When June, who had her father's eyes for the wrong detail, said, "There's a car." There was a car. A little sedan, nose down in the ravine where it had skidded off the road above sometime in the first chaos. Half its length punched through the creek ice, the back end up in the air. And in the back end, in the part still above the ice, there was a person. And the person was moving. "Don't," Pilar said automatically, because everything that moved was a threat now. That was the new reflex. But Aaron was already squinting at it, reading it, and Aaron said, "It's breathing. Look at the window. It's fogging the window. The dead don't breathe." And he was right. There was a smear of fog and frost melt on the inside of the rear glass, the unmistakable signature of warm lungs, and behind it a face, gray-lipped and barely conscious, and a hand pawing weakly at the door that the crash had jammed. Her name was Nadia Haddad, and she was 27, and she had been in that car for 2 days. Freezing slowly, too weak to break the glass, kept just barely alive by the body heat she couldn't escape from in the sealed space. Eli broke the window. Della got the heat packs into her armpits and her groin where the big vessels ran, got warm sugar water into her in tiny sips, brought her back over the next hour from the gray edge of the thing that had killed OG. And when Nadia could talk, when her cracked lips could shape words again, the first thing she said, before thank you, before who are you, before anything, was a warning. And it was the worst news any of them had heard since the first morning. "The airport," she rasped. "You're not... Please tell me you're not going to the airport." Della went very still. "We're going to the airport. There's nobody there." Nadia's eyes, sunk and glassy, found Della's and held them with a terrible urgency. "I was at the airport. I was the one. The broadcast, the recording, the secure shelter has been established. That was me. I recorded that. 8 days ago. There was the guard unit, the 148th. They set up a perimeter. They were running an evac. It was real. It was real for about 36 hours. She had to stop, breathe, gather it. And then a horde came up off the city. At night, when the runway floods came on, all that warmth, all those lights and engines and warm bodies behind the wire, and they came across the open ground all at once and the perimeter. There wasn't..." She closed her eyes. I ran. I set the broadcast on a loop before I ran because I thought, the loop will keep playing, somebody will hear it and come. Somebody will help. A sound came out of her that was not quite a laugh. I've been driving around for a week listening to my own voice tell survivors to come to a place that's it's a field of them now. Hundreds, thousands, frozen, banked, standing out there on the runways in the cold. And the loop just keeps playing. Bring food. Bring medicine. Come to the airport. Come and die at the airport. Her glassy eyes overflowed. I made a lighthouse out of a graveyard. I'm so sorry. Whoever heard it, I'm so sorry. The group stood in the frozen gorge and took it in. It was Doug, of all of them, who said the thing out loud, in his thin gray administrator's voice, the voice that always seemed to be reading bad numbers off a spreadsheet. Then we have nowhere to go. We've been walking toward... We left the hospital, Walt died, for a place that's and now we have nowhere. We have no plan and no walls, and the airport is the only... There's nothing else. There was never anything else. And it's a grave. His voice climbed. We're going to die out here. We're going to die out here in the cold, like that boy in the culvert, one at a time, and nobody's coming. Nobody was ever. Doug, Della didn't raise her voice. She'd learned over 22 years that the way you cut through a panicking room is not with volume, but with flatness. With the cold, steady charge nurse register that says, I have seen worse than this, and I am still standing. Stop. We don't have nowhere. We have everywhere. We haven't looked yet. The airport was one place. There are 10,000 places. Houses. We sleep in houses tonight. Cold ones, dark ones. And we pick them careful, and we don't run the heat, and we don't get found. And in the morning, we figure out the next thing. She crouched by Nadia. You said you were driving around for a week. That means you found gas. That means you found food. That means you know where things are that we don't. You're not a passenger, Nadia. You're a map. Can you walk if we carry your weight for you? Nadia looked at the small, gray-haired woman crouched over her in the killing cold, who had pulled her back from death, and then, in the same breath, refused to let her despair be the last word. And something steadied in the younger woman's ruined face. Yeah, she said, yeah, I can walk. What none of them knew yet, what Nadia herself only half knew, fever blurred and half frozen, was that she had brought them more than a warning and a map. She'd brought them the thread that would lead, in the end, to the harbor, and to Vane, and to everything. Because the last thing Nadia had heard on the radio bands before her car went into the creek, faint and strange, and on a frequency no civilian station used, was a man's calm voice, repeating over and over, a different message than her own dead loop. If you can hear this, there's warmth in the harbor. There's food and fire in the harbor. Come to the water. We keep our own warm. She'd written it off as another loop, another lighthouse over another graveyard. She would tell Della about it 3 days later when they were desperate enough to listen. And that, though no one could have known it, crouched in the frozen gorge over a dying stranger, was the moment the second half of all their lives began. The horde caught them in the next gorge on the 5th day, and they survived it because Nadia, half dead and carried, had been a hunter's daughter before she'd been a radio tech, and because the dead, for all their hunger, had never learned the one thing every child in the North learns before they're allowed on the ice, that the ice over moving water is a liar. They were crossing Tisher Creek, another frozen ravine, another descent out of the killing wind into the slightly warmer shelter of the trees where the dead were less banked, when they heard the chatter behind them, and it was wrong, it was too much of it, a solid rising wall of sound, and Della turned and saw them coming down the gorge wall in the gray afternoon light. Not the scattered banked few they'd grown used to, but a flow, 100 of them, 200, a horde that had been moving down some warm draw in the hills and had caught the heat of 9 living bodies in the cold and turned as one. Toward it, they were upslope and behind, and the group was strung out across the frozen creek, and there was no outrunning it, not with the wounded, not with Nadia barely walking, and Carmen's strength failing, and the slope ahead steep and iced. The chatter was already closing, the warm-drawn dead pouring down the gorge wall faster than a roped-together exhausted group could climb the far side. We can't run it, Pilar said, flat, the Warmath already running. We can't outclimb that. We make a stand here, and we die here. There's too many. We need... "The creek," Nadia said. She said it from the sled they were dragging her on, weak, fever-cracked, but suddenly sharp. Suddenly her father's daughter on her father's ice. "The creek's moving, under the ice. You can hear it. Listen, there's water moving under here. It's not frozen solid. It's a shell. It's a shell over moving water, and it's thin in the middle where the current runs. My dad used to. He'd never let us cross the middle of a creek like this. You cross at the edges where it's frozen to the bottom. The middle's a trap. The middle's a few inches of shell over black water." Her eyes found Della's, bright and certain. "It won't hold weight. It won't hold their weight. They don't know that. They don't know anything. They just come at the worm in a straight line, the shortest line. They'll come straight across the middle." And Della understood it whole, the way she understood a code, the cold, clear plan assembling itself out of horror. The dead did not test the ice. The dead did not know the ice over moving water was a liar. The dead hunted heat in a straight line, the shortest line to the warm. And if the living put themselves on the far bank across the thin middle of the creek, the horde would come straight at them, straight across the shell, over the black moving water, in their hundreds, all their dead weight at once. "Everybody across," Della said. "Now." "At the edges." "Nadia, where are the edges? Where's it frozen solid?" "There, and there, where the banks close." "Where it's shallow, cross there, single file, fast." Nadia called it from the sled like a coxswain. Reading the ice she couldn't see by the sound of the water and the lay of the banks and a lifetime of a dead father's warnings. And the group crossed where she said, at the solid edges, fast and single file and cold, Pilar testing each step with the maul handle. And they made the far bank, all of them, the wounded and the sled and the silent ones, and they turned, and they did the thing that every instinct screamed against. They stood on the far bank in the open, and they made themselves warm, and they called the dead across. Della took off her coat again. Eli stripped down beside her and Pilar, and they rubbed their arms and breathed their fog into the cold air, and made themselves the brightest, warmest beacon they could be. 4 human furnaces blazing on the far bank, and the horde poured down the gorge wall toward them, and reached the creek, and came straight across the middle, the shortest line to the warm, hundreds of them, never testing, never knowing, all their cold dead weight crowding onto the thin shell over the black moving water at once. The ice held for the first rank, it held for the second, and then it went, the way thin ice over moving water goes, not a crack, but a collapse. A whole stretch of the creek's middle giving way at once, under a weight it was never meant to hold. And the dead went into the black water, 50 of them. 80, 100, the front of the horde dropping through the broken shell into the freezing current beneath, and the current took them, and the cold took them, and the thing that no maul and no rifle and no fire could have done to a horde that size the creek did in 30 seconds. It pulled them under the ice, into the black moving cold, and it banked them, froze them, carried them away beneath the unbroken shell downstream, and left them, dormant and drowned and frozen, dozens and dozens of them. The whole front of the horde simply gone into the black water, and the ones behind, the ones who hadn't reached the ice yet, milled at the broken edge in their hunger, unable to understand, unable to cross the open black gap their own front rank had made, cut off from the warm by the very water that had swallowed their fellows. And the few that still came, around the edges the way the living had crossed, Pilar and Eli put down at the choke points of the solid bank, 2 and 3 at a time, where the narrow, safe crossings let only a few come at once. And it was work. It was hard, brutal work, but it was survivable work. A handful at a time instead of a wall, because the creek had done the rest. Because Nadia's dead father had taught his daughter the lie of the ice, and his daughter had taught it to the living, and the dead had never learned it at all. When it was over, they stood on the far bank in the gray dusk, gasping, pulling their coats back on against the cold that had just saved them, looking at the broken black gap in the creek where 100 of the dead had gone under, and no one spoke for a while. Then Della crossed to the sled where Nadia lay spent and shaking, and she crouched down, and she said, "You're not cargo. I told you that in the last gorge. You just proved it in this one. You're a map, and you're a memory. And your father just reached out from wherever he is and killed 100 of those things to keep us alive, through you. Thank you." And Nadia Haddad, who had spent 2 days believing she was a half-dead burden, being dragged toward another graveyard, who had recorded a lie that lured survivors to their deaths and been drowning in the guilt of it, looked up at the small gray-haired woman and felt, for the first time since the world ended, like she might be worth the weight of carrying. It was the thing that would make her, in the end, the one who jury-rigged a tyrant's ship and turned his own heat against him. It started here, on a frozen creek, with a dead father's lesson and a living woman who would not let her be cargo. They found Sammy on the 6th day, and they found the foragers on the same day, and Della would never afterward be able to think of the two things separately, because they happened within an hour of each other, and between them they cracked the group along every fault line it had. The house was a good house. Della had picked it herself, on the cold logic she'd been refining for days. Set back from the road, no heat signature, dark for days, the snow on the roof undisturbed, which meant no warmth leaking up to melt it, which meant nothing warm-blooded inside. They went in careful, the way they always did now, in the cold, quiet, reading the dark. And the house was empty of the dead, and full of the things a house holds. A pantry, blankets, a chest freezer in the garage still holding its frozen food, good as a vault, because the whole world was a freezer now, and they were 3 rooms in, starting to let down, starting to think, tonight we don't freeze, when June stopped at a closed door at the end of the hall and said very quietly, "Grandma." Behind the door was a child's bedroom, and in the bedroom was a boy, maybe 7, sitting on the floor with his back against the bed, and he did not move when the door opened. And for one ice-water instant, Della thought he was banked, thought he was one of them, gone cold and dormant. And then she saw the fog of his breath, faint and quick, and saw that his eyes, huge in a gray pinched face, were tracking her, alive and aware and utterly silent. He was starving and half frozen, and he had been alone in that cold house for days, and he would not speak, and he would not let go of the action figure in his fist, and he would not. This was the thing that undid Della, the thing she understood in one glance and could not fix. He would not leave the room next door, because in the room next door, in a bed, under blankets, was a banked and frozen shape that had his mother's face. He'd kept the house cold. A 7-year-old child alone had understood, without being told, the one rule that mattered, had kept every door open to the cold, and never once turned up the heat, and never once lit a candle, because somewhere in his small destroyed mind he'd grasped that warmth would wake the thing in the next room, and he'd sat there for days in the killing cold, freezing himself half to death, guarding the line between his frozen mother and the rest of the world with his own small body and his own terrible silence. His name, they'd learn it much later when he started to talk again, when June coaxed it out of him in the spring, was Sammy. For now he was just a silent, freezing boy with a melted-faced action figure, and Della knelt in the doorway and did not reach for him and did not rush him, just knelt at his eye level in the cold and said, in the voice she'd used on frightened children for 22 years, "Hi, my name's Della. You did so good keeping it cold in here. You did exactly right. We're going to keep it cold too. Nobody's going to make it warm." And something in the boy's huge eyes flickered, because she'd named the one thing he'd been screaming silently about for days, and he let her, eventually, after a long time, pick him up. And he weighed nothing. He weighed like a bird, and he pressed his cold face into her neck and still did not make a sound. And Della Mercer, who had buried a son, stood up in that cold house holding a stranger's child and felt the last wall in her come down, and knew with absolute clarity that she would die before she let this one go cold. Eli was the one who got the boy to eat. Eli had a way with the broken ones. He sat with Sammy and made a small, careful production of opening a can of fruit cocktail, narrating it like a line cook calling a ticket. "Okay, we got peaches, we got those weird little grapes, we got one cherry, and you're getting the cherry. That's the rule. The smallest guy always gets the cherry." And the boy watched, and eventually ate. And at one point his eyes went to the scars on Eli's forearms, and Eli said, "Easy. Oven burns. I cooked for a living. Got 100 of 'em. Want to see the worst one?" And showed him, and the boy almost smiled. And that was the most hopeful thing that had happened to any of them since the world ended. And that was the moment the foragers walked in. There were 4 of them, and they came in fast and warm and armed. And the wrongness of them registered on Della, before the threat did, because they were warm. Out here on the cold heights, 8 days into the end of the world, they were warm, well-fed, thick-coated, moving with the loose energy of people who had eaten that morning and slept somewhere heated, and that was impossible. That was a thing that should not exist in the world Della had been learning, and the impossibility of it was more frightening than the rifles. "Easy," the lead one said. "Hands up, but not really. A rifle slung, but ready. A young man, maybe 25, with a sharp, watchful face and something haunted under the watchfulness. His name, they had learned, was Soren. "Easy. Nobody has to get hurt. We're just looking." His eyes went around the room, and Della understood the eyes immediately. Understood them with a nurse's instinct for triage, because they were triage eyes. They went over the group not as people, but as assets, counting, sorting, assessing. Strong ones, weak ones, the old woman, the sick, the child. They lingered, those eyes, on Sammy in Della's arms, and on Carmen, and on June, and Della felt the hair go up on her neck, because she had spent her whole life reading the difference between someone who looks at a sick person and sees a person, and someone who looks at a sick person and sees a number, and these were the second kind. Looking for what? Pilar said. She had not raised her axe. She had simply somehow moved so that she was between the foragers and the children, and her flat eyes had gone to a place Della hadn't seen before, the war place, the place that did math very fast. Anything. Soren shrugged, but his eyes stayed working. Food, fuel, people. A beat. The captain's always looking for people. Strong backs, useful hands. We've got a place, a real place. Walls, fire, food. The whole winter handled. Down in the harbor. The Cypress Arrow. She's an ore boat, big as a city block. Iced in solid. Engines still turning over for heat and power. He said it like a sales pitch. And it was a good one. It was the best one any of them had heard. Walls and fire and food and the whole winter handled. And Della watched it land on the exhausted faces of her group like warmth itself. We take people in, the right people. You all look. The eyes worked again, sorting. Like you've got some right people. And the wrong people, Della said. Soren's haunted eyes came to her and flinched, just slightly, just enough. And he didn't answer. And the not answering was the answer, and Della filed it away, cold and certain. They take the right people, which means they leave the wrong ones, which means somebody, somewhere, decides which is which. It might have ended there, a tense standoff, an exchange of nowheres, the foragers melting back into the cold, except that the dead came. They came up out of the gorge below the house, drawn by the warmth that 4 well-heated foragers had carried into a cold building like a lit match into a dark room. The foragers themselves were the beacon. They'd been warm so long they'd forgotten the discipline of cold, and their heat had been bleeding out across the hillside the whole time they stood there making their pitch. And now a dozen of the banked dead from the gorge had warmed enough to wake and climb and find the house, and the chatter rose outside. And everything happened very fast, and in the fast, Doug broke. It was not entirely his fault. That was the thing Della would make herself remember later when she wanted to hate him. It was not entirely his fault. He was a man built for a world of memos, 8 days into a world of teeth, watching the dead come up the hill, and somewhere in him a circuit simply tripped. There was a side door, a mudroom door, and 2 of the foragers had gone out it to draw the dead off. Soren had sent them, a real and decent call, 2 of his own people putting themselves between the dead and the house. And the plan was they'd loop around and come back in through the same door, and Doug was nearest the door, and Doug was supposed to hold it open for them, and Doug, watching the chatter come, watching the dead pour up out of the gorge toward the warmth of the house, panicked and slammed the door and threw the bolt and put his back against it, sobbing, while on the other side 2 living men hammered on the wood and screamed to be let in, and the dead closed on them in the cold dark. One of them made it to another window. One of them did not. His name was Han. He was one of Soren's, a forager, a stranger, a man none of them had known for more than 20 minutes. And that, Della understood, watching it happen, was exactly why it would poison everything. Because the new world ran on a single terrible currency, and the currency was, will you hold the door for me? And Doug had answered the question in front of everyone, and the answer was no. Della got the bolt back. Eli and Pilar got the surviving forager in and put down the 3 dead that came in with him. But Han was gone, taken in the snow 10 feet from a door a frightened man had locked. And when it was over, and the chatter had faded, and the house was sealed and cold again, Soren stood in the wreckage of the mudroom looking at the door, and then at Doug, who was on the floor against the wall, saying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I panicked. I'm so sorry," over and over, and Soren's haunted face did not have anger in it. It had something worse. It had recognition. "Yeah," Soren said quietly. "That's how it goes. That's exactly how it goes." He looked up at Della, at all of them, and the sales pitch was gone out of his voice, and something true had come into it. That's why people end up with the captain. Because the first time somebody locks the door on you, you decide you're never going to be the one outside it again. You'll do anything. You'll let him decide who's inside and who's outside, as long as you're inside. He picked up his rifle. He was leaving. The foragers were leaving. 2 of their 4 dead, their pitch curdled into a wake. At the door he paused, and he looked back at Della and at Sammy in her arms, and he said the thing that would echo through everything that came after. "If you come to the harbor, and you will, everybody does, in the end, when it gets cold enough, don't come warm. Don't let him see how much you've got left to lose. He uses that. He uses exactly that." And then he was gone into the cold, and the group was alone in the dark house with a locked door between them, now in every way that mattered. And Doug Friel wept against the wall, and no one went to him, and the temperature dropped. They argued for 2 days about the airport. It was on its face an insane argument. Nadia had told them the airport was a graveyard, had told them she'd recorded the lie herself. And yet they argued, because despair makes people argue with the truth, and because there was a thing Nadia hadn't been able to confirm, whether the guard's supplies were still out there. The 148th had been running an evacuation. Evacuations have stockpiles, medicine, fuel, ammunition, and Carmen had 3 vials of insulin left, and 3 vials was 3 weeks, maybe 4 if she stretched it past safety. And the only place any of them knew of that might have insulin in quantity was a military medical cache, sitting in the middle of a field of the frozen dead. "It's a stupid risk," Pilar said, flat. "We go into a graveyard for a maybe. That's how groups die. They take a stupid risk for a maybe because they're scared, and the maybe isn't there, and the graveyard is." "And if we don't," Della said, "Carmen's dead in a month. That's not a maybe. That's a certainty with a date on it." She hated that she was arguing Pilar's own brand of cold arithmetic back at her, and hated more that she was doing it because of a thing under the arithmetic, a thing she wouldn't name, which was that she could not watch one more person she loved die of a thing she might have prevented if she'd been brave enough. Theo, always Theo, under everything, the call she hadn't answered. "We go in cold and smart and fast. At night, when they're banked hardest. We get to the medical cache. We take what we can carry. We get out, 1 building, 1 night. They'll be standing on the runways," Nadia said quietly. "Hundreds of them, frozen. You'll be walking through them in the dark." "Then we walk through them in the dark," Della said. "Bank things don't wake unless they get warm. So we don't get warm. We go cold and silent right past them, like they're statues, because that's what they'll be." She looked around the dark, cold room at the exhausted faces. "I'm not ordering anybody. I don't order people. That's not... I'll go alone if I have to. But Carmen needs insulin, and the insulin's at the airport, and I am done. I am done. Watching people I can do something about die because doing something was too frightening." In the end, most of them went, because that was what the group had become, a thing that moved together or not at all. And because Carmen, who had said nothing through the whole argument, finally spoke in her teacher's voice and said, "I will go to the airport for my own medicine. I will not have you risk yourselves for me while I sit in a warm house, feeling like a burden. If we go, we all go, and I carry my own pack, or we don't go at all." And that settled it, because no one could look Carmen Okafor in the eye and tell her to stay behind. The airport was everything Nadia had promised, and worse. They came at it across the frozen flats north of the city at 3 a.m, the coldest hour, the deepest cold, and the runways under the dead moon were exactly what she'd said. A field of the standing dead, Hundreds of them, frozen mid-stride where they'd been when the cold took them, a whole army of banked corpses stretched across the open ground, rimed white with frost, utterly still. The survivors moved through them in single file, cold and silent, not running, not speaking, hardly breathing. Della had drilled it into them. No warmth, give them nothing. You are a statue walking through statues. And it was the most horrible thing any of them had ever done, threading through the frozen ranks of the dead in the dark, close enough to touch them, close enough to see the frost on their open eyes, knowing that any one of them might be marginally warmer than the rest, might be a few degrees from waking, might at any step turn its rimed head and chatter. The crossing of the runways was the most terrible thing Della had ever asked of anyone. And she had asked terrible things, and nothing she ever asked before or after matched the slow horror of walking 9 living people single file through a field of the standing, dead in the dark. She drilled them on it before they stepped out onto the open ground, in the lee of a hangar, in whispers. You are statues. You move like cold. No fast motions. Fast wakes them. No warmth. Warmth wakes them. You breathe slow and shallow, and you keep your face down so your breath fog doesn't rise where they'll feel it. You do not touch them. You do not look at their faces. You'll want to. You'll want to know if they're looking back, and looking is how the panic gets in. So you keep your eyes on the back of the person ahead of you, and you trust the person ahead of you to keep their eyes on the back of the person ahead of them, all the way up to me. If one of them stirs, not wakes, just stirs, you freeze. Completely, you become nothing. You give it no heat and no motion, and you wait, and it settles, because banked things settle if you give them nothing. We go slow, we go cold, we go quiet. And in 40 minutes, we're at the cache, and this is over. And then they walked out into the graveyard. The runways stretched away under the dead moon, flat and white and endless, and the dead stood on them in their hundreds. Frozen mid-stride, mid-reach, mid-fall, a whole army of the standing dead, rimed white with frost, exactly where the killing cold had caught them in the rout when the perimeter fell and Nadia ran. They stood like a forest. They stood like statues in a ruined garden. They stood close enough that the single-file line of the living had to thread between them, turning sideways to pass. Close enough that Della could see the frost on their open eyes and the icicles in their open mouths, and the dirty yellow that went all the sitijoa way through, close enough to touch, close enough that the warmth of 9 living bodies passing through them was a candle carried through a room full of dry tinder. Della led. She set the pace, slow as cold honey, reading the gaps, choosing the path, and behind her the line came. Eli with Sammy bound to his chest under his coat. The boy ran hot. Children always ran hot, and they'd packed snow against him to dull his heat signature, a horror of a thing to have to do to a child. Packing a 7-year-old in snow so the dead wouldn't feel him burn. Then June. Then Carmen, moving slow and careful and uncomplaining, though Della knew her strength was failing. Then the others. Then Pilar at the rear, and they threaded the frozen army in the dark, and it went on, the worst 40 minutes of all their lives. Each step a small eternity, each frozen face a small terror. The whole world narrowed to the back of the person ahead, and the next gap, and the discipline of giving the dead nothing. A thing stirred. 40 yards in, a dead woman in a flight attendant's coat, close enough that Carmen had to turn sideways to pass her. And the heat of Carmen passing, or some last ember of warmth in the failing old woman, made the dead thing's frozen jaw work. A low-grinding half-chatter, and its rimed head turned a few degrees toward the warmth, and the whole line froze. Every one of them, instantly, the drill holding 9 living people, becoming 9 more statues in the garden of the dead, giving it nothing. And Carmen, closest, in the most danger, the diabetic old school teacher whose strength was failing, stood absolutely still 6 inches from a waking dead thing and gave it nothing, not a breath, not a tremor. Her teacher's discipline holding her rigid while the thing's frozen senses groped for the warmth it had half felt, and finding nothing, no motion, no heat, slowly, settled back into its bank sleep. And the line waited, frozen, for a full 2 minutes after it settled, the way Della had taught them, before she moved again, before the candle of them resumed its terrible passage through the tinder. Sammy did not make a sound the entire crossing. The boy who'd kept his house cold for days, bound to Eli's chest, packed in snow, threaded through a field of the standing dead. He gave them nothing. The silent boy, he'd been training for this his whole short, destroyed life. And Della would think about that afterward and want to weep. That the thing that had broken Sammy had also made him able to cross the graveyard without a whimper. That there was no part of this child's suffering that the world hadn't immediately demanded he put to use. They made it to the cache. It was real. A hardened field medical container the guard had left behind in the route. And it held, among the wreckage of a hope, a foam-packed case of insulin and a duffel of trauma supplies and 3 magazines of rifle ammunition and, miraculously, a sled-load of ration packs, enough to keep them alive for weeks, enough to make the graveyard worth it. Della felt the relief of it like warmth, like the first warmth in days, and that, she understood far too late, was the mistake. Because relief makes you warm, joy makes you warm. The body floods with heat at the exact moment the mind lets go. And as the group huddled in the lee of the cache, passing the precious case hand to hand, 11 warm, grateful bodies clustered together in the dark. The temperature of them rose, and the runways began, one by one, very slowly, to chatter. And that was when the man with the fever found them. He was a survivor. A real, living survivor, a lone man who'd been hiding in the terminal for days, drawn out by the warmth and movement of the group, and he stumbled toward them out of the dark calling for help. And he was bitten. They could all see it, the fever flush, the wrong brightness in his eyes, the way the heat came off him in the cold air like off a stove. He'd been bitten hours ago, neck and shoulder, kept alive only by the deep cold of the terminal slowing the turn. And he had maybe an hour left as a man, and he knew it. And he begged anyway. "Please," he said, "please, I don't want to be alone. I don't want to turn out here alone in the dark. Please, just let me come. Let me be with people. I won't. I know what I am, I know. Just don't make me be alone." "No." Pilar's voice, flat, immediate, the gun already up. "I'm sorry. The answer's no. You're turning. You come near us. You turn in the middle of us in the dark with the kid right there. The answer's no." And she was right. Della knew she was right, knew it with the same cold certainty she'd known about Rourke, and Della overruled her anyway. She would spend the rest of her life knowing she did it for the wrong reason, not for the man, for Theo, for the 11 seconds of breathing on a phone, for every dying person she'd ever turned away from in 22 years of triage, every necessary abandonment, every "I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do." It all came up in her at once, looking at a frightened, dying man who only wanted not to be alone. And she heard herself say, "We don't leave him alone to turn. We keep him cold. We keep him at distance. We give him the time he's got. We don't leave people alone in the dark. Not anymore. Not us." It was the most human thing she had ever done, and it killed one of them. Because you cannot keep a turning man cold enough, not while moving, not while running from a waking graveyard, and the cold that slowed him was not enough. And somewhere in the chaos of the retreat across the frozen flats, with the dead waking behind them, the man's hour ran out, and he turned, fast, warm, fevered, in the middle of them, in the dark, exactly as Pilar had said he would. And before anyone could react, he had one of the quiet ones, another of the strangers Della had never quite learned, a woman named Lacey, by the throat, and it was done in seconds, and then Pilar put them both down, the turned man and the dying woman, 2 shots, flat and final, and looked at Della across the bodies with no anger in her face, which was worse than anger, which was the look of someone who had told you the truth and watched you choose otherwise, and watched the cost come due on someone who didn't get a vote. They ran. They got out, most of them, with the insulin and the rations and one fewer person and a thing broken between Della and Pilar that would take a long time to mend. And as they ran across the flats in the graying dawn, the runways waking behind them into a chattering tide, Della understood the lesson of the airport. And it was the cruelest one yet, because it was the opposite of the lesson she'd wanted to learn. She'd wanted to learn that love saves people, that answering the call, refusing to leave anyone alone in the dark, was the thing that would redeem her. And instead the airport taught her that love, untempered, Love without the cold, hard math to govern it. Gets people killed just as dead as locking the door. That there was no clean answer. That Pilar's coldness and Doug's panic and Della's mercy were all, in the end, just different ways of deciding who lived and who died. And that pretending otherwise was a luxury the warm world had afforded, and the cold one would not. She would have to learn to hold both, the mercy and the math. She did not know yet how. She was not sure it could be done, but somewhere in the running dawn she made herself a cold promise, the way she'd once made a list in a basement. The next time, I decide with my eyes open, not for Theo, not to save my own soul, for the person in front of me and the people behind me both, with the math and the mercy held in the same hand, even if it tears me in half. She did not know it yet, but the next time was coming, and it had a name. And the name was Hollis Vane. The voice on the radio found them that night, and it was the man Nadia had heard. They'd holed up in a snowbound forestry building, a DNR ranger station on the edge of the airport flats, cold and dark and defensible. Picked on Della's now reflexive logic, and Nadia was working Walt's old marine radio by feel in the dark, scanning the bands the way she'd done for a living, looking for any human voice in the static when she found him. Calm, patient, unhurried. A man's voice, repeating on a loop but not a recording. You could tell, Della could tell. The same way she'd told that the airport broadcast was, and all, this was a live man, speaking, pausing, breathing, saying the same words over and over because he believed them. If you can hear this, there's warmth in the harbor. There's fire and food and walls in the harbor, and we will take you in if you can work. If you're strong, if you understand that the winter is long and the warm is precious, and we keep our own warm. Come to the water, come to the Cypress Arrow. This is Hollis Vane, and we are still here, and we are keeping the lights on. Come to the water. They listened to it 3 times in the cold dark. It was everything the airport's recording had pretended to be, and wasn't. A real voice, a real place, a real fire. A man who was still there, keeping the lights on. After a week of the cold and the dead and the graveyard and the locked door and the long dying, it sounded like rescue. It sounded like the end of the running. It landed on the exhausted group like the first warmth of a fire after frostbite. And Della watched it land, and watched the hope come up in the faces she loved, and felt it come up in herself too, the terrible warm hope. And she made herself remember Soren's haunted eyes in the firelight. Don't come warm. Don't let him see how much you've got left to lose. He uses exactly that. We can't, she started to say. We don't know what that place... And that was when Eli made a small sound. He was sitting against the far wall with Sammy asleep against him, the boy who would not let anyone but Della and Eli near him. And in the dim light from the banked lantern, Della saw that Eli had his sleeve pushed up and was looking at his own forearm with a strange, still faraway expression, and she crossed the room before she knew she was moving, because she knew that expression. She'd seen it on Rourke. She'd seen it on a dozen faces. It was the expression of a person looking at the wound that was going to kill them. Eli. Her voice came out wrong. Eli, let me see it. Let me see it. He'd been bitten at the airport. She understood it all at once. The chaos of the retreat. The turned man, the grab for the throat, and Eli, who had a way with the broken ones. Eli, who'd been carrying Sammy. Eli, who'd put his own arm up between the teeth and the child without a word to anyone, taken the bite meant for a 7-year-old boy, and said nothing for the whole day's run, because he didn't want to be the problem, because he didn't want to be Rourke, because there was a child asleep against him who would not survive losing one more person, and Eli had decided to give the boy one more day before he became the thing they'd have to do the hard math about. She got his sleeve up. The bite was there on the meat of his forearm, the marks deep and clear. And it was wrong. It was wrong in a way she had never seen, in a way that made no sense, in a way her 22 years had no category for. The wound was not the angry crawling red of infection, not the wrong colors of the turn. It was healing. The edges were knitting. The flush was the ordinary flush of a healthy body fighting an ordinary wound. There was no fever. She put her hand to his forehead, to his throat, to the bite itself, and there was no fever. there was only Eli, warm with the ordinary warmth of the living, his eyes clear and brown and frightened and entirely, impossibly human. "It's not turning," she said. She heard her own voice from very far away. "Eli, it bit you." "When? At the airport? 12 hours? More?" She was already doing the math, the 4-minute math, the 6 to 30-hour math, all of it, and none of it worked, none of it fit. Because by every rule she had learned in blood and death over the last 8 days, Eli Brandt should have been gray and chattering hours ago. And instead he was sitting in the cold with a sleeping child against his chest, healing. "It's not. Eli, it's not turning. You're not turning." "I know," he said quietly. He'd had the whole day to understand it, the whole long run, watching for the fever that didn't come, feeling the wound that didn't crawl. And he looked at her now with an expression she couldn't read, something that had fear in it, but also something heavier than fear, something that already understood more than she did. "I figured it out a few hours ago. I'm not turning, Della. I got bit, and I'm not turning." He looked down at the boy asleep against him, the boy whose life he'd taken the bite to save, and then back up at her, and the heavy thing in his face resolved, and she realized what it was. It was not relief. It was the opposite of relief. It was a man understanding that he had just become the most useful and most expendable person in a world that ran on warmth and teeth. "I'm one of the ones it can't take," Eli said. "Immune, whatever that means, however many of us there are." His jaw tightened. "And I've been sitting here all day doing the same math you're doing right now, and we both know what it means. So let's just say it, okay? Because it's going to matter, and pretending it won't doesn't help anybody." He held her eyes. "It means I'm the one person in this whole frozen world who can walk through them, get bit, get torn, and not turn. It means when it gets bad, and it's going to get bad, we both know it's going to get bad. There's a man on that radio talking about keeping his own warm like it's a threat, and we're going to end up at that harbor because we've got nowhere else to go. It means when it gets bad, I'm the one who can do the thing nobody else can do." The fire in the lantern had banked down to almost nothing. Across the dark room the others slept, not knowing yet, getting one more night before the world changed shape again. Sammy stirred against Eli's chest and settled. Outside, faint and patient and endless, the dead chattered in the cold. Della Mercer knelt in the dark beside the one man in the world the dead could not kill, and understood, with the perfect clarity that the cold gives to everything, that she had spent the last 8 days learning at terrible cost how to let people in, how to love June, how to carry Sammy, how to answer the call she'd spent 3 years refusing, and that the universe, which was cruel in ways that rhymed, had answered her hard-won open heart by handing her a man who could not be killed by the dead, in a world that was going to demand, sooner or later, that someone walk into the dead and not come back. She had spent her whole life learning the precise weight of the people she couldn't save. She had never once prepared for the one she couldn't lose by any means, except the one that would matter most. "Okay," she said finally, into the dark, because her voice would not do anything else, because okay was the only word she had that meant, "I have heard the worst thing, and I am still here, and I am not going to look away from it. Okay, we don't tell the others tonight. Let them sleep. Let Sammy sleep." She put her hand over the healing bite on his arm, over the impossible, intact warmth of him. "But Eli—" "Look at me. Whatever it is you think you're going to do, whatever brave, terrible thing you're already planning behind that face, we decide it together, with the math and the mercy in the same hand. You don't get to be Walt. You don't get to be Rourke. You don't get to slip off and be the hero and leave the rest of us to live with it. You hear me?" "Yeah," Eli said and smiled, the gentle line cook smile, the one that had gotten a starving child to eat a cherry. And it was the saddest thing she had ever seen, because they both knew it was a lie, and they both let him tell it. "Yeah, together. I hear you." Outside, the cold deepened toward a record that would stand for 50 years, and far off to the south, down where the great lake breathed its steam fog over a frozen harbor, a man named Hollis Vane kept the lights on, and kept his own warm, and waited, patient as winter, for the cold to do what the cold always did, to drive every living thing on earth, in the end, toward the warmth and the teeth and him. The blizzard came on the 10th day out of the city, and it buried the world. Della had known it was coming. Walt's radio, when Nadia could coax a signal out of it, carried the marine forecasts, the automated ones still grinding out their warnings to ships that would never sail again. And for 2 days the same flat synthetic voice had said the same flat synthetic thing. Gale warning. Heavy lake effect snow. Accumulations of 1 to 3 feet. Winds northeast 40 knots. Wind chill 30 below. They'd hold up ahead of it the way you hole up ahead of a thing you can't fight. In a cluster of cabins on the cold edge of a frozen lake north of the airport. And they'd packed in tight and rationed the heat down to the bone and waited. And then the storm had come across 200 miles of open water and arrived with everything it had. And the world went white. And the world stayed white. And the white did not stop. For 4 days they could not move. For 4 days the cabin was the entire universe. 10 people and a girl and a silent boy pressed into 2 rooms while the storm screamed against the walls and the snow climbed the windows. From the outside until the daylight that came through was the dim blue of being underwater, of being buried, which they were. For 4 days Della watched the fuel gauge of their survival drop. The chemical heat packs, the camp stove fuel, the precious little warmth they dared to spend, all of it draining toward a bottom she could see coming. And she did the thing she did under pressure, the thing 22 years had wired into her, the thing that had kept 11 people alive out of a burning city. She got colder, not her body. Her body she kept as warm as she dared, because she was no use to anyone frozen. Herself. She pulled in. She went flat and functional and decided everything and consulted no one, the way she had in the first hours in the ICU. Because the situation was a code now, a long, slow code with all their lives on the table. And you do not run a code by committee. You run it with one clear, cold voice giving orders, and Della Mercer knew how to be that voice. She rationed the food past the point anyone was comfortable with. She set the watches without asking. When Eli tried to talk to her, quietly, kindly, in the dark, "Della, you don't have to carry all of it. Let us in. Let me help you carry it." She shut him down flat, because letting him in meant feeling it, and feeling it meant the warmth came up, and she could not afford the warmth, not now. Not with the fuel dropping, and the storm screaming, and everyone she loved packed into 2 rooms depending on her to be the ice that didn't crack. She did not see what she was doing. That was the terrible thing, the thing she would understand only at the very bottom. She thought she was protecting them. She was doing the exact thing she'd done the night Theo died, pouring all of herself into the patient in front of her, the immediate crisis, the manageable emergency, so that she would not have to feel the unmanageable thing, the people she loved, the calls she couldn't answer, the losses she couldn't prevent. She had walked up a frozen hill and torn down every wall in herself to let June and Sammy and Eli in, and now, under the pressure of the storm, she was building the walls back up brick by brick and calling it leadership, and she could not see it. And the people who loved her could see nothing else. "You're doing it again," June said on the 3rd night of the storm. Quiet. Her father's voice. The 2 of them at the cold window, watching the snow climb. "The thing you do, where you go away, but you're still standing right there." June didn't look at her. June never looked at you when she said the true things. She'd learned that from Della, which was the whole tragedy of it. "You did it for 3 years after Dad. You're doing it now. You think we can't tell. We can always tell. I'm keeping us alive, June." "Yeah," June said. "That's the part nobody can argue with. That's how you get away with it." And she pulled her red hat down and went to sit with Sammy, and left Della alone at the window with the storm. And Della told herself the girl was scared and tired and didn't understand the weight of command, and did not let herself know that the girl understood it perfectly, understood it better than anyone, because the girl had spent her whole life being kept alive by a woman who would not let herself be loved. On the 2nd night of the storm, the cabin's own warmth woke something that had been sleeping under the snow, and it got in. And Della learned that there was no place in the whole world so buried and so cold that the warmth of the living couldn't betray them. They should have known it was there. That was the thing that haunted her afterward. They should have known, because the rule was the rule. And the rule said that anywhere the living banked their heat, the dead would gather. And they'd been pouring their small, careful warmth into that cabin for 2 days, while the snow climbed the walls and sealed them in. Somewhere out in the drifts around the cabin, buried, banked, Frozen since the first chaos, a dead thing had lain dormant, and the heat of 10 living bodies and a bank stove, leaking slowly out through the cabin's old log walls into the snow, had reached it, degree by degree, hour by hour, and warmed it and woken it, and it had clawed its slow way up through 8 feet of drift toward the warmth, and found the one place the warmth leaked strongest, which was the stovepipe where it came through the roof, and from there the eave, and from there a gap where the storm had torn the soffit loose. And it came into the cabin's attic crawl space in the black middle of the second night, while the storm screamed, and everyone who wasn't on watch slept the thin cold sleep of the buried. It was Sammy who heard it. Of course it was Sammy, the silent boy who had spent days in a cold house listening to the banked shape of his mother in the next room, who had learned to hear the dead the way other children learn to hear their parents' footsteps, whose whole survival had been an education in the small sounds the warmth wakes. He didn't cry out. He couldn't. He had no words yet. And even if he'd had them, the boy had learned long ago that crying out was how the warm gave itself away. He simply reached over in the dark and took Della's hand where she lay half sleeping beside him, and squeezed it hard. And when she came awake instantly, the way she'd taught herself to, he was staring up at the dark ceiling, at the crawl-space hatch, and his small body was rigid, and Della listened and heard it, the chatter, overhead in the attic, faint and dry and patient, the teeth, 6 feet above 10 sleeping people in a sealed cabin in the heart of a storm, with no cold to retreat into and nowhere left to run. She woke Pilar with a hand over her mouth, the signal they'd worked out, and Pilar came awake without a sound, and the two of them lay in the dark and listened to the thing move in the crawl space, tracking the warmth, finding the hatch, the access panel in the ceiling, a square of plywood, the only thing between the attic and the room full of warm, sleeping bodies. And they heard the plywood shift as the dead thing's weight came onto it, drawn down toward the strongest warmth, the cluster of the living below. If it comes through there, Pilar breathed, almost soundless, it comes down into the middle of all of us, in the dark, warm and close. And somebody gets bit before I can find it. We can't have it come through there. Then it doesn't come through there, Della breathed back, and the cold, clear plan was already assembling itself, terrible and simple. It hunts the warm, so we move the warm. We take the heat to the far corner, the stove's banked, we crack it, we throw heat into the far corner away from the kids, and it follows the heat across the crawl space to the far hatch. There's a second hatch, the one over the mudroom, and it comes down there, away from everyone, into a space we've cleared where you're waiting. She was already moving, easing up off the floor, her hand trailing across Sammy's chest. Stay still, stay cold, good boy. We make ourselves bait, Pilar. We pull it where we want it. Same as everything, same as always. They did it in the dark, in total silence, while the storm covered the small sounds, woke June with the signal and got her moving the children to the far cold corner away from the mudroom, got the others awake one at a time with hands over mouths, and then Della did the thing that turned her own body into a lure. She went to the bank stove and she cracked the damper, just a little, and fed it a single split of wood, and let a small bloom of heat rise up toward the mudroom hatch. And then she stood beneath that hatch, in the cleared space, the warmest thing in the room, breathing her fog up into the dark, calling the dead down to her the way she'd called them in a school hallway a lifetime ago. And overhead, the chatter shifted, and the weight in the crawl space moved away from the children, toward the heat, toward the second hatch, toward Della. And Pilar set herself beside the hatch with the axe, and they waited, 2 women in the dark beneath a thing that wanted to eat them, while the storm howled and the children huddled cold and silent in the far corner, and the whole buried world held its breath. The hatch came open. The dead thing dropped through, down out of the black crawl space, warm drawn and reaching, straight for Della's heat. And Pilar took it in the air, one clean committed stroke as it fell, the axe through the back of its skull before its feet touched the floor, and it dropped chattering into silence at Della's feet. And it was done, and the only sound left was the storm and the children's held breath, slowly letting go in the dark. They dragged it out into the mudroom and out the door into the storm, into the cold that would keep it from any further waking. And they sealed the hatches, both of them, nailed the plywood down, hard. And they spent what was left of the night moving the sleeping arrangements so that no one slept under a crawl-space hatch again. And in the gray underwater dawn, Della sat with Sammy in the cold corner where the children had hidden, and she did not have the words for what she needed to say to him, so she said the true thing, simply, "You heard it, before anyone. You squeezed my hand instead of crying out, because you knew crying out gives the warm away. You saved everyone in this cabin tonight, Sammy, with a squeeze of your hand, and everything you learned in the worst place a kid ever had to learn it." And the boy looked at her with his huge eyes, and he didn't smile, not quite, but he leaned his small, cold weight into her side and stayed there. And Della understood that the thing that had been done to this child, the days alone in the cold guarding his frozen mother, had also, terribly, made him the most attuned survivor among them, that his trauma was also his gift, and that the only thing she could do with that unbearable fact was hold him and keep him, and make sure that what he'd learned in the cold was never again the only thing he had. It was a small victory, the kind the storm allowed. They'd been hunted in their sleep in a buried cabin, and they'd turned the hunt around and lost no one. And for a few cold hours, in the gray dawn after, Della let herself believe that competence would be enough, that if they were only careful enough and cold enough and clever enough, they could thread the whole winter the way they'd threaded that night. And then the insulin froze. It was nobody's fault, which was the worst kind of death, the kind the New World specialized in. Insulin cannot freeze. Della knew that. Every nurse knows that. Insulin that freezes is insulin that's ruined, the long, delicate protein chains of it shattered by the ice crystals into uselessness. And they had been so careful. They'd carried the airport cache, packed in the exact narrow band of coal that kept it good, not warm enough to spoil, not cold enough to freeze. A thread of temperature as thin as the thread of survival, they walked on the ridge. But the blizzard had pushed the cold past anything they'd planned for. 30 below, then 40. A cold that reached into the cabin and into the insulated case and into the foam packing and found the little glass vials and turned them. Overnight, while everyone slept, into clouded, useless ruin. Carmen found it herself in the gray underwater dawn of the fourth storm day. Della woke to the sound of the old school teacher very quietly saying a word in a language Della didn't know, over and over, and crossed the cold room to find Carmen holding a vial up to the dim blue light, turning it, watching the clouded crystals drift inside the glass where there should have been only clarity. And the look on Carmen's face was not fear. It was recognition. It was a woman who had managed a disease for 40 years, looking at the precise mechanism of her own death and recognizing it like an old acquaintance. "Ah," Carmen said softly. "There it is." She lowered the vial. "Well, I always wondered how it would finally get me. I never thought it would be the cold doing my own medicine in." A small, dry, astonishing laugh. All those years I was so careful. And it turns out the cold was patient. The cold is always patient. Isn't that the whole lesson of this place? Della took the case. Every vial. All of them, the 3 from before and the cache from the airport. The medicine they'd walked through a graveyard for. The medicine a woman had been killed for at the airport when Della overruled Pilar. All of it, clouded, shattered, useless. Della held the case in her hands in the blue dark and felt the bottom of the world open up underneath her, because there was nothing in it. There was no version of the next hours that she could chart her way out of, and she had spent her whole life charting her way out, and there was simply no chart for this. "There's another cache," she heard herself say. "There has to be. Pharmacies. There are pharmacies. There's a Walgreens in—" Della. Carmen took her hands, the clouded case between them. The old teacher's hands were warm and dry and certain. "Look at me. There is a 40-knot gale outside that has not stopped in 4 days. There is no pharmacy you can reach. There is no cache you can walk to. There is no chart, my friend, and I can see you looking for one, and I am asking you, as the one person in this room who has the right to ask you, to stop looking for one." Her dark eyes were steady. "I have perhaps 2 days, maybe 3, and I would like to spend them as Carmen, awake and myself and useful, and not as a problem you are killing yourself trying to solve. Will you let me have that? Will you let me have my own death, instead of taking it from me to feel better about your own?" It was the cruelest, kindest thing anyone had ever said to Della Mercer, and it was true, and she knew it was true, and she could not bear it. Because Carmen had named the thing, instead of taking it from me to feel better about your own, had seen all the way down into the engine of Della's grief that her frantic competence was never only about the patient, that it was always underneath about Theo, about the unbearable feeling of not being able to fix the thing, about doing something, anything, so as not to have to simply sit with the dying and feel the helplessness that had broken her 3 years ago and was waiting, patient as the cold, to break her again. Carmen Okafor died on the 18th day, 2 days after the storm finally broke, and she died exactly as she'd asked to, awake herself. Useful, in no real pain because Della had the morphine and gave it freely at the end. Diabetic ketoacidosis is not a violent death. The body simply runs out of the ability to use its own fuel, and the blood turns acid, and the breathing goes deep and slow and labored. Small breathing, Della's mind supplied, uselessly, the clinical name for the sound of a friend dying. And the mind clouds gently toward the end, like the insulin in the vials, like everything in this place clouding toward white. She spent her last clear hours teaching Sammy his letters. She'd been doing it for days, the silent boy and the old teacher, in the corner of the cabin. Carmen tracing letters in a tray of spilled flour, A, B, C, and the boy watching with his huge eyes, never speaking, but his small finger had begun, in the last few days, to trace them back. And in her last clear hour, with her breathing gone deep and slow, and the acid rising in her, Carmen sat with Sammy in the flour and traced the letters of his own name. S-A-M, the boy's name, the name he'd whispered to her once and her alone, the only word he'd said since they found him. And the boy traced them back. S-A-M, his own name in the flour, and Carmen smiled and said, "There, now you can write yourself down. Now you exist on paper, and that means you're real, and real things last." And then the clouding took her gently, and an hour later she was gone, and Della closed her eyes and counted 4 minutes with her fingers on the cooling wrist. And Pilar did the necessary thing this time, quietly, so that Della would not have to, and they wrapped Carmen Okafor in a blanket and could not bury her because the ground was iron, and Pilar said her name once, out loud, and Sammy in the corner traced S-A-M in the flour over and over, the only prayer he had. That night June broke. It started small, the way the worst things start. Sammy would not eat. The boy had attached to Carmen in his silent way, and now Carmen was a blanket-wrapped shape by the door, and he would not eat. And June was trying to get him too, doing the Eli thing, the small careful production with the food, and it wasn't working. And June was tired and grieving and 16 and at the absolute end of herself, and Della came over to help and did the thing she did. The cold competent thing took over. "Here, let me, you're doing it wrong. He needs—" And June stood up so fast she knocked the can over. "Don't." Her voice shook. "Don't you dare come take this from me too." The cabin went silent. Everyone there, in the small space, the storm-broken light, the grief still wet in the room. "June? No, you don't get to. You don't get to fix it. You don't get to come in with your charge nurse voice and your 'here, let me,' and take the one thing I'm—" Her face was wet now, furious, 16 years of it coming up all at once. "Carmen died, Grandma. Carmen died, and you sat there and did your thing, your nurse thing, your face like ice, like it was a procedure, like she was a patient, and not— She taught Sammy his name. And you just—" June's voice cracked all the way through. "And now you're going to do it to me. You're going to do it to Sammy. You're going to keep us alive, and keep us fed, and keep us at arm's length, and never once let yourself—" "I am keeping you alive," Della said, and her own voice was not flat now. It was rising, the ice cracking. "I am keeping you alive, June. Do you understand what that costs? Do you have any idea what it costs to be the one who— I'd rather you loved me than kept me alive." It came out of June in a scream. The truest thing, the thing under everything. and it stopped the world. "I'd rather you loved me than kept me alive," June said again, broken, quieter, the words tumbling now. 3 years of them. "Don't you get it? That's what you've never gotten. You think keeping me alive is the same as loving me. You think if you feed me and you keep me warm and you walk up a frozen hill to get me, that you've done it. You've checked the box. You've been the grandmother. But you go away, Grandma. You're standing right here, and you go away. You've been going away my whole life. You went away when Dad died, and you never—" The tears came too hard to talk through for a moment, and then, "You think if you don't let yourself love me, it won't hurt so bad when I die. Because you think I'm going to die. You think everybody's going to die. So you're pre-grieving me. You've been pre-grieving me for 3 years. You're mourning me while I'm standing right here, alive, right in front of you. And I am so tired, Grandma, of being mourned by somebody who won't love me." She wiped her face with the heel of her hand, the exact gesture Della used, the gesture she'd learned from watching. And that was the thing that broke Della's heart clean in two, the inherited gesture. The girl who had learned to grieve from a master. "I'm not dead yet. I'm right here. I'm not dead yet, and you're just not here." And Della Mercer, who had no chart for this either, who had spent 22 years being the calm, cold voice in every crisis, and 3 years being a wall, and 10 days slowly, painfully learning to be a person again, only to build the wall back up under the first real pressure. Della did the thing she had never once done in the ICU or anywhere else. She walked out. She told herself, even as she did it, that she was protecting June from the thing rising in her, the enormous, unmanageable feeling, the grief and the rage and the unbearable accuracy of every word the girl had said. She told herself she needed air. She told herself 100 things, all of them lies, the way she'd told herself she'd call Theo back at the end of shift. And she pulled on her coat and she went out into the cold, into the broken edge of the storm, the wind still high and the snow still blowing. And she walked away from the cabin, away from the warmth, away from the girl who had asked the only thing of her that mattered, and the one thing she did not know how to give. And she kept walking, into the white, into the cold, until the cabin was gone behind her, and there was nothing in the world but the storm and the snow and the dark coming down. She did not consciously decide to die. It was nothing so clear as that. It was only that the cold was there, patient as it always was, and the cold was easy. And the cold did not ask anything of her, did not need her to love it or keep it alive or answer its calls. The cold just wanted her to sit down, just for a minute, just to rest, the way it had wanted Oji to sit down in the lee of the wall. And Della, who was so tired, who was tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep, sat down in the snow. The cold came into her like a hand. She knew the stages of it because she'd watched Oji go through them. The shivering, then the strange warmth as the body gave up, then the peace. She was at the strange warmth now, the cruel comfort of it, the lie the cold tells at the end. And she leaned back against a drift and looked up into the falling snow and thought, with great calm, this is how Oji felt. This is how it goes. It doesn't hurt. June was right. I was always going to do this. I've been doing this for 3 years. I just finally found a cold deep enough, and then, out of the snow, 6 feet away, something chattered. It had been a man. It was banked, half buried, frozen into the drift where it had fallen weeks ago. But Della's body, even sitting down to die, even at the strange warmth of the end, was still a body, still a furnace, still leaking the last of its heat into the cold air. And the banked thing 6 feet away had warmed, just slightly, just enough, and its frozen jaw had begun very slowly to work. Clack, 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 clack. The chatter, the teeth, the cold sound she would hear in her sleep for the rest of her life. And Della Mercer, sitting in the snow at the edge of death, heard it, and heard in the slow, broken rhythm of it, in the gaps and the catches of the frozen jaw trying to clack something else. She heard breathing. She heard 11 seconds of someone breathing into a phone, deciding whether to speak. The voicemail she had played 10,000 times in 3 years. Theo on the last night of his life. Breathing, deciding, Grandma, maybe. Or maybe nothing, and then the click. The chatter and the breathing layered over each other in her freezing mind until she could not tell them apart. Until the dead man's teeth were her son's last breath. Until the cold and the grief and the dying all resolved into the single sound she had been running from for 3 years. The call, she thought, with the strange clarity of the cold. He's calling. He's been calling the whole time. I never answered. I'm still not answering. I'm sitting here in the snow not answering. And June is back there, alive, right now, calling. And I walked out. I walked out of the room while she was calling. I'm doing it again. I'm doing it right now. I am doing the exact thing. Della! The voice was real. The voice was not in her head. The voice came out of the storm, and it was Eli, and he was wading toward her through the drifts, hatless, his coat half open. And behind him in the white, between him and her, were 2 more of the banked dead, woken by the heat of him, reaching. And Eli walked straight past them, straight through them. The immune man, the one the dead could not have, the one person in the whole frozen world who could cross the dead and not be taken. He let them claw at him, let their frozen hands rake his arms, and did not turn, did not stop. Came straight on through the things that would have killed any of the others, and reached her and dropped to his knees in the snow, and took her cold face in his 2 warm, scarred hands. There you are, he said. His voice was shaking, and not from the cold. There you are. You picked a hell of a place to go cold. You know that? You couldn't have done this somewhere with a view? And he was crying, the gentle line cook, crying and trying to make her laugh at the same time, the way he made everyone laugh at the worst moment so they'd remember to breathe. Come on, Della, up. We're not doing this. You don't get to do this. I walked out, Della said. Her lips barely worked. She was calling and I walked out. Eli, I always walk out. I'm the woman who walks out. I'm the woman who lets it go to voicemail. I don't know how to be the other thing. I don't know how to stay. I never learned. And she deserves somebody who... Stop! Eli's hands tightened on her face. Just stop. Listen to me, because I'm only going to say it once, and then I'm going to drag you out of this snow whether you've heard it or not. The dead chattered. Behind him in the white. He didn't look at them. He only looked at her. You think you're the woman who walks out. You've built your whole self around being the woman who walks out so that you never have to risk being anything else. But, Della, I came out into a blizzard to find you. Pilar's holding the door. June's got Sammy. Nadia's on the radio in case you'd gone far enough to need a search. That's a group that loves you. That's a room full of people who, the second you walked out, started figuring out how to bring you back. You didn't build that. The woman who walks out doesn't build that. You built it without even noticing, because under the wall, under the ice, under the woman who walks out, there's the woman who walked up a frozen hill in a scrub top to answer a call she'd already missed by 5 hours. He pressed his forehead. To hers, cold to cold, warm under the cold. You're not the woman who walks out. You're the woman who walks toward. You always were. The walking out was just fear, and you don't get to let the fear win out here in the snow, because there's a 16-year-old back there who screamed the truest thing anybody said to you in 3 years. And she didn't scream it to push you away. She screamed it because she's still hoping you'll come back. That's not pre-grief, Della. That's a call. Answer it. Della looked at him, the immune man, the one she could not lose by any means except the one that would matter most, kneeling in the snow with the dead clawing his back. And she felt the cold's lie loosen its hold on her, felt the strange warmth recede and the real cold come back. The honest cold, the cold that meant she was still alive, still a furnace, still leaking heat into a world that needed her to keep burning. Okay, she said. The word came out cracked and small, and it was the truest thing she had ever said. Okay, help me up. He helped her up. He put down the 2 dead things that had followed him with the maul he'd carried out into the storm. Methodical, no drama. The line cook clearing his station. And then he half carried her back through the white, back toward the cabin, back toward the banked warmth and the people who loved her. And Della Mercer went back into the room she had walked out of and crossed it, and knelt down in front of her granddaughter, who was holding the silent boy, and would not look at her. And Della said, June, look at me. And June looked at her. And Della said, You're right about all of it. You've been right for 3 years, and I couldn't. I was so scared of losing you that I lost you on purpose. A little every day, to get it over with. And that's not love, baby. That's just a slower way of leaving. And I'm done. I'm done leaving. I'm here." Her voice broke and she let it. "I'm not pre-grieving you. You're not dead. You're right here. You're alive. You're the best thing your father ever did, and the best thing I've got left. And I love you. I love you. I should have been saying it every day of your life, and I wasn't. And I'm saying it now, and I'm going to keep saying it. And I am here." And June Mercer, 16 years old, who had spent her whole life being kept alive by a woman who could not say it, fell into her grandmother's arms and held on and sobbed. And Sammy, between them, traced SAM in the air with one small finger, and Eli stood by the door with the storm at his back and the dead's frozen blood on his coat. Watching the family he'd walked into a blizzard to keep whole, and Pilar, holding the door, looked at Della holding her granddaughter, and something in her hard, flat face eased, just slightly, just enough. Because Pilar Reyes had been carrying the whole group's coldness by herself for 16 days. And now, finally, the nurse was carrying her own warmth, and that meant Pilar could put a little of hers down. The wall was gone. This time it stayed gone. That was the thing Della understood, holding June in the broken light. The wall was gone for good now, knocked flat at the absolute bottom of the cold, and she would never get it back. And she did not want it back, and she was going to have to walk the rest of the way through this frozen world with her heart wide open to every loss it could deal her. And that was the price, and she was finally, after 3 years, willing to pay it. She did not know how soon the bill would come due. None of them did. But Aaron knew the storm was breaking, and Aaron knew what came after the storm. And Aaron, off his medication in the one apocalypse that had no medicine for him, was about to do a brave, brilliant, catastrophic thing. Aaron built the fire on the 22nd day. He'd been getting worse. They'd all seen it. The not sleeping, the talking faster, the patterns coming thicker, until he could barely get them out. The manic certainty rising in him like floodwater. Without the lithium that had kept his mind's terrible engine in its housing, Aaron Voss was accelerating. And the apocalypse, which demanded so much of everyone, demanded of Aaron the one thing he could not give, which was rest. And on the 22nd day, sleepless for the 4th night running, lit up with a conviction that no one could talk him down from, Aaron became certain that rescue was coming and that the way to bring it was a signal fire. He'd worked it out, he explained, fast and bright and unstoppable, while the others tried to follow and tried to redirect and slowly began to understand. They could not. There were other survivors, the harbor, Vane, the voice on the radio. There were patterns in the radio traffic. He'd been tracking them. There were more voices now, fainter ones, other groups, the living finding each other across the bands. And if the living were out there, then a fire, a big fire, on the high ground, where it could be seen for miles, would call them, would bring help, would end the running. He had it all worked out, every piece of it, and every piece was almost right, which was the horror of Aaron, that he was never simply wrong, that his broken, brilliant mind always grasped some true thing and then followed it off a cliff. Because he was right, that the fire would call something across the miles. He was only wrong about what. They tried to stop him. Della tried in the calm voice, and Pilar tried in the hard voice, and Eli tried in the kind voice, and none of it reached him, because Aaron in full flight was past reaching. And when they tried to physically stop him, he became frightened and frantic, and Della had to call them off, because you cannot wrestle a terrified manic man to the ground without hurting him, and she would not hurt him. He was hers. He was one of hers. And so they did the only thing left, which was damage control. They let him build his fire on the ridge above the cabins, and they packed everything they could not afford to lose, and they got the children cold and ready to run, and they waited in the dark for the thing the fire would bring, hoping against everything they'd learned that this one time, the warmth would bring rescue and not teeth. The warmth brought teeth. It came across the frozen lake in the dark, drawn from miles in every direction by the one bright, warm thing in a dead-cold world. Exactly as the hospital fire had drawn the city's dead, exactly as everything warm drew them. A horde, not the largest they'd see, but large enough. Hundreds, flowing up out of the frozen dark toward Aaron's beautiful, terrible fire. And the chatter rose around the cabins like a tide coming in, and there was no time left to do anything but the thing they'd trained for. The thing Walt had died teaching them, and Carmen had died believing in, and June had screamed Della back to life to be capable of. They fought as one. That was the thing. That was the thing Della understood in the middle of it, in the chaos and the cold and the chatter. The realization arriving in the heat of the worst night yet. She did not have to do it alone. She had spent 16 days, 3 years, 22 years, doing everything alone, being the one cold, competent voice, carrying all of it. And now, in the fight of their lives, she finally let go of the carrying. She gave Pilar the fight. You run the fighting. You're the soldier. It's yours. And Pilar took it and was magnificent, cold and fast and merciless, putting the dead down in the dark with an economy that was almost beautiful, directing Tyrese with his father's deer rifle, and Beth with the spear, and Eli with the maul, anchoring the line. And Della took the thing that was hers, the thing she was made for. She took the wounded and the weak and the children, took Sammy and the supplies and Nadia, and got them moving, cold and low and away from the fire, off the ridge, downhill, toward the dark, while behind her Pilar held the dead off the retreat. 2 women, 2 jobs, the math and the mercy in 2 pairs of hands working in concert. And it worked. It worked the way nothing had worked when Della tried to do all of it herself, and she understood, hauling a sled of supplies through the snow with a silent boy clinging to her back. That this was the lesson, this was the whole lesson, that she had been trying to be the entire body, the cold head and the warm heart and the strong hands all at once, and that a group was not one person being everything. A group was many people, each being one thing, trusting the others to be the rest. They lost one more on the ridge. A man named Pole, one of the quiet ones, one of the strangers Della had still not entirely learned, pulled from the firelight when the line bent. Aaron's firelight, the fire he'd built. And Aaron saw it happen, saw a man die in the fire he'd made. And something in Aaron's accelerating mind hit a wall at that, slammed to a stop. And after that night, he came down out of the mania into a crash so deep and gray that they had to carry him for 2 days. And Della, who could not give him lithium, gave him the only thing she had, which was to stay near him in the gray and not leave him alone in it, and tell him over and over that the fire was not his fault, that the world had no medicine for the thing in his head, that he was hers and they were keeping him, that nobody was going to lock the door on Aaron Voss. But they survived, most of them. They came down off the ridge in the cold dawn after the fire, fewer again, grayer again, the new world's tax paid again, but together, working, a group that had finally become a group, and Della Mercer at the center of it, not as the wall, but as the hub, the warm thing they organized around, the woman who had walked into a blizzard to die and walked back out to love. And that, in the arithmetic of the cold, was a kind of victory, the only kind the world had left to give. They reached the harbor hills at dusk on the 23rd day, and they saw the Cypress Arrow for the first time, and it was the most beautiful and terrible thing any of them had seen since the city burned. She lay iced into the black water of the harbor, 1,000 feet of ore freighter frozen in place where the ice had caught her, and she was lit. That was the thing that stopped them all on the cold hillside, the thing none of them had words for. She was lit. Gold light pouring from 100 portholes, smoke rising warm and steady from her stacks, and you could see, even from the hills, even from a mile off, the movement of living people on her decks, the orange flicker of fires in barrels, the whole impossible vision of warmth and light and life in a world that had been cold and dark and dead for 16 days. After everything, after the city and the ridge and the graveyard and the storm and the fire, after Walt and Rourke and Ogie and Carmen and Lacey and Pole, after the whole long dying, here at last was the thing the radio had promised, the thing the airport had only pretended to be, a real fire, in a real fortress, kept by a real man who was still there. The group stood on the hill and looked down at it, and Della watched the warmth of the hope come up in them, the terrible, irresistible, human warmth, and she felt it come up in herself too, the longing to walk down there into the gold light and the fire and put down Finally, the killing weight of being cold. She wanted it so badly it frightened her. They all did. And that wanting, she understood, was exactly the thing Soren had warned her about. Exactly the thing that made the Cypress Arrow the most dangerous place in the frozen world. Because a man who has a fire, in a world of cold, has the only thing anyone wants. And a man who has the only thing anyone wants can ask any price for it. And the people freezing in the dark will pay it. Will pay anything. Will pay exactly. Soren's haunted voice came back to her. How much you've got left to lose. A figure detached itself from the shadows of the hillside near them, and it was Soren. He'd been waiting. He'd known they would come. Everybody comes in the end when it gets cold enough. And he'd watched the hills for them, the haunted young forager who'd told them not to come warm, and now he crouched beside them in the dusk, looking down at the golden ship with an expression Della could not read, an expression that had love in it and horror in it, and the particular sickness of a person who has seen the inside of the thing that is keeping him alive. "You made it," he said. "I figured you would. He stopped, started again. "I'm glad you're alive. I am. He looked at the group, at Sammy on Della's back, at June, at the weak and the wounded, and the gray crashed shape of Aaron, and the sickness in his face deepened because he was doing the triage thing again, the counting thing. Except this time Della understood it was not greed, it was dread. He was counting them the way you count people before you send them somewhere they might not all come back from. "Listen, before you go down there, I have to tell you what it is, because the captain won't and the people won't. They don't let themselves see it. They can't, because seeing it means knowing what they're a part of. But you have to know, because you've got the kid, and the old man's gone gray, and he nodded at Aaron, and the captain's going to look at you and see exactly what I see, which is a group with a lot of people in it who can't pull their weight. And the captain has a way of dealing with people who can't pull their weight." "What is it?" Della said. Quiet, cold, the charge nurse voice, the one that wanted the diagnosis straight, no softening. "Whatever it is, say it. We've walked through a lot to get here. We can walk through one more true thing." Soren looked at her, and then down at the golden ship full of fire and light, and the warmth that every freezing soul in the dead world dreamed of. And he told her what it was, and the dusk came down cold around them as he spoke, and on the black ice of the harbor below, out past the golden floodlights of the Cypress Arrow, in the dark where the warmth of the ship did not reach. Della could see now what she had not let herself see before. Shapes. Out on the ice, dark human shapes, staked and spaced and motionless in the cold, a ring of them, a perimeter of them, set out in the freezing dark around the warm ship like. She made herself think the word, because Soren was saying it, because there was no soft way to hear it, like bait. "He calls it the tithe," Soren said, and his voice was the voice of a man confessing his own damnation. "He stakes them out on the ice, the sick ones, the old ones, the ones who can't work, the strangers who come warm with too much to lose." He could not look at her, because the dead hunt heat. You know that. You figured that out. Everybody figures that out. And a living body is the warmest thing there is. So he puts the warm ones, the weak warm ones, the ones he's decided the ship can't carry. He puts them out on the ice, alive, staked down, and they draw the horde. They draw the dead away from the ship. They keep the rest of us warm. Now he looked at her, and his eyes were wet and old in his young face. "That's the fire, Della. That's how he keeps the lights on. That's what's down there, in all that gold and warmth. He spends people. He spends the weak ones to keep the strong ones warm, and he tells everybody it's mercy, it's the only way. The winter's long and the warm is precious, and we keep our own warm. And the terrible thing, the thing I can't get out of my head, is that he might be right. He might actually be right. That's the worst part. Some nights I lie there warm and alive because somebody else is staked out screaming on the ice, and I can't. I can't even tell anymore if he's a monster or if he's just the only one brave enough to do the math out loud." The full dark came down. Below them, the Cypress Arrow burned gold and warm against the black, full of fire and food and walls and the whole winter handled. And out on the ice, the staked dark shapes stood in the killing cold. And somewhere down in all that gold light, a man named Hollis Vane kept his own warm and waited patient as winter, for one more frozen group to come down out of the hills and ask him for the fire. Della Mercer looked down at it for a long time. Then she looked at June, alive beside her, and at Sammy asleep on her back, the silent boy who could now write his own name, and at Eli, the man the dead could not kill, and at Pilar and Nadia and Beth and Aaron and even Doug, her broken, grieving, exhausted family that had walked through a burning world to stand on this cold hill. And she felt the thing come up in her that had replaced the wall, not ice, not the old cold competence, but something warmer and far more dangerous, the thing she'd torn herself open to let in, love, with its eyes wide open. Love that had finally learned the price and meant to pay it anyway. "He's wrong," she said quietly. "Vane, whatever the math says, he's wrong, and I'll tell you how I know." She thought about a frozen hill, a scrub top, a granddaughter behind a door. She thought about spend it like it's your last match. She thought about a man who had built a fire out of people and called it mercy, a man who had looked at a world of cold and decided the answer was to choose who got to be warm. And she understood, with the perfect clarity that the cold gives to everything, that Hollis Vane was not the opposite of her. He was her shadow. He was exactly what she would have become, what she had nearly become, a person so afraid of losing the ones she loved that she'd freeze the whole rest of the world to keep them warm. He was the woman who walks out, grown enormous, and given a fire. He was grief with a kingdom. "I know he's wrong," Della said, "because I almost became him. I spent 3 years deciding who I could afford to love and who I had to keep at arm's length, freezing people out to keep my own heart warm. And I called it survival. And it was just a smaller, quieter version of staking people on the ice. And it took losing almost everything to learn that you don't keep the ones you love warm by burning the strangers. You keep them warm by being willing to walk out onto the ice yourself." She stood up in the cold and the dark, above the golden ship full of stolen fire. "So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go down there, because Soren's right. We've got nowhere else, and the children can't take another night in the open. But we're not going down there warm, and we're not going down there to join him. We're going down there to learn the ship, and find the staked, and figure out how to take the whole rotten thing apart. The tithe, the fire, all of it, and let those people off the ice." She pulled Sammy's weight higher on her back and pulled June close against her side. "I'm done freezing people to stay warm, we all are. We're going to go put out the worst fire in the world, and we're going to do it together, with the math and the mercy in the same hand, even if it costs us everything, because that's the only kind of warm worth having. The kind nobody had to be staked on the ice for." No one argued. They were too cold and too tired and too far gone for arguing. And besides, every one of them had walked the same long road to the same hard place, and every one of them knew she was right. Soren bowed his head. Pilar checked her magazines. Eli looked at the dead the ship could not kill walking the ice below, and flexed his scarred, immune forearms, and said nothing. Because he already knew what the ice was going to ask of him, and he had decided, somewhere on a frozen hill days ago, to be the one to answer. And the group came down out of the hills in the dark, toward the golden ship and the fire and the staked dead and the man who kept his own warm. And Della Mercer walked at the front of them into the worst thing they had yet faced. No longer the woman who walks out, no longer the wall, no longer afraid of how much she had to lose, only afraid now of what it was going to cost to be the woman who walks toward. It would cost more than she could imagine. It would cost the one she could not lose by any means except the one that would matter most. But that was tomorrow. Tonight there was only the cold hill and the golden ship and the family at her back, and the long walk down into the fire. They went down to the ship as supplicants, because that was the only way in, and Hollis Vane received them like a father receiving children home from a war. That was the thing none of them had been prepared for, the thing that made it so much worse than if he'd been a brute. Hollis Vane was kind. He met them at the head of the gangway himself, a big, calm man of 55 in an old harbor pilot's coat, gray-bearded, warm-eyed, with hands like a stevedore and a voice like a hymn. And he looked at the frozen, broken group coming up out of the dark, and his weathered face creased with something that looked exactly like grief and exactly like welcome. "Oh, you poor souls," he said. "Oh, look at you. Look what the winter's done to you. Come up. come up out of the cold. We've got fire, we've got hot food, we've got dry beds. Come up, you're safe now, you're with your own. And it was warm. God help them, it was so warm. They came up the gangway into the belly of the Cypress Arrow, and the heat hit them like a wall, like a benediction, the first real warmth in 16 days, rolling out of the ship's old engine-driven heart. And there were fires in barrels, and the smell of actual cooking, and people, living people, dozens of them, warm and fed and clothed, looking up as the newcomers came in with faces that held no menace, only a kind of practiced sympathy, the sympathy of people who remembered being this cold, and this broken, and this grateful. Children ran on the deck. Someone was playing a fiddle, badly, joyfully. It was a community. It was a town, a warm-lit, living town in the middle of the frozen dead world. And Della felt the longing for it come up in her so strong it was almost a physical pain, the longing to simply stop, to lay the cold down, to let her children be warm and her wounded be tended and her exhausted self dissolve into the gold light and the fiddle and the fire. She made herself look out the porthole, out past the floodlights, out on the ice. And there they were, the staked, the tithe. She made herself look at them, the dark human shapes spaced out on the black ice in the killing cold. And she made herself understand that the warmth she was standing in, the fire that was thawing her frozen children, the gold light and the fiddle and the dry beds, all of it, every degree of it, was bought with those shapes out there in the dark. The fiddle played because someone was staked on the ice. The children ran warm because someone was staked on the ice. Hollis Vane's kindness ran on the same fuel as his cruelty, and they were not two things. They were one thing, and that was the horror of him, that you could not separate the father from the monster, because they were the same man, keeping the same fire by the same means. Vane saw her looking. Of course he did. He missed nothing. That was clear within an hour, that this was a man who saw everything and had simply decided to be at peace with all of it. He came and stood beside her at the porthole, and he did not pretend not to know what she was looking at, and that, too, was part of his terrible power. "You see them," he said quietly, not ashamed, not defensive, just quiet, the way you'd speak of a hard, necessary thing. Most don't the first night. They're too cold, too grateful. They don't let themselves. But you saw them on the hill, didn't you? Soren told you. A small nod, no anger. Soren's got a soft heart. It's why I keep him close. A man should keep his soft-hearted ones close, so he can do the hard things, and they can remind him what the hard things are for. He looked out at the ice with an expression of profound, settled sadness. You're a nurse. I can see it on you. You've spent your life deciding who gets the last bed and who doesn't, who gets the morphine and who waits, who you can save and who you can only make comfortable. Triage. You know what triage is. You've done it 10,000 times. He turned to her, and his warm eyes were terrible in their sincerity. That's all this is, Della. That's all the ice is. It's triage, done honestly, out loud, where everyone can see it. The winter is a mass casualty event with no end date and no relief column coming. And in a mass casualty event, the nurse who tries to save everyone kills everyone. You know that. You've lived that. So I do what you do. I decide who the ship can carry and who it can't, and I'm honest about it. I don't hide it behind a curtain and a kind voice. I put it out there on the ice where God and everyone can see the price of staying warm. Tell me I'm wrong. You can't. You've done the same math your whole life. The only difference between us is I have the courage to do it where it shows. It was the most seductive evil Della had ever encountered, and the most seductive part of it was that it was half true. She knew it was half true. That was what made the next hours the hardest of her life, harder than the blizzard, harder than the snow she'd sat down to die in. Because Hollis Vane was not lying exactly. She had done triage her whole life. She had decided who got the last bed. The cold was a mass casualty event with no relief column, and there was a voice in her, an old cold voice, the voice of the woman who walks out, that listened to Hollis Vane and thought, he's right. The math is the math. The ship can't carry everyone. Somebody has to decide, and at least he's honest about it. At least he doesn't pretend. That voice was real, and it was hers, and she would carry it the rest of her life. The knowledge that some part of her had stood at that porthole and almost agreed. And then Vane made his offer, and the offer was the thing that saved her, because it showed her the bottom of where the math went. "I'd like you to stay," he said. Not as the others stay, working passage, proving worth. As family. At my table. He said it warmly. An honor, and it was an honor. In the brutal economy of the ship, it was the highest honor he had to give. I lost my own people in the first days, my son, his wife, my grandbabies. His voice didn't break, but something moved behind it, the engine of the whole thing, the grief that had built the ice. 2 little ones. They were in the house when the dead came up the street, and the house was warm, and the warm drew them. And I was 3 blocks away getting fuel, and I came back, and the house was... He stopped, started again, steadier. So I know exactly what it is to lose the warm ones, because the world is cold, and the cold takes what's warm. And I built this so it would never happen to mine again. And I'm telling you, Della, a woman like you, a nurse, with that boy who can write his name, and that girl with the fire in her, and that man... And here his warm eyes sharpened. And Della's blood went to ice, because she understood that he'd already seen it, already known. That man who got bit at my forager's report 3 days ago and didn't turn. The room seemed to go very quiet, though it hadn't. "Oh, I know about your Eli," Hollis Vane said softly, and smiled. And the smile was the most frightening thing Della had ever seen, because it was genuinely fond. "I knew the second he came up the gangway. You'll learn to spot them. The immune ones. There aren't many. 2, 3 in 100. And do you know what a man with my responsibilities could do, Della, with an immune man and a trauma nurse at his table?" He leaned in, warm, conspiratorial, a father sharing a dream. "The tithe is crude. I hate that it's crude. Staking the living on the ice. It's wasteful. It's cruel. It costs me people I'd rather keep. And worst of all, it's slow. The cold slows the dead. Sometimes the staked ones last for days out there, and no one should have to last for days. But with an immune man, a man the dead can't take, and a nurse to tend him, I wouldn't need the living tithe anymore. I'd need one man who can walk out on the ice among them and lead them, draw them off, herd the whole horde wherever I need it, and come back warm and whole to a fire and a meal and your good hands to patch his scratches. One immune man does the work of 100 staked souls. I could empty the ice, Della. I could keep everyone warm and stake no one, if you'd give me your Eli and your hands. That's what I'm offering. Not just a seat at my table. A way to do the terrible thing better. A way to keep my own warm without the screaming. Help me build a kinder ice. And there it was, the bottom of the math. Della stood in the gold warmth with her frozen children behind her and her shadow self in front of her, and she finally saw all the way down to where Hollis Vane's reasoning went, and it was this, that there is no kinder ice, that once you accept the premise that some people are fuel for the warmth of others, there is no humane way to burn them. There is only burning them more efficiently. Vane thought he was offering her a mercy, a way to do the terrible thing better, and he could not see, would never see, that better was the trap, that the whole horror was contained in the word better, because a man who is looking for a better way to spend people has already lost the only argument that matters, which is whether people should be spent at all. "No," Della said. Vane blinked. She didn't think anyone had said it to him, that simply, in a long time. "No," she said again, and her voice was the charge nurse voice, flat and clear and absolutely certain, the voice that emptied call rooms, the voice that had walked up a frozen hill. "You're right that I've done triage my whole life. You're right that the math is the math and the ship can't carry everyone, and somebody has to decide. You're right about all of it except the one thing that matters, and the one thing that matters is this. Triage decides who you can save. It never, ever decides who you're allowed to spend. A nurse who can't save everyone lets the unsavable die, gently with morphine holding their hand. She does not stake them on the ice to draw the teeth off the savable. The day she does that, she stops being a nurse and starts being you. And I almost was you, Hollis. I want you to know that. I spent 3 years being a smaller, quieter version of you, freezing the people I loved out of my own heart, to keep it from breaking, deciding who I could afford to love, and I called it survival, and it was just your ice with a curtain in front of it. So I know exactly what you are. You're not a monster. I wish you were a monster. It'd be easier. You're a grieving man who lost his warm ones and decided the answer was to control who gets to be warm forever, at any price. And you built a kingdom out of it, and you'll keep building it until it eats you, because that's what it does. It eats the one who feeds it. It always eats the one who feeds it last. She gathered her children with her eyes, June, Sammy, the whole frozen family, at her back. We're not staying at your table. We're not building you a kinder ice. There's no such thing, and somewhere under all that warmth you know it, which is why you keep the soft-hearted ones close. Not to remind you what the hard things are for, but because some part of you is still hoping one of them will be brave enough to stop you. I'm going to be brave enough to stop you, Hollis. I'm sorry. You took me in out of the cold, and I'm going to take your fire apart, because it's the worst fire in the world, and those people on the ice are coming off it tonight. For a long moment, Hollis Vane looked at her, and the warmth in his weathered face did not go away. That was the most chilling thing. It never went away. But something settled behind it, something old and tired and certain. No, he said gently, almost sadly. You won't, but I admire that you think you will. I did. Once. Think I could be the one who'd never do the hard thing. He turned to go, and at the door he paused. And he said the thing that would follow Della the rest of her life, the thing she would hear in the dark for years. You'll do the same, you know. In the end, when it's your warm ones on the line, and the only fuel left is a stranger, you'll do exactly what I do, and you'll tell yourself it's different, because you'll be doing it for love. And so was I, Della. So was I. That's the secret nobody tells you about the ice. Everyone who builds it for love. And he was gone into the warm gold belly of his ship. And Della Mercer stood at the porthole and looked out at the staked dead on the black ice, and understood that she had perhaps until dawn before Hollis Vane decided which of her unsavable he would spend, and that the assault she'd promised on the hill had to happen tonight. Ready or not at all. The plan came together in the warm dark in 3 frantic hours, whispered in the bunk room they'd been given. And it was Nadia's plan. Because in the end, it was a plan about the one thing Nadia understood better than anyone. Signals. It's the heat, Nadia said, fast and low, her radiotech mind finally, after weeks of being half-dead cargo, finding the thing it was made for. Everything Vane does is the heat. He stakes the living on the ice because the living are warm, and the dead hunt warm. The tithe is it's just a heat signal. It's a transmitter. It broadcasts warm prey this way and pulls the dead off the ship. That's all it is. And anything a body can do, a machine can do louder. Her eyes were bright in the dark. This ship runs on her engines. Big old steam-driven heat, the warmest thing for miles. That's why the dead are massed out there in the first place. That's why he needs the tithe at all. The ship herself is the biggest heat signal on the lake, and the tithe just barely pulls the horde off her long enough to survive. But the engines have exhaust. They've got a heating plant, ducts, vents, output you could steer if you got to the controls. If we could take the engine room, if we could vent all that heat out one side, throw the ship's whole heat signature out onto the open ice to the south, away from the gangway, away from the shore. She was drawing it in the dark with her finger, the geometry of it. We could pull the entire horde south, off the ice road to the shore, off the staked, off everything. We turn the ship herself into the bait, the biggest tithe there ever was, and not one living person staked to make it. We make the machine scream warm prey this way, louder than any body could, and we walk the staked off the ice while every dead thing on the lake is walking the wrong direction. The engine room's the most defended place on the ship, Soren said. He'd come to them in the dark. He was theirs now, fully, the soft-hearted one finally choosing his heart. Vane keeps his best people there. It's the heart of everything. You'll never fight your way in. We don't fight our way in, Della said. She'd been listening, charting it the way she'd charted everything, and the cold, clear plan was assembling itself in her the way a code response assembled itself, each piece in its place. We go under it. She looked at the schematic Nadia had sketched, the ducts, the chases, the narrow ways that heat and air moved through the ship's body. Vane runs his heat through ducts, same as the hospital, and a duct big enough to move a ship's worth of heat is big enough to move a small body, if the body's small enough and brave enough. She did not look at Sammy when she said it. She made herself not look at him. There's one way into that engine room that Vane's best people aren't guarding, because it's 6 inches wide and nobody bigger than a child could ever use it. The bunk room was silent. No, June said. No, he's 7. He just learned to write his name. You are not sending him into a duct in a... June. It was Sammy. It was Sammy's voice. The second word any of them had heard him say after his own name in the flower with Carmen, and it stopped the room dead. The small, clear voice of a boy who had not spoken since they pulled him out of a cold house guarding his frozen mother. He had been listening. Of course he had been listening. He listened to everything, the silent, watchful boy. He'd been listening his whole short, destroyed life. And now he stood up in the dark, the action figure in his fist, and he looked at Della with his huge eyes, and he said, in a voice rusty from weeks of silence but absolutely steady, I kept it cold. In my house, I kept all the doors open and I never turned the heat on for days. So the warm wouldn't wake up my mom and she wouldn't get the people next door. His small face was very serious. I'm good at the cold and the small places. I'm not scared of the dark places. I sat in the dark with the door open for so many days. He looked at June and then back at Della. Carmen said when you write yourself down, you're real and real things last. I want to be real. I want to do the real thing. Let me do the duct. I can do the duct. I kept it cold for days. I can do anything if I keep it cold. And Della Mercer, who would have died before she let this child go cold, looked at the boy who had survived alone in a freezing house by understanding the one rule that mattered. And she understood that she could not protect him by keeping him small, that he had survived by being brave in exactly this way, and that taking the bravery from him would be its own kind of staking on the ice. And she knelt down in front of him the way she had in the doorway of his cold house weeks ago, and she said, Okay, Sammy. Okay, you do the duct. And I'm going to be on the radio in your ear the whole way, every second. And you're never going to be alone in the dark, not for 1 second, because that's the rule now. Our rule. Nobody's alone in the dark ever again. Can you do it with my voice in your ear? Yeah, Sammy said, and almost smiled. I like your voice. It sounds like it's not scared. It's always scared, Della told him, because she would not lie to this child either. It just decided a long time ago not to let the scared drive. You can do that too. The scared comes along. You just don't let it drive. They went in the deepest cold of the night, the third watch, when the dead on the ice were banked hardest and slowest, and the ship's warm crew was thinnest, and for a while, for a sweet, terrible while, it went exactly to plan. Sammy went into the duct. He went in small and cold and silent, the boy who'd kept his house cold for days. And Della crouched at the duct mouth in the warm dark of the ship's lower hold, with the salvaged radio pressed to her mouth, and her whole soul poured down the wire into his ear because she had promised him he would not be alone in the dark, not for 1 second. And she meant to keep that promise if it killed her. The duct was a horror. She'd seen the schematic, and even the schematic had frightened her. A ship's heating trunk, sheet metal, barely wider than a 7-year-old's shoulders, running up through the body of the Cypress Arrow past the engine room's blind side, warm with the heat it carried, dark as the inside of a thing. And at the top of it, the heart of a tyrant's kingdom, defended by his best people. A grown person would have died in it, wedged and panicking. Only a child could make it, and only a particular child. A child who had learned in the worst possible school that the cold and the dark and the small places were survivable, that you could sit in them for days if you kept your head, that the dark did not have teeth even when everything else did. Okay, Sammy, she said, soft and steady, the charge nurse voice with all the fear filed out of it. You're in. You're doing great. It's going to be warm in there, warmer than you like, but that's okay. The warm can't hurt you. The warm just means you're close to the engines. Keep going up. Tell me when you feel the first bend. She heard his breathing, fast and small, and the scrape of his knees and his elbows on the sheet metal, and then his voice, rusty, tiny, brave. There's a bend. It goes left and up. That's right. That's exactly right. That's on the map. Take the left. Slow. You've got all the time in the world. She did not have all the time in the world. Up on the decks, the others were in position, June and Eli and the rescue party waiting on the cold north side. Pilar and Soren and Nadia stacked at the engine room hatch, waiting for the boy to open it from within. The whole desperate plan balanced on the shoulders of a child in a duct, and every minute they waited was a minute closer to a watch change. A discovery, the whole thing coming apart. But you do not tell a frightened 7-year-old to hurry. You tell him he has all the time in the world, and you make your voice believe it, so that he believes it, so that his small hands stay steady on the metal. What do you see? It's dark. There's light way up, little holes of light like stars. Down low. Those are the vents? Those are the vents into the engine room, Sammy. Those are exactly what we want. You're almost there. You're so close. When you get to the stars, you stop, and you look through, and you tell me what you see, and you don't open anything until I say, "Okay?" "Okay." A pause, just breathing, just the scrape of a child crawling through the warm dark of the world's worst place. And then small, "Della, I'm here. I'm right here. Carmen said when you write yourself down, you're real." His voice was steady, eerily steady, the steadiness of a child who had made friends with the dark long ago out of pure necessity. "I'm doing the real thing right now, aren't I? The biggest real thing." "Yeah, baby," Della said, and had to stop and breathe and not let the crack into her voice because the boy needed the voice that wasn't scared. "Yeah, you're doing the biggest, bravest, realest thing anybody's done all winter. And when it's over, I'm going to tell everybody, and June's going to write it down, and it's going to last forever. Now go to the stars and tell me what you see." He went to the stars. She heard him stop, heard his breathing change, and then his whisper came down the wire, and it was the whisper of a child reporting the inside of the dragon's mouth. "There's men. 4 men. They've got guns. There's a big engine. It's loud. It's so loud and so warm. And there's a ladder thing, a hatch under me, down low, where the men aren't looking. They're all looking at the door." The blind side. Exactly as Nadia had read it, the engine crew watched the armored door, the obvious way in, the way an attacker would come. And none of them ever watched the floor vent under the heat trunk, because nothing bigger than a cat could come through it. Because the idea of a child in the ductwork was not a thing a guarding mind produced. "Perfect," Della breathed. "You found it. You did it. Now here's the last part, Sammy, and then you're done, and you never have to do anything scary again. There's a hatch. You found it. A little hatch down low. I need you to open it, quiet as you can, and the second it's open, our people are coming through. Pilar and Soren, you know Pilar. Pilar's going to come through that hatch fast, and she's going to take care of the men. And all you have to do is open it, and then get back. Get small, get up into the duct away from the hatch, and put your hands over your ears and close your eyes and count to 50. And when you open them, it'll be over, and Pilar will be there, and you'll be the hero of the whole winter. Can you do that? Open the hatch, get back, hands on ears, count to 50. The boy, who had survived by understanding rules, repeating the rule, "Yeah, I can do that." "Then do it, Sammy. Open the hatch. We're all right here. Nobody's alone in the dark." She heard the small scrape of the hatch dog turning under a child's hands. She keyed the other radio, the one to Pilar, and said one word, "Now." And then she knelt in the warm dark of the hold with her eyes shut and her whole body rigid, and listened to it happen 60 feet above her. Through 2 radios at once. The bang of the hatch coming open, Pilar's voice roaring up out of nowhere into the engine crew's blind spot. The scream and clatter of 4 guarding men spinning toward a threat that had come out of the floor. And then the brutal 90 seconds of close work in the engine room's roar. Pilar and Soren coming through the hatch fast and low, while the crew's rifles were still swinging the wrong way. The awful necessary violence of it, gunfire and the wet sounds of the mall, and a man shouting and then not shouting. And under all of it, faint, a child's voice counting. 31, 32, 33, small and steady and brave in the warm dark, hands over his ears, eyes shut, counting his way through the worst 90 seconds of the whole war, while grown people killed and died a few feet beneath him. "Clear," Pilar's voice, flat, breathing hard. "Engine room's ours. 4 down. Nadia's in. We're at the controls." A beat, and then, softer, the soldier's voice doing a thing it almost never did. "Della, tell the kid he can stop counting. Tell him he did it. Tell him Pilar said he's the bravest soldier she ever served with. Tell him that exactly." And Della keyed the wire to the duct, where a 7-year-old immune boy who would carry the future of the human race forward in his blood was huddled in the warm dark with his hands over his ears, counting, and she said, Sammy, you can stop counting. It's over. You did it. Pilar's right there below you, and she says to tell you exactly this. She says you're the bravest soldier she ever served with." She heard the counting stop. She heard down the wire a small sound that might have been a sob and might have been a laugh, and was probably both. "Come down now, baby. Come down to Pilar. The hard part's over. You opened the door, and now we're going to throw the heat, and you opened the door for the whole world." And Nadia threw the ship's heat, and Nadia threw the ship's heat. It was the most extraordinary thing Della ever witnessed, and she only heard it over the radio because she was on the ice by then. She'll come to that. But she heard Nadia's voice, exultant, fierce, finally fully herself, calling out the sequence as she opened every damper and vent and exhaust port on the ship's south face and closed every one on the north. And she heard the great old engines roar as Nadia ran them up past anything Vane had dared, and she felt it even out on the ice, the wave of heat rolling off the south flank of the Cyprus Arrow like a second sun rising, a heat signature vaster than any fire, vaster than any horde of the living, the biggest warm prey this way signal that had ever been broadcast across that frozen lake. And out on the dark ice in every direction, the banked dead felt it and woke and turned, all of them. The whole vast frozen army. 10,000 chattering shapes turning as one away from the gangway and the shore, and the staked turning south, toward the screaming heat of the ship and beginning to walk. It pulled the horde. It pulled the entire horde south, off the ice road, off the shore approach, off the staked tithe, exactly as Nadia had planned. And while it pulled, on the north side of the ship, in the sudden cold dark, the others moved to free the staked. This was Della's job, and Eli's and June's and a handful of the bravest, out onto the black ice on the cold north side. In the dark, the ship's redirected heat had left behind, running the line of staked tithe victims, cutting them loose, half carrying the frozen and the failing toward the shore. They were alive, most of them barely. The cold slows everything, even dying, and Vane's tithe lasted longer in the deep cold than mercy should ever allow, which had been the cruelty of it and was now, blackly, the thing that let them be saved. Della cut loose a woman named Mara, a grandmother staked out that very evening for the crime of being too old to haul ore, and Mara wept and could not walk, and Della got her up and moving toward the shore. Toward June, who was running the rescued down the cold corridor of safety, the heat trick had opened, and for a few minutes, a few impossible minutes, it was working. It was all working. The horde walking south toward the screaming ship, while the staked walked north toward the shore and the free cold dark. And Della thought, we did it. We actually... And the ice began to thaw. Not from the weather, from the ship, from Nadia's beautiful, terrible trick. Because all that heat thrown off the ship's south face had to go somewhere. And where it went was into the ice, into the frozen black surface of the harbor, and the harbor ice that had held the Cyprus Arrow fast for weeks. The ice they were all standing on. The ice the dead were banked into. It began under the unprecedented blast of the ship's full heat, to warm, to soften, to wake the dead that were frozen into it, the ones below the surface, the ones in the surface, the thousands banked into the harbor ice itself over weeks of dying. And these did not have to walk south toward the heat, because these were already underfoot, everywhere, all around, and now they were warming, and now they were waking, coming up out of the softening ice on every side, fast and fevered and close, between the staked and the shore, between Della and June, between everyone and everything. It became, in an instant, the three-way nightmare Aaron had foreseen on a cold hillside days ago. The living and Vane's people fighting to retake their ship, and the dead coming up out of the very ice beneath their feet, the dead that the rescue itself had woken, the price of the trick coming due all at once in the warming dark. And in the middle of it, Vane's people came down onto the ice. That was the third side of the three-way nightmare, the side Della had almost let herself forget in the chaos of the waking dead. The settlement. The Cypress Arrow held 200 living souls, and those souls had just felt their ship breached, their engines seized, their warmth thrown out across the bay like a curse, and their whole world, the one warm, safe place in the dead earth, the fire that kept their children alive, torn open by strangers they'd taken in out of the cold. They did not understand that Della's people were freeing the staked. They did not understand that the tithe was an atrocity. Most of them had never let themselves understand it, had lived warm and grateful and carefully blind for a whole winter. All they understood was that their ship was burning and their fire was failing, and armed strangers were out on the ice in the dark. And they came down off the ship to fight for the only thing that had kept them alive, and they were not wrong too. And that was the horror of it, that the third side of the battle was full of people who were not monsters, people fighting for their children's warmth. People exactly as desperate and exactly as right and exactly as wrong as everyone else on the ice. Della found herself in the freezing dark between a waking dead thing and a living man with a pipe. And the living man was more frightened than she was, a young father she'd seen on the ship playing a fiddle badly and joyfully a few hours before. And he swung the pipe at her not out of cruelty but out of pure terror for the warm fire that was dying behind him. And Della did the thing she'd never thought she'd have to do, the thing Pilar had warned her about 100 years ago in a hospital basement. The dead are just weather. The monsters come later. Save your monster. Except this wasn't a monster either. This was a terrified man. And there was no monster to save it for. There was only the awful truth that in the new world you could be killed just as dead by a frightened good man as by the teeth. "I'm not here for your fire," Della shouted at him, ducking the pipe, not striking back, because she would not. She would not add a frightened fiddle player to the list she carried. "I'm here for the people on the ice. The staked ones. Look, we're cutting them loose. We're not taking your ship. We're freeing the people Vane tied up to die." And for a second, the young father's eyes followed her pointing hand, out to where Eli and June and the others were cutting the tithe free, where old Mara was stumbling toward the shore on freed and frozen legs, and Della saw it land on him, saw the careful blindness of a whole winter crack, saw a man realize in one terrible instant exactly what fire he'd been warming his children at. And he lowered the pipe, and he stood there in the chaos with his whole world coming apart in his hands, and he said, oh God, the ice. We knew. We always knew. We just—" And then a waking dead thing took him from behind out of the dark, drawn to the warmth of his horror, and he was gone. And Della couldn't reach him. And that was the new world too, that the moment a man finally saw the truth was the moment it killed him. Some of Vane's people understood the way the fiddle player had, and stopped fighting, and some of them helped even, in the last desperate minutes, turned and started pulling the staked free alongside the strangers they'd come down to kill. And some of them never understood, fought to the end for the dying fire, and some of those died for it, and some of those lived. And it was all mixed together in the freezing dark, the three sides bleeding into each other, the living fighting, the living over a fire, while the dead fed on both, and the ice itself came alive underfoot. No clean lines, no clean sides, no clean anything, just human beings in the cold dark, each fighting for the warmth of the ones they loved. Exactly as Hollis Vane had promised her at the porthole, everyone who builds the ice builds it for love. And now everyone who fought on it fought for love too. And love was killing them all on every side, in the dark, on the thawing ice, under the burning ship. Della got a knot of the freed moving toward the shore. Mara and two others, frostbitten and failing, and she ran them through the chaos toward June's reaching hands at the ice road, and she went back for more, and back again. The rescue work, the thing that was hers, while around her the battle she couldn't control raged on between the dead and the desperate. And Pilar anchored a line she couldn't see, and Nadia held the engine room she'd seized, and Sammy was across. Sammy was safe. She'd gotten the boy across first, the one thing she'd made certain of. And for those few minutes, Della Mercer was everywhere and nowhere, a small, gray, furious furnace of a woman hauling the freed and the failing across a battlefield of love and teeth. And it was working. Some of it was working. People were reaching the shore who would have died staked on the ice, and that had to be worth it. It had to be worth whatever it cost, because the alternative was Vane's arithmetic, and she would rather pay any price than balance Vane's books. People died in the next 20 minutes. Della would never be able to fully reconstruct it, the way you can never reconstruct the worst 20 minutes of your life. It came back to her after only in fragments, in flashes, in the particular cruelty of moments. Beth died in it, Beth the medic who'd run out of faith, who had been going through the motions of saving people since Rourke died on a concrete floor 100 years ago. Beth went down in the chaos with no last words, no meaning, no heroism, just gone, swallowed by the warming dark mid-stride. A senseless death that was the truest thing the New World had to say about itself. That it killed you not for your sins or your virtues, but simply, randomly, because you were warm and it was cold and the math caught up. Mara, the grandmother Della had just cut free, the woman she'd staked her whole argument with Vane upon. Mara made it almost to the shore, almost to June's reaching hands, and then the ice opened a frozen mouth beneath her, and she was gone. And Della heard June scream and could not get to her. And that was the New World, too, that you could be right. You could be completely right. You could win the argument and free the prisoner and still watch her taken at the very edge of safety, because being right does not stop the cold. And the horde that had walked south toward the screaming ship, the whole vast pulled army, it reached the ship. It reached the Cypress Arrow, drawn by the heat exactly as designed, and it came up the south side, up the very heat that had called it. 10,000 dead swarming the screaming furnace of the ship's flank. And the ship that had been the warmest, safest place in the frozen world became, in 20 minutes, the most dangerous. Its decks breached, its warm gold belly opening to the cold and the teeth. Vane's people falling back and back through their own beautiful warm fortress, as the consequence of every choice Hollis Vane had ever made, came up the side of his ship to collect. And in the middle of all of it, between the warming ice and the shore, between the swarming ship and the staked, there was the gangway, the single span between the Cypress Arrow and the ice road to the shore, the one path that the freed tithe and June and the rescued all had to cross to reach safety, and it was filling with the dead. The woken under ice dead pouring up onto it, cutting the shore off from everyone still out on the ice. And there was no way to clear it, no way to hold it, no way to get the children and the freed and the wounded across it. Because to hold a span full of the dead is to be torn apart, and there was no one in the world who could stand on that gangway and hold the teeth back long enough for the others to cross. No one except Eli. Della. His voice came over the radio, calm, the line cook calm, the calm that had gotten a starving boy to eat a cherry. And Della, fighting at the shore end of the ice road, getting Sammy and Soren and the rescued across, her hands red to the wrist with the work of the maul. Della heard it, and her whole body went cold in a way the cold had never managed. Della, I'm at the gangway. I can see it from here. Nobody's getting across. There's too many, and they're coming up faster than anybody can put them down. And June's still on the wrong side with 6 of the freed ones. And the kid's safe. You got the kid across. I watched you. You did it. A pause, the sound of chatter close around him. But June's on the wrong side, and the only way across that gangway is if somebody stands in the middle of it and gives the dead something warmer to want than the people. Running past. No, Della was already running, already shoving back toward the gangway through the warming dark, already knowing she would not make it in time, and knowing exactly what he was going to do. No, Eli, no, you wait for me, you wait. We decide it together. You promised me. You promised me together. I know. His voice was so gentle. I know I did, I'm sorry. This is me deciding it together. I'm telling you, that's together. That's the best I can do with the time we've got. Della, I'm the only one, you know. I'm the only one. They can bite me and tear me, and I won't turn. I'll just be warm and loud and theirs for long enough. I can stand in the middle of that gangway and be the warmest, loudest, most alive thing they've ever wanted, and they'll climb me instead of chasing the people running past, and June gets across. The kid gets a grandmother. They all get across. That's the math, Della. That's the math and the mercy in the same hand, just like you said. I did the math. It's the only one that saves June, and I'm the only one who can do it and walk in smiling. a breath. So I'm going to walk out there warm, okay? I'm going to walk out there warm on purpose and loud, and I'm going to give them everything I've got, and you're going to get June across. And you're going to stay on the radio with me while I do it. That's all I want. That's the only thing I'm asking. Stay on the line. Don't hang up. I don't want to do it alone in the dark. Della reached the foot of the gangway, and she could see him now, up on the span, a big gentleman with a maul and his coat thrown open to throw heat, walking toward the dead into the thick of them. The immune man, the one body that could be torn and not turn, and the dead were already turning toward the blazing warmth of him, already climbing toward him, already leaving the gangway's edges where the freed Tithe and June were scrambling past. And it was working. It was already working. He was pulling them onto himself like the ship had pulled the horde, the smallest Tithe and the largest. One warm man buying a crossing with his own body. Eli, her voice broke entirely. Eli, I can't. You can. You're the woman who walks toward, remember? I told you that in the snow. So walk toward this. Stay with me. His voice never lost the calm, the warmth, even as the chatter rose around him, even as the first of them reached him, even as he kept the maul working and his feet planted in the center of the span and his whole body screaming warm, alive. Here, take me instead. Talk to me. Tell me June's across. Is June across? Tell me when she's across. That's the only thing I need to hear. I just need to hear she's across. Della watched her granddaughter scramble off the end of the gangway onto the ice road. Onto the path to the shore, Pilar's hand hauling her clear. June screaming Eli's name back toward the span. June safe. June across. And Della pressed the radio to her mouth and made her voice work, made it do the one last thing. The thing it had spent its whole life learning how to do, and the thing it had spent 3 years refusing. She's across, Della said. June's across, Eli. She's across. You did it. They're all across. You did it. Yeah? And she could hear the smile in it, the real smile, the gentle, astonished smile, over the rising chatter, over the dead climbing the warmth of him, over the end. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's all I wanted. A sound that might have been a laugh, breaking up over the radio. Hey, Della, I'm here, Eli. I'm not hanging up. I'm right here. I know you are. His voice was fading now, going under the chatter, but the warmth in it never went. Not once, not even at the very end. That's the thing, that's the whole thing. You picked up. The dead were on him now, all of him, the warmest, brightest, most alive thing on the frozen lake, and the gangway was a single blazing point of warmth that the whole Woken harbor poured toward, away from the shore, away from the children, away from everyone but him. You picked up, Della. That's all I ever wanted. Not anything else. Just that. Just you, picking up. A last breath, warm over the cold static. That's all I wanted. You picking up. And then there was only the chatter, and the static, and the cold. Della Mercer stood at the foot of the gangway with the radio pressed to her mouth, and her son's daughter alive behind her, and the warmest man in the world dying in front of her, so that the girl could live. And she did not hang up. She stayed on the line. She stayed on the line through all of it, every second, the way she had not stayed for Theo, the way she would never again fail to stay for anyone. She stayed, and she did not look away. And she said his name into the static long after the static was all there was. Eli, Eli, I'm here. I'm not hanging up. I'm here. Until Pilar's arms came around her from behind, the same as the hatch in the hospital basement a lifetime ago. The same flat, true, cruel kindness. He bought it. Della, don't waste it. Don't you waste it. And hauled her back from the warmth and the teeth, back toward the shore, back toward the living, back toward the girl who had a grandmother, because a line cook walked out onto a gangway, warm and smiling, and gave the dead something to want instead. It was everything the night of Theo's death had not been. That was the thing that broke her, and the thing that remade her, both at once in the same instant. On the cold ice, with the radio dead in her hand. 3 years ago, a man she loved had breathed into a phone in the dark, deciding whether to reach for her. And she had let it go to voicemail, and he had died alone, and she had spent 3 years frozen around the not answering. And tonight a man she loved had reached for her over a radio in the dark, and she had answered. She had picked up. She had stayed on the line through the very end, and he had died. But he had not died alone, and he had died knowing she'd answered. And his last words had not been a question breathing into the dark. His last words had been the thing he'd wanted, given to him, the gift she'd finally learned how to give. You picked up. She had answered the call. She had stayed on the line, and it had not saved him. That was the part she would carry forever, that answering does not save anyone, that the cold takes the warm no matter how fully you love them. But it had done the only thing love can do in a world like this one. The thing she'd spent 3 years denying was worth anything. It had meant he was not alone in the dark. They got off the ice in the gray of dawn, the broken remnant of them, fewer again, always fewer. Beth gone, Mara gone, Eli gone. And others, the new world's tax paid in the only currency it took. They got the freed tithe, and the children, and the wounded onto the shore, onto the solid, frozen land, away from the warming harbor, and behind them the Cyprus Arrow burned. She was burning by dawn, the great ore freighter, her warm gold belly finally fully breached, the horde that her own heat had summoned swarming her decks, the fires in her barrels spreading to her old dry bones. And somewhere in the burning Hollis vein was making his last stand in the kingdom he'd built out of grief and people. The man who kept his own warm, finally consumed by the only thing the warm ever truly draws. Della would learn the rest of his end later. For now, she only stood on the cold shore with June's hand in hers and Sammy's weight on her back, and the dead radio in her fist, and watched the worst fire in the world burn down to the waterline, and felt nothing she could name. Only the vast gray exhaustion of someone who has answered every call she was given and lost almost everyone anyway. The sun came up. It was the first clear sun in many days after the long storm, and it should have been a mercy. It was the opposite of a mercy, because the sun came up over the harbor, and the sun was warm, the first real warmth from the sky in weeks, and its warmth fell on the black ice of the bay, the ice that Nadia's trick and the burning ship had already begun to thaw, the ice that held, frozen into its surface and its depths, the banked and dormant dead of an entire dying city. 10,000 of them. The whole vast army that had poured down to the warm lake over the long weeks and frozen where it stood. And as the warm dawn light touched the thawing ice, all across the harbor, one by one, the banked dead began to wake. Della stood on the shore in the warm, killing sunrise and watched it happen, watched the ice itself come alive, watched the frozen army she had thought safely banked begin in their thousands to stir, to twitch, to chatter, to stand, the whole harbor rising from its frozen sleep into the warmth it had been waiting for all winter, the warmth of a sun no fire could replace and no cold discipline could starve, the one heat source in all the world that no one could put out. She had answered the call, she had stayed on the line, she had freed the staked and burned the worst fire in the world and brought her children to the cold safe shore. And on the warming ice behind her, 10,000 banked and chattering dead began, one by one, to stand. You count the living first. Peeler had taught them that, somewhere in the long, cold weeks, the discipline of it. When the worst is over, before you let yourself feel anything, you count the living, because the living are the only thing left that you can still do something about. So Della counted them on the cold shore in the warm and terrible dawn, with the Cyprus Arrow burning behind them, and the harbor waking into chatter, and the count was this: herself. June, Sammy, Pilar, Aaron, gray and fragile and present, leaning on Nadia. Nadia. Tyrese, 19, his father's deer rifle empty now and slung across his back, a marksman made by a winter he hadn't asked for. Soren, who had chosen his soft heart and his new people over the warm ship and would carry the weight of every staked soul he'd ever stood guard over for the rest of his life. Doug Friel, gray and silent, the man who'd locked a door, and 6 of the freed tithe, strangers, frostbitten, half dead but alive, walked off the ice instead of left to scream on it, which was the whole reason any of it had been worth anything. 15 and a girl and a boy. They had been 11 and June in a hospital basement 100 years ago. The new world had taken its tax in both directions, taken the ones it loved and added the ones it saved, and the count came out about the same, which was, Della thought, perhaps the only honest thing the cold ever did. It kept the books balanced, and it never once let you choose which entries. They could not stay on the shore. The harbor was waking. Della could see it, the whole black thawing bay coming alive in their thousands as the warm sun touched the ice. The banked army standing up out of its winter sleep, and the warming day that woke the dead would keep on warming. A freak clear thaw after the great storm, the cruelest possible weather, because warmth was the enemy and the sky itself had turned enemy. They had hours maybe before the woken harbor finished standing and started moving, and they were on foot, exhausted, burdened with the frostbitten and the fragile, and they had nowhere to go. And then Aaron, gray and crashed and barely upright, lifted his head and looked across the harbor at the one structure standing clear of the waking ice, out at the end of the long concrete pier where the ship canal met the open lake, and said, in the flat, exhausted voice that came after the mania, "There, the light. We go to the light." It was the Coast Guard station, the old canal lighthouse and its keeper's building, and the cluster of guard structures at the very end of the north pier, a long finger of concrete reaching out into the lake at the harbor's mouth, with the great cold open water of Superior on one side and the ship canal on the other, surrounded on three sides by water that would never fully freeze, by the one moat in all the world that the dead could not cross, because the dead could not swim, because the dead sank and froze, because deep cold water was the one thing more reliably lethal to them than to the living. "It's defensible," Aaron said, and even Gray and crashed his broken mind saw the geometry of it whole, the way it had always seen everything, just one beat too late or too early to save anyone. Cold water on three sides, one way in, down the pier, and the pier's narrow, you could hold the pier. And it's... He almost smiled, the ghost of the manic brightness. "It's cold, Della. It's the coldest place in the harbor, out there in the wind off the open lake. The warm never reaches it. We could live there on almost no heat at all. We could be an ember out there. The dead would freeze trying to reach us, and we'd barely have to burn anything." He let his head drop again, spent. "It's the opposite of the ship. The ship was the warmest place, and it killed everybody. The light is the coldest place. That's where we live now, out where it's too cold to be found." It was the whole lesson of the winter, spoken by the one of them least able to act on it. And it was exactly right. And they turned toward the pier and the light, and they began to walk. They found Hollis Vane on the ice at the foot of the burning ship, and Della had to decide, one more time, who she was. He was dying. He'd been dragged off the Cypress Arrow by the last of his loyal people as she burned, or he'd crawled off. Della never knew which. And now he lay on the thawing black ice in his old harbor pilot's coat, with a wound in him that no nurse on earth could have charted away. Out of and around him in the warming dawn, the staked, the ones he hadn't gotten to free, the ones still pegged to the ice from the night before, and the woken dead rising all around. The staked and the dead were coming up out of the ice on every side, and Hollis Vane, the man who had built a kingdom on the principle that the warm survive by spending the cold, lay dying and warm and alone on the ice he had filled with the dead, and the dead were coming for the warmest thing on it, which was him. He saw Della. His warm eyes found her, even at the end, even in the agony, and there was no fear in them, and no plea, only the terrible, settled certainty that had run the whole machine of him from the start. "Came to watch," he said, blood in it, a ghost of the hymn voice. "Can't say I blame you. I'd have come to watch." "No," Della said. She knelt by him on the thawing ice because that was who she had decided to be, the woman who kneels by the dying, even this one, especially this one. "I came because nobody dies alone in the dark, not even you. That's the rule now. It's the only rule I've got left, and I'm not making an exception for the worst man I ever met." She looked at the dead coming up out of the ice all around them, closing, the warmth of two living bodies, a beacon in the cold dawn. "They're going to reach you in a few minutes, Hollis. The ones you put out here. They're going to reach you, and it's going to be the slow way, the way you made the tithe last for days. Or..." And here was the choice that defined her, the math and the mercy in the same hand. "Or I have morphine, and I have my shears, and I can give you the good death, the one you never gave a single soul on this ice. The clean one, the kind one, the one I gave my friends." Her voice did not shake. The cold water ran under the ice. "I'm not doing it to forgive you. There's no forgiving the ice. I'm doing it because I'm a nurse, and you're dying, and I don't let the dying go the bad way when I can give them the good one. Even you, especially you. Because the day I start deciding who's worth a kind death and who isn't, I become you, and I'm not going to become you. So, Hollis Vane, do you want the morphine, or do you want the ice you made? And Hollis Vane looked at the small gray-haired woman kneeling by him on the thawing ice, the nurse who had refused his table and burned his kingdom and come back to give him the one mercy he'd spent his whole reign denying. Others, and something moved in his weathered face that might, at the very end, have been understanding, or grief, or the ghost of the man he'd been before the dead took his grandbabies and the cold took his soul. The morphine, he said. God help me, the morphine. And then, as Della drew it, as she gave it, as the warmth of the drug eased the agony, and the dead closed in, and she stayed kneeling by him so he would not be alone, he said the last thing, the thing she'd carry forever, the thing that was a curse and a warning, and she would come to understand, a kind of terrible gift. You'll do the same, someday, when it's your warm ones, and the only fuel left is a stranger. His warm, dying eyes held hers. You'll do exactly what I did, and you'll tell yourself it's different because you'll do it for love. But it was always for love, Della. Every soul I staked on this ice, I staked for love of the ones on the ship. That's the thing I need you to understand before I go. The only thing I've got left to give you. The ice is always built for love. The monster and the mercy come out of the exact same place. You watch yourself, nurse. You watch yourself close, because you've got a granddaughter and a boy who writes his name and a heart that's just learned how to open all the way. And that's not protection from becoming me. That's the fuel. That's exactly the fuel. His voice was fading into the warmth of the drug. Keep your soft-hearted ones close. They're the only thing that'll stop you. They were the only thing that could have stopped me, and I kept them close. And I still... And the morphine took him. Gentle, before the dead could, and Hollis Vane died warm on his own ice, with a nurse kneeling beside him, so that even he, even the worst man she ever met, did not die alone in the dark. Della did the necessary thing with the shears before he could rise. And then she stood up, and she looked at the dead coming up out of the ice all around her, and she walked back to her family. And she did not weep for Hollis Vane, because some deaths are not for weeping. But she carried his last words out with her into the rest of her life, and she watched herself close, the way he'd told her to, for the rest of her days, because the most frightening thing the winter ever taught her was that he was right. The ice is always built for love, and the only thing that stops you building it is keeping close the ones who'd be ashamed of you if you did. The dead caught them on the pier, and that was where Doug Friel finally answered the question he'd failed in a cold house weeks ago. They were halfway out the long concrete finger of the North Pier, the lighthouse and safety ahead, the cold open lake on their left and the thawing harbor on their right, when the dead came, not the harbor horde, which was still rising, still slow, still untangling itself from the thawing ice, but a smaller, faster knot of them, the ones that had been close, the woken under ice dead from the shore, fevered and quick in the warming day, coming up the pier behind the group at a pace the frostbitten and the fragile could not outrun. And there was a gap. The pier had an old swing bridge section near its base, rusted half open, and there was a gap in the railing and the deck there, a choke point, a place where one person standing in the narrow span could hold back many for a little while, long enough, maybe, for the slow and the wounded to reach the light. Della saw it and knew what it would cost and was already turning to take it herself, because that was her reflex, the martyr reflex. The thing Hollis Vane had just warned her was indistinguishable from love. And Doug Friel put his hand on her arm and stopped her. No, Doug said. His gray administrator's face was very calm, calmer than Della had ever seen it. The calm of a man who has finally found the one thing in the new world he is built for. Not you. You've got the kid on your back and the girl at your side, and these people need you at the light. They need the nurse. They don't need the nurse dead on a bridge. They need... His voice caught, steadied. They need somebody whose job it is to hold a door. And I'm the man who didn't hold the door. I've been the man who didn't hold the door for 3 weeks. I locked it on Han and I watched him die, and I've been Every night, every single night, I've been on the wrong side of that door in my head." He was already moving toward the gap, toward the choke point. Picking up the maul, Soren handed him without a word, the soft-hearted forager understanding before anyone what Doug had decided. "Let me hold the door, Della, just once. Let me be the man who holds it instead of the man who locks it. I need—" His eyes were wet, but his voice was steady, the steadiest it had ever been. "I need to have held the door at the end. Please, let me have held it." And Della Mercer, who understood the difference between a martyr's escape and a man's redemption because she had spent the whole winter learning it, looked at Doug Friel and did the hardest, most loving thing. She let him. "Okay, Doug," she said, "hold the door. We'll be at the light. Hold it as long as you can, and then come if you can, and if you can't—" She gripped his arm hard. "If you can't, you hold it knowing you held it, knowing every single person who gets to that light got there because Doug Friel held the door. You hear me? That's the truth of it. That's the only truth that's going to matter. You held the door." "I held the door," Doug repeated, like a prayer, like a name written in flour, like a real thing that would last. And he turned and he set himself in the gap of the broken bridge with the maul in his soft, uncalloused hands, and he held the door. He held it far longer than anyone could have asked, far longer than a frightened administrator should have been able to. The dead coming up the pier, and Doug Friel standing in the narrow place, swinging the maul and giving them something warm to want, buying every step of the group's retreat to the light with his own clumsy, desperate courage. And he did not lock it. He did not flee. He did not break. He held the door until the door could not be held, and the last thing any of them heard from him, shouted back up the pier over the chatter as they reached the safety of the light, was not an apology. For the first time in the whole long winter, Doug Friel did not apologize. What he shouted, fierce and broken and triumphant, was, "Go! I've got it! Go!" And he had it. To the end, he had it. The man who locked the door died holding one, and Della Mercer added his name to the list she carried. Walt and Rourke and Ogie and Carmen and Lacey and Pole and Beth and Mara and Eli, and now Doug who held the door. And she understood that the list was not a record of failures, but a record of love. That every name on it was someone who had, at the end, walked toward instead of out, and that she was alive, and her children were alive, because of a chain of people who had each, in their turn, held the door. They buried no one at the light, because there was no one to bury. The dead they grieved were ash on a burned ship, or gone under the ice, or torn apart on a gangway, none of them given back. The new world stingy, even with bodies. But on the first full night in the keeper's quarters, when the children were asleep and the watch was set, and the small banked warmth had crept just far enough up the cold stone to let people sit without their breath fogging, Della gathered them, the living, the 15 who'd walked off the ice, and they did the thing that Pilar had taught them in a culvert on a frozen ridge a lifetime ago, the only funeral the cold world allowed. They said the names. It was Pilar who started it, because it was hers, because she'd carried it the longest. She sat with her back to the cold wall and the lamp banked low, and she said, flat and clear, "Walt Lindqvist." And she let it sit in the cold room, the name, the whole weight of it. He fixed the heat so we could live. He showed us how to be an ember instead of a fire. And he plugged a crawl space with his own body so a basement full of strangers could get out. And the last thing he ever said was, "You answer her." She looked at Della. He was right. He was right about all of it. Walt Lindqvist. And around the cold room, soft, the others said it back. Walt Lindqvist. And then they went around, in the lamplight, in the cold, and they said the names, and they said what each name had done, because that was the funeral. That was the whole liturgy of it. You said the name, and you said what they'd held, so that the holding would last, so that the dead would be, in Carmen's word, written down, and real things last. Rourke, Beth would have said, but Beth was gone too, so it was Della who said it. Rourke. He hid a bite for 3 days so he could be a person a little longer, and at the end he chose the good death so a child wouldn't have to be afraid of a drawer. Rourke. Rourke, the cold room answered. "Oh, gee," said Soren, who hadn't even known him. "But you said the names anyway, the strangers' names. That was the point. You didn't only grieve the ones you'd loved, You grieved the ones who'd walk the cold road with you, however briefly, because the cold made no distinction, and neither would they. He fixed things without being asked. The cold took him on the ridge, quiet, the way it takes the quiet ones. OG. Carmen Okafor, said June, and her voice was steady. 16 and steady. A girl who'd learned to say the hard things out loud from a grandmother who'd finally learned it too. She taught Sammy his name in the flower. She said, when you write yourself down, you're real and real things last. And she died teaching a little boy to be real. And she made us a family. She mothered all of us. She was the warm one. She was the warm one even at the end. Carmen Okafor. Carmen Okafor, the cold room said, and someone, one of the rescued tithe, a stranger who'd known her for 2 days, was weeping. Because that was the thing about saying the names. It let even the strangers in. It made one grief out of all of them. Lacey, Della said, because she would not leave out the one her own mercy had killed, because the honesty of the funeral was the whole point of it. She died because I made a choice at the airport that I made for the wrong reason. And I have to carry that. And saying her name is part of carrying it. Lacey. And Paul, who died in a fire one of us built who couldn't help building it. And we don't blame Aaron for that. We never blamed Aaron. The world had no medicine for the thing in his head. Paul. And Aaron, gray in the corner, made a sound. And Nadia put her hand on his arm, and the name was said, and it held both things at once, the grief and the grace, the way the cold had taught them to hold both. Beth, said Tyrese, whose mentor she'd half been, the hard medic who'd run out of faith. She stopped believing saving people mattered, and she kept saving them anyway, every day, right up until the ice took her in the middle of doing it. I think that's the bravest thing there is, actually. Doing it after you've stopped believing it matters. Beth. Mara, said June, who'd reached for her at the edge of the ice and not been able to hold on. We cut her free. We got her almost all the way across. And the ice took her 10 feet from my hands, and that's not. Being right didn't save her. Doing the good thing didn't save her. But we did the good thing. We cut her free. She died free instead of staked. And that has to count. It has to count for something. Mara. Doug Friel, said Soren, quiet, the man who'd watched Doug lock a door and watched him at the end hold one. He was the man who locked the door on Han. He carried that the whole winter, every night. He told me once he was on the wrong side of that door in his head every time he closed his eyes. And at the end, on the pier, he held the door. He stood in the gap, and he held it, and he didn't lock it, and he didn't run. And the last thing he ever said wasn't, "I'm sorry." For the first time in the whole winter, it wasn't, "I'm sorry." It was, "Go, I've got it, go." And he had it. He had it to the end. Doug Friel. And the cold room said it. Doug Friel. And it was, Della thought, the most complete redemption a person could be given. To have your worst moment and your best one both spoken aloud over you, and the best one be the one that lasts. And then there was only one name left, and the room knew it. And they left it for Della, because it was hers. She held Walt's radio in her cold hands, the silent radio she would never put down, and she said his name. Eli Brandt. Her voice did the thing it did now, the thing she let it do, the cracking. He got a starving boy to eat a cherry. He made terrible coffee, and he timed it to 90 seconds so it wouldn't be a beacon, and he handed it to people at the exact second they were about to break, so they'd remember to breathe. He walked into a blizzard to drag me out of the snow when I'd lain down to die, and he let the dead claw his back the whole way and never turned around. He took a bite meant for a child he didn't know was immune, because all he knew was that there was a child in danger, and he put his arm in the way. And at the end, he walked out onto a gangway warm and smiling and loud, so the dead would want him instead of my granddaughter. And he stayed on the radio with me the whole time so he wouldn't be alone. And the last thing he ever said, she had to stop. And the cold room waited and let her. The last thing he ever said was, "You picked up." That's all I wanted. You picking up. She looked around the cold, lamplit room at the family the winter had cost everything to build. He spent his life saving us in small ways, a cup of coffee at a time. And he spent his death saving us in the largest way there is. And he did all of it warm and laughing and kind, in a world that had no reason left to be kind, and he was the warmest thing I ever knew. And the cold took him the way it takes everything warm, and I answered his call. I answered it. I stayed on the line. It didn't save him. Nothing saves anyone. But he didn't die alone in the dark, and that's the only thing love can do in a world like this one. And it's enough. It has to be enough, because it's all there is. Eli Brandt. Eli Brandt, the cold room said. All of them, 15 voices in the lamplight at the cold edge of the dead world. And the names were said, the whole list of them, the long record of love. And Della Mercer sat with her dead friend's radio in her hands and her granddaughter against her shoulder and the immune child asleep in the corner, and she let herself grieve all the way, with her heart wide open to every loss the winter had dealt her, and it did not break her. That was the thing she learned saying the names. It did not break her the way she'd spent 3 years believing grief would break her. It only filled her the way the cold filled the concrete, the way warmth filled a room. And she understood at last that grief was not the opposite of love, but the proof of it, the receipt, the thing that meant the love had been real, and that a heart with a long list of names in it was not a broken heart, but a full one, and that she would rather carry the whole unbearable list than go back to being the woman who'd kept everyone at arm's length so the list would stay short. The short list was the broken life. The long list was the whole one. It had taken a winter, and almost everyone to learn it, and she had learned it, and she would teach it, and it would last. They reached the rest of the winter the way you reach anything in the cold, one held door at a time, and on the second day in the light, Nadia found the thing in Vane's papers that changed what the future could be. Soren had brought it off the ship before she burned. A satchel of Vane's records, grabbed half on instinct as the Cyprus arrow fell. The captain's careful logs of his careful kingdom. And Nadia went through them in the cold, lamplit keeper's room because Nadia went through everything. Because information was the thing she was made to find. And on the third night she went very still over a particular ledger and said, "Della, come look at this." Vane was keeping track of the immune. He had been. Of course he had. A man who dreamed of building a kinder ice out of immune men would have hunted them, cataloged them. And Vane's ledger held the records of every immune person his foragers had ever found or heard of across the whole region. A few dozen names, a scattering of the 2 or 3 in 100 who could be bitten and not turn. And Nadia had cross-referenced them, fast in her radio tech way, looking for the pattern Aaron would have seen if Aaron had been well enough to look, and she'd found it. "They're related," she said. "Look, it runs in families. Not all of them, but clusters, bloodlines. It tracks through families. Whatever the immunity is, it's heritable. It gets passed down." She looked up, and there was something in her exhausted face that none of them had worn in a long time. Something Della almost didn't recognize because it had been so long. Hope, real hope, the structural kind, the kind that's about the future and not just the next hour. "Della, if it's heritable, then it's not just luck. It's not just a few freaks the dead can't touch. It's a thread. It's something that gets carried forward." The immune have immune children. In 10 years, 20, there are more of them, not fewer. The thing that's killing the world has a counter built into us, getting stronger every generation. Her voice dropped, and there was a note. Vane's note in the margin by one of the family clusters. He wrote, "The boy tests immune," and then a date and a location. She turned the ledger so Della could see. "It's the address of the house where we found Sammy." The room went quiet. Della looked at the boy, asleep in the corner in June's arms. The silent boy who could now write his name and speak when it mattered. The boy who had survived alone in a freezing house. The boy Eli had taken a bite to save, and she understood all at once, the whole shape of it. Eli's bite that healed. Sammy in the house. The mother banked in the next room who'd turned. The boy who hadn't, even cold and starving and exposed for days. The boy who'd never been at risk from the warmth he was so terrified of. Because the warmth could wake his mother. But the bite could never have taken him. "Sammy's immune," Della said softly. "Eli took a bite to save a boy the dead could never have taken anyway." It should have been unbearable. And it was a little. Eli's death made crueler by the knowledge that the child he'd died protecting had never needed protecting from the teeth. But it was something else, too, something larger, And Della found she could hold both, the way she'd learned to hold the math and the mercy. Eli had not known Sammy was immune. Eli had only known there was a child in danger, and had put his arm in the way. And that was not made meaningless by what they learned later. That was made holy by it, that he'd given everything for a child, not knowing the child was the future, only knowing the child was a child, and the future had turned out to be exactly what he'd reached out his scarred arm to save. It means there's a point, Nadia said, to all of it, to surviving. It's not just running out the clock until the cold gets us too. The immune are out there, getting more numerous, carrying the thread forward, and the kids, Sammy and whoever else, they're the ones who get to live in a world where the dead can't take you. That's a future, Della. That's an actual future. We're not the last gasp of a dying world. We're the cold, hard winter the thread has to survive to get to the spring. She closed the ledger gently. Vane saw it. He saw the whole thing, the immunity, the heritability, the future, and he looked at all of it and decided the answer was to stake the present on the ice, to buy the future a little warmth. He had the truth in his hands, and he built an abattoir with it. She looked at Sammy, asleep, immune, the thread carried forward. We've got the same truth now. Let's not build the same thing with it. Soren broke on the fourth night at the light, and how they put him back together told Della everything about what they had become and what Vane could never have been. He'd been quiet since the ice, quieter than the gray exhaustion of the others, a held quiet, a quiet with something rotting inside it. And on the fourth night, Della found him out at the cold pierhead, in the dark, alone, off watch, standing at the rail, looking out at the frozen harbor where the dead stood banked in the ice, and she knew the posture, because she'd worn it herself in a snowdrift a lifetime ago. She'd come out to bring him in before the cold took him the way it took everything that stood still too long, and she found him weeping, the young forager, the soft-hearted one, weeping in the way men weep when they've held it for far too long. I stood guard on the ice, he said before she could speak, the words coming out of him like something lanced. That's what I did. For Vane, you know what the foragers were, what we really were. We weren't just finding people. We were sorting them. We were the ones who decided who's a strong back and who's a tithe, who comes up the gangway and who gets... And then we stood guard. We made sure they stayed staked. We made sure nobody came and cut them loose in the night. And when they screamed, his voice broke entirely. When they screamed out there on the ice, we were the ones who stood between them and anybody who might have helped them. That was my job. I did it all winter. I told myself the same thing everyone told themselves. The captain's right. The math is the math. The ship can't carry everyone. And I stood on the ice with a rifle, and I made sure the dying stayed dying, so the rest of us could stay warm. And now I'm here, with you, with the good people, with the people who took the ice apart. And you're going to teach those kids to read, and you're going to say the names of your dead, and you're going to be... And I don't get to be part of that. I don't get to. You don't know what I... There are names I could say too, Della, except they're not names I lost. They're names I stood guard over while they died, and I don't even know most of them. That's the worst part. I let people die without even learning their names. And Della Mercer stood at the cold rail beside the weeping young man who had stood guard over the tithe, and she did the hardest thing the whole winter had taught her, which was harder than mercy and harder than the math, the thing that was the actual opposite of Hollis Vane. She did not tell him he was forgiven, because that wasn't hers to give, and a cheap absolution would have been its own kind of lie. And she did not tell him he was a monster and cast him out, because that was Vane's logic too. The sorting, the deciding who's worth keeping, just pointed in a different direction. She did the third thing, the human thing, the thing that held the math and the mercy in the same hand. You're right, she said. I don't get to forgive you. Those people don't belong to me. The only ones who could forgive you are out there in the ice, and they can't. And you're going to have to live the rest of your life knowing that. The same way I'm going to live the rest of mine knowing I let a man into the airport for the wrong reason and got Lacey killed. The same way Doug lived with a locked door. The same way Pilar lives with every hard call she's made. None of us get the clean absolution, Soren. That's not on the menu in this world. There's no priest, and there's no judge, and there's no getting it washed off. She turned him by the shoulder, away from the rail, away from the cold, dark water, toward the warm lamplit windows of the keepers' quarters up the pier. But here's the thing you got wrong. You think the names are only for the people who earned a clean death. You think you don't get to be part of saying the names because you've got the wrong kind of names inside you. And that's exactly backward. The names aren't a reward for the worthy dead. The names are how the living carry what they did and what was done to them, so it doesn't rot them from the inside, the way it's rotting you right now, alone on this pier, freezing to death so you don't have to feel it. She gripped his shoulder hard. So you're going to come inside, and some night when you're ready, you're going to say them. The ones you stood guard over, as many as you knew, and account for the ones you didn't. You're going to say them out loud in the warm room with the rest of us, and we're going to hear it. And it's not going to forgive you, but it's going to make them real. It's going to write them down, and you're going to carry them the right way instead of the way that kills you. That's the work, Soren. That's the only work there is. You don't get to be clean. You get to carry it well, in the warm, with people who'll help you carry it, instead of alone in the cold. That's the whole difference between us and Vane. He carried it alone, and it made him a monster. We carry it together, and it makes us a family. Now come inside before the cold makes the choice for you. And Soren came inside, and some nights later, when he was ready, he said the names, the few he'd known, and a number for the rest, and 40 more whose names I never learned, and I'm sorry I never learned them. And the warm room heard it. And it did not forgive him because that wasn't theirs to do, but it held him while he carried it. And that was the thing that kept him alive. And that was the thing that made him, in the end, one of them. Not absolution, which the dead world didn't offer, but company in the carrying, which was the only mercy left, and turned out to be enough. Della watched him say the names and understood that she had just done the truest opposite of everything Hollis Vane stood for. That Vane had taken broken, guilty, frightened people and given them a fire and a reason not to look at what they'd done, and that the light took the same broken, guilty, frightened people and gave them a cold, hard place to stand and the company to bear looking at it, and that the second thing was harder and poorer and colder than the first, and was the only one that didn't end in an abattoir on the ice. Before the cold came back to save them, the thaw very nearly finished them, and the night it almost did was the longest night of the whole long winter, and it was the night the light became, in fire and exhaustion and the last of everyone's strength, a home worth dying for. The thaw held for 3 days, and for 3 days the harbor woke, not all at once. The great frozen bay gave up its dead slowly, the warmth working through the ice in patches. 100 here, standing free of the softening surface and shambling toward the only warmth that didn't move. Then 100 more, and the only warmth that didn't move was the light. The ember at the end of the pier, 19 souls and a bank stove and the small unkillable heat of the living out at the cold end of the cold pier. And across the thawing harbor, the dead felt it and turned toward it and began, in their slow warming thousands, to come. They came down the pier. That was the one way in, the narrow concrete finger, and it was both the light's salvation and its trial. Salvation because a horde could only come down it a few abreast. Trial because the horde did not stop coming, all through the thaw, a summer relentless feed of the dead down the single narrow approach, and the living had to hold it hour after hour, day after day, with a deer rifle running low on ammunition and a fire axe and the splitting maul and the fish spears and the cold, hard discipline of a winter's worth of hard-won skill. Pilar ran the pier the way she'd run every fight, cold and economical, rotating the watch so no one stood the line too long. And they held, for 3 days they held, but holding has a cost, and the cost was exhaustion, the deep grinding exhaustion of people who cannot sleep because the dead never stop. And by the 3rd night they were failing, all of them, swaying on their feet, and the horde down the pier was thicker than it had been, and Della stood the line in the dark with her maul in her shaking hands and understood with cold clarity that they could not hold another day, that the thaw would outlast them, that the dead would feed down that pier faster than tired people could put them down, and somewhere in the next gray dawn the line would bend and break, and it would be the school hallway and the burning hospital and the gangway all over again, the warm, hunted by the cold, the long arithmetic finally coming out against them. And on the third night, at the bottom of everyone's strength, with the horde pressing and the rifle down to its last rounds, Aaron Voss, Gray Aaron, crashed Aaron, Aaron who had been carried and tended and kept all the way out to the light. Aaron stood up out of the place where he'd been sitting silent for days, and he looked down the pier at the coming dead. And the broken, brilliant engine of his mind, that had no medicine and no rest, turned over one more time and saw, as it always saw, the true thing one beat too late or too early to be any comfort. The water, he said, flat, certain. You're all fighting them on the pier. Stop fighting them on the pier. The pier's got water on both sides, and the water's cold, and the dead can't swim. The dead sink and freeze. You taught me that. The lake takes them and keeps them. He pointed with a shaking gray hand at the old cargo boom on the pierhead, the Coast Guard davit, the heavy iron arm that had once swung supplies off the supply tenders. That swings. That's a lever, a long iron lever over the water. You don't have to kill them. You just have to put them in the water. One push, off the pier, into the cold, and the lake does the rest. And you never swing a maul. You never spend a bullet. You tip them in. You let the cold be the weapon, the way it's been the weapon the whole time. You just finally use it on purpose. His gray, exhausted face almost found a smile. Stop fighting the cold. Stop fighting them. Make the pier a thing that pours them into the lake. That's all the pier is. It's a chute. It was always a chute. You just have to see it. And they saw it. God help them. They saw it. The whole tired group, seeing the pattern Aaron's broken mind had handed them. And in the last black hours of the third night, they rebuilt the line, not a wall to fight behind, but a chute to pour the dead through. The rails stripped on the lakeside, the deck sheeted slick, the heavy iron boom rigged to sweep. And they stopped killing the dead and started channeling them, herding the slow, warm-drawn horde down the narrowing pier and tipping them, a few at a time, with levers and poles and the great iron boom, off the slick lake side into the black, cold water that took them down and froze them and kept them, exactly as Aaron said, exactly as the cold had been doing to everything all winter, the living finally turning the whole logic of the season into a machine and pointing it at the dead. No more swinging the maul to exhaustion, no more spending the last bullets, just the pier and the cold water and the patient, endless work of pouring the dead into the lake. And the lake never filled. The lake was the biggest cold thing in the world. The lake would take every dead thing the thawing harbor could send and ask for more. They held the third night. Aaron's chute held it, and in the gray of the fourth dawn, with the horde still coming but the living no longer dying to stop it, Della stood on the pierhead, sheeted in frozen spray, and looked at Gray, crashed Aaron, who had saved them all with the one thing the world had no medicine for. And she crossed to him, and she took his shaking gray hands in her shaking cold ones, and she said, "You see things, Aaron. You see things none of us can see, and the world's been so cruel about it. It gave you that mind, and then took away the one thing that let you live with it. And I am so sorry. I am so sorry. There's no lithium left. I'd walk to the ends of the dead earth to find you some, but I need you to hear this all the way down, on the worst day, so you'll have it on the next worst day. You are not a burden we carry. You are the reason we're alive, twice now. The signal fire was the world's cruelty, and the chute was your gift, and they came out of the exact same mind. And we are keeping that mind. We are keeping you. Nobody locks the door on Aaron Voss, not ever, not while I'm breathing. You hear me?" And Aaron, gray and spent and fragile, looked at her with his terrible seeing eyes, and something in them steadied, just slightly, just enough. And he nodded. And it was, Della thought, as close to medicine as the dead world had left to give him. To be told, on the worst day, by people who meant it, that he was kept. The thaw broke on the 34th day, and the cold came back. And the cold, the killing cold, the cold that had taken Oji and ruined Carmen's insulin, and very nearly killed Della in a snowdrift. The cold came back as the only thing that could save them. Because the thaw had woken the harbor, 10,000 dead rising from the ice, and a horde that size moving, would have reached even the cold pier and the lighthouse in time, would have come down the long concrete finger in numbers no choke point could hold. But the thaw was a freak, a single warm front in the deep heart of a Lake Superior winter. And on the 34th day the wind swung around to the northwest and came down off the great cold land, and the temperature fell 40 degrees in an afternoon, and the harbor that had thawed enough to wake its dead now froze again, harder, faster. And the dead that had stood up out of the ice now stood still in it, banking again, slowing, freezing where they stood mid-stride. The whole risen army caught and held and stilled by the returning cold before it could finish becoming a flood. Della stood on the gallery of the lighthouse in the screaming, returning cold, and watched the harbor freeze the horde in place, and understood that she had spent the entire winter learning to hate and fear the cold, and that the cold had just saved every life she had left, and that this was the final lesson, the one that took everything to learn, that the cold was never the enemy. The cold was just the rule. The cold killed you if you fought it, and saved you if you learned to wear it. And the dead and the living were caught in the exact same cold, and the only question that had ever mattered was whether you'd learned in time to stop running toward the fire. They had learned. That was the thing. Standing on the gallery in the cold that had come back to save them, Della looked at what they'd become, and she saw a group that had finally, fully learned the lesson the whole winter had been teaching. They were an ember, out there at the cold end of the cold pier, burning almost nothing, hidden in the very cold that killed everything else, surrounded by a moat of water too cold to cross, holding the one narrow door that led to them, watching the dead freeze in the harbor because the survivors had finally learned to live where the warmth couldn't betray them. The lighthouse ran cold. They slept cold in shifts, under many blankets with small banked heat in the keeper's stove and never a flame that showed. They had learned to wear the cold the way Walt had worn it for 50 winters on the ice, and the wearing of it was the thing that kept them alive. The last of the dead came for them on the 35th day, and it was a single one, and it taught Della the final shape of her own heart. It had been in the lighthouse already. A Coast Guardsman, dead since the first days, banked in the cold tower for weeks, undisturbed because the tower was cold, and the cold kept it sleeping. And as they settled into the keeper's quarters, as the small banked warmth of their living crept up the tower's stair, the dead guardsman in the lantern room warmed, just slightly, just enough, and woke, and came down the iron stair chattering, slow in the cold toward the warmth of the living. Pilar moved for it, axe up, the reflex of a hard winter, and Della stopped her. "No," Della said, "let me." And she went up the iron stair toward the dead guardsman, and she did not feel the horror she'd felt at the dead man in the ICU 100 years ago, the visceral animal terror of the teeth. She felt something else, something the whole winter had built in her, looking at the slow, cold, chattering thing coming down the stair. She felt grief, because it had been a person. It had been a young Coast Guardsman who'd stayed at his post in the lighthouse when the world ended, who died here at the cold edge of everything, alone, doing his job. And the cold had kept him these weeks, and now the small warmth of strangers had woken him into one last hungry confusion. And Della looked at him and saw not a monster, but the last and loneliest of the winter's victims. One more person the cold had taken, no different from Walt or Carmen or Eli, except in the order of the dying. She put him down gently as the maul allows, which is not very, but the gentleness was in her, in the way she did it, in the fact that she said, as she did it, "I'm sorry. You did your job. You stayed at your post. Rest now. You're not alone." And then she stood in the cold lantern room over the still body of the last of them, and she understood that the dead had stopped being monsters to her somewhere in the long winter, that they were just people the cold had finished with, and that the only difference between the quick and the dead was a few degrees of warmth and a little more time, and that the right way to feel about any of them, the quick or the dead, was the way a nurse feels at the end of a long shift over a patient she could not save, not horror, not hatred, but the vast, tired tenderness of someone who has spent her whole life in the presence of the thing that takes everyone, and has decided, against all the evidence, to keep loving them anyway. That night on the gallery of the lighthouse, with the harbor frozen solid and the horde banked still in the ice, and the cold come back to keep them safe, Della Mercer taught her granddaughter and the silent boy the only religion she had left. The three of them stood at the rail in the deep, cold dark, Walt's old radio in Della's hand. Silent now, but kept, always kept. And the great cold lake stretched black and endless before them, and the frozen city lay dead and dark behind them. And June leaned into Della's side the way she had on a cold rock above a burning city a lifetime ago. And Sammy held Della's other hand, and breathed his small fog of breath into the cold, alive, the thread carried forward. "Here's the whole thing," Della said. "Everything I learned this winter. You ready? It's short." June nodded against her shoulder. Sammy looked up with his huge, serious eyes. "You spend warmth like it's your last match. Walt taught me that the first week, and it took me the whole winter and almost everyone we loved to understand what it meant. It means you keep just enough warmth to stay alive, no more. You don't build a bonfire, because a bonfire calls the dead, and a bonfire calls the worst in people. It makes you into a man like Vane, who had so much warmth he started deciding who deserved it. You keep a small warmth, a banked warmth, an ember, and you guard it like the dead can hear it. Because they can. They always could." She looked out at the frozen harbor full of the banked dead. "And the other half, the half it took me 3 years and 1 winter and your father's whole life to learn, is that the small warmth you keep, you don't keep it for yourself. You keep it for each other. You spend it on the person next to you. You answer the call. You stay on the line. You hold the door. You kneel by the dying, even the worst of them, so nobody goes into the dark alone. That's the whole religion, baby. Keep a small warmth, guard it like the dead can hear it, and spend every bit of it on the people you love. That's it. That's everything. That's all I've got, and it cost everything I had to get it, and it's the only thing worth passing down." June was quiet a long moment, looking out at the cold black lake. "It's not much of a religion," she said finally in her father's voice. "The stubborn one. The one that didn't run." "No," Della said, and felt the laugh come up in her, the second one in 3 years, the wrecked, astonished one. "It's not much of a religion, but it's about the right size for the world we've got." And June Mercer laughed, really laughed, 16 years old, alive. In the cold dark at the edge of the dead world, the most impossible and ordinary sound in creation. And Sammy looked up at the sound of it and almost laughed too, the silent boy, the immune boy, the thread carried forward. And Della Mercer stood on the gallery of the lighthouse with her granddaughter laughing against her shoulder and the immune child's hand in hers and her dead friend's radio in her fist, and felt, for the first time since a parking lot and a coroner's clipboard and 11 seconds of breathing on a phone, something she had no name for, and finally did not need one. They had stopped running toward the fire. That, Della thought, watching her granddaughter laugh in the cold, was the only thing she'd ever learned that was worth knowing. You keep just enough warmth to stay alive, and you guard it like the dead can hear it, because they can, because they always could. By the deep heart of winter, the light had become a place where people lived. That was the thing that still stopped Della some mornings, when she came up the iron stair into the gray dawn and looked out at what they'd built. That it was not a siege anymore, not a held breath, not a single long night of survival stretched thin to breaking. It was a life, spare and cold and watchful, lit by lamp and banked by ember, hemmed by the great frozen lake and the dead in the ice. But a life with a shape to it, with mornings and evenings and the small, repeated holy things that turned survival into living. There were 19 of them now, in the keepers' quarters and the guard buildings at the end of the pier. The 6 freed tithe had healed, those that healed and stayed and become themselves again. A welder, a nurse's aide who took half of Della's load off her, an old man who'd been a fisherman and knew the ice the way Walt had known it, and taught the rest of them what Walt hadn't lived to. A few more had come in over the weeks, 1s and 2s out of the frozen dark, found by Nadia's patient radio or stumbling down the long pier half dead with the cold, and the light had taken them in, carefully, with the gate held and the questions asked, but taken them in, because that was the thing they had decided to be, the opposite of the ship, a place that opened its small warmth to the cold instead of staking the cold out to feed the warm. They lived cold and they lived watchful, and the living of it had a rhythm now. Watch rotations on the pier, Tyrese and Soren and the welder trading the long, cold hours with the deer rifle, and the spotting scope, reading the frozen harbor for any banked thing that warmed enough to stir, the banking of the heat at night and the starving of it by day, the discipline Walt had taught them in a hospital basement, now as natural as breathing, the boiling of the snowmelt, the rationing of the stores, the endless cold, careful work of keeping an ember alive in the wind off the biggest cold lake on Earth, and the small things, the human things, the things that were the actual point. Nadia on the radio every evening, sweeping the bands, knitting the scattered living together voice by faint voice across the dead frozen land. Pilar teaching the new ones how to put a body down clean. And this was the thing that told Della how far they'd all come, teaching them, too, when not to, how to tell a banked harmless thing from a waking dangerous one. Mercy and math in the same lesson now. Aaron, gray and quiet, and never quite well, but kept, held, useful, doing the careful engine work and the careful figuring that his careful broken mind was made for. Loved by a group that had decided long ago that nobody locks the door on Aaron Voss. And the school. That was June's doing, and it was the thing that undid Della every single time, the thing that meant they'd won whatever there was to win. In the long, cold evenings, by the lamp in the keeper's room, June Mercer taught the children to read. There were two of them now, Sammy and a little girl named Wren, who'd come in with one of the rescued families in the dead of January. And June sat them down by the lamp each night with the salvaged books and taught them their letters, the way Carmen had taught Sammy his name in the flower, S-A-M. When you write yourself down, you're real, and real things last. Sammy could read now. The silent boy who'd guarded his frozen mother in a cold, dark house, who'd crawled a duct into the heart of a tyrant ship, who carried the immune thread forward into whatever the world was going to become. Sammy could read, and he read aloud to Wren in his careful, rusty voice, each word held like a coin. And Della would sit in the corner mending and listen to a boy who'd had no words read words to a girl who had none yet, by lamplight, at the cold end of the world, and think this is what the warmth was for, not the bonfire. This, the small light spent on the children, in the cold. She had stopped running toward the fire. They all had, and in the stopping, they had found the only thing the fire had ever actually been for. In the evenings, when the watches were set and the children were down, Nadia rebuilt the world one voice at a time. And Della came to understand that this, more than the walls, more than the cold moat, more than the rifle on the pier, was the thing that would decide whether the human race had a future or only an ending. Nadia had found her purpose on a frozen creek, and it had grown into something the whole light depended on. Every night, on the salvaged marine set and the ham rig she'd cobbled together from the Coast Guard station's wreckage, she swept the bands. Patient and methodical, the radio tech's discipline, listening for the faint living voices scattered across the dead frozen land. And there were voices. That was the thing that still astonished Della, sitting in the cold, lamp-lit room listening to Nadia work. There were voices, more of them every week. The survivors of the long winter finding the courage and the power and the antennas to reach out across the dark. Ember calling to ember. The grain elevator down the shore. A cluster of families holed up in an Iron Range mine, deep underground where the earth's own warmth kept them and the cold kept the dead off. A lighthouse keeper's descendant on an island in the lake who'd wintered alone and wept the first time a human voice answered her. A hard, careful group up on the range who'd survived the way Vane's people had, but without the tithe, without the ice, just cold discipline and luck and each other. Nadia knit them together. She made a schedule, a net, a nightly roll call of the living. This is the canal light. The canal light is still here. Who's out there tonight? And one by one the embers answered, and the answering became a thing they all waited for. The proof each night that they were not the last, that the dark was not empty, that the thread Vane had cataloged and built an abattoir around was out there, carrying itself forward in a dozen scattered warmths across the frozen world. They traded things on the net. Della talked a mineshaft mother through a child's pneumonia 200 miles away by lamplight, her voice the only medicine that group had. The range people taught the island woman how to bank a fire that wouldn't show. The grain elevator and the light planned for the spring, a meeting, a trade, the first tentative reweaving of a world that had been torn down to single threads. And Della understood, listening, that this was the opposite of Vane, the actual opposite. the thing she'd been groping toward on the cold hill above his golden ship. That Vane had hoarded his one great warmth and built walls around it and staked the cold world out to feed it, and that the answer was not a bigger fire but more fires, small ones, scattered ones, embers that called to each other across the dark and kept each other burning. A world made not of one warm fortress but of 1,000 small warmths that refused to let each other go cold. "That's it," Della said one night, watching Nadia close out the roll call, the faint voices signing off one by one into the static. "Good night, Canal Light. Good night, Range. Good night, Island. Stay warm, stay small, stay watching." That's the whole thing, isn't it? That's what we've got instead of Vane. Not one big fire. A lot of small ones, looking out for each other across the dark. And Nadia, who had recorded a lie that lured survivors to their deaths and spent a whole winter earning her way out from under it, looked up from the radio and said, "Yeah, and the thing about a lot of small fires is you can't put them all out. One big fire, somebody breaches it, it's over, everybody freezes. But 100 small ones." She gestured at the static, at the scattered sleeping embers of the living world. "And you'd have to find every single one. The future's not going to come from the biggest, warmest, safest place." Vane proved that. The future's going to come from the fact that there's too many of us now, too spread out, too stubborn, all keeping each other warm across the dark. That's not a fortress, that's a web. You can't kill a web by hitting it in one place. She keyed the set off, and the lamplit room went quiet, and outside the dead world breathed its cold fog over the scattered, stubborn, uncatchable embers of the living. And on the solstice, the longest night, the dead bottom of the dark, the night the old world had marked with light against exactly this kind of cold, the light held its first ceremony. And it was June's idea, and it became the thing that would hold them together for every winter still to come. They gathered in the keeper's room, all of them, the whole light, and they lit a single extra lamp against the longest night. One small defiance of warmth, and they said the names, the way Pilar had taught them in a culvert, the way they'd said them on the first night at the light. The long list, the record of love, Walt, Rourke, Ogie, Carmen, Lacey, Pole, Beth, Mara, Doug, Halverson, Eli, all of them. Every name spoken aloud into the lamplight, so the holding would last, so the dead would be written down and real, because real things last. And then June did the new thing, the thing that made it a tradition instead of a wake. She took off her red hat. She'd worn it for a year. Her father had made it in a rehab craft group 19 months before he died. And June had worn it through the school hallway and the burning city and the frozen ridge and the blizzard and the burning ship. The one spot of color in the gray dead world, the one thing she'd never taken off. And now she took it off, in the lamplight, on the longest night, and she crossed the room to where the newest and most frightened of them sat, which that first year was a small girl named Wren, who'd come in out of the cold in January and still flinched at every sound. And June knelt down in front of her the way Della had once knelt in a cold doorway, and she put the red hat on the little girl's head. And she said, "My dad made this. He's gone now. He made it to keep my head warm, and it did all year. It kept me warm through the worst things that ever happened. And the thing about warmth is, you're supposed to spend it. You're not supposed to keep it for yourself. So I'm giving it to you because you're the newest and you're the most scared, and that's exactly who it's for. And next year, when somebody comes in colder and more scared than you give it to them. That's how it works now. The hat goes to whoever's most afraid every year, forever. So nobody who comes in out of the cold ever has to be the most afraid for very long. Okay?" And little Wren, swallowed in the red hat that her father's dead hands had made, looked up at June with huge eyes and nodded. And the lamplit room was full of weeping. That was also, somehow, the first real joy any of them had felt in a year. And Della Mercer watched her granddaughter give away the last thing she had of her father to a frightened stranger's child, and understood that she had not, in the end, raised June at all, that June had taught her, that the girl who'd screamed, "I'd rather you loved me than kept me alive in a blizzard," had grown into the truest teacher of the whole lights, hard-won religion, and that this exactly was what surviving had been for. not to outlast the dead, but to raise up a generation that knew how to spend warmth on each other in the dark. The harbor tried to take the light from them in the deep of the winter, and the way it tried taught Della the last thing she didn't yet know about the cold, which was that even safety has to be paid for, over and over in the small hours, by people who are tired. It happened on a black night near the bottom of January, on Tyrese's watch. The boy, he was not a boy anymore, that was the thing, 19 and gone gaunt and steady. His father's deer rifle as much a part of him now as his own arm. Tyrese was on the pierhead watch in the killing cold, and he was doing the thing they all did on watch, which was reading the frozen harbor for any banked shape that had warmed enough to stir. When he saw that one of the banked shapes was in the wrong place, it had moved, not walked. The harbor was frozen iron hard. Nothing was walking, but moved, drifted. Because the ship canal beside the pier never fully froze, the current and the marginally warmer lake water kept a channel of black open water running right past the foot of the light. And a banked dead thing had gone into that channel somewhere up the harbor, and the slow current had carried it down, frozen and dormant, on the black water until it fetched up against the pier directly below the keeper's quarters, directly below the small banked warmth where 19 people slept, and the warmth woke it. Tyrese did the right thing first, which was to not shoot. A shot in the dark brings nothing good and wakes nothing helpful. And the wrong thing, second, which was to lean out over the rail to see it better. And the leaning put his warm young face out over the black water, and the thing in the water, woken by the warmth of the quarters and now by the nearer warmth of him, came up out of the channel. It came up the way the dead came up out of water, which was the one truly nightmarish way Della ever saw them move. Not climbing, because they couldn't climb, but reaching, hauling, the frozen current having jammed it into the angle where the pier's old timber fendering met the concrete. And it got a grip on the fendering with hands that didn't feel the cold, and it pulled itself half out of the black water toward the warm boy, leaning over the rail, and it chattered. And Tyrese Park, 19 years old, alone, on the watch in the dark, found himself looking straight down into the rimmed yellow eyes of the thing the canal had delivered to their door. He didn't scream. That was the thing Della was proudest of after, when she'd stopped being terrified. He didn't scream. He didn't fire blind. He didn't freeze. He did the thing Pilar had drilled into all of them for a winter. He rang the watch bell, 2 hard pulls, the signal, threat at the pierhead, and he got his boot up onto the rail and put his weight back and away from the reaching thing. And he held. He just held, keeping his warmth back from it, keeping it wanting, keeping it reaching and not climbing, buying the 30 seconds it took the light to wake. Della came up the iron stair into the cold, with Pilar a step ahead of her and Soren a step behind, and the 3 of them came out onto the pierhead into a scene lit only by the swinging watch lantern. Tyrese braced back against the far rail, and the thing half out of the black water, hauling itself up the fendering toward the warmth of the quarters and the open channel beyond it, black and steaming faintly in the cold, where Della saw it and her stomach dropped, where 2 more banked shapes were drifting down on the slow current, delivered by the same black water coming to the same warm door. The canal, Pilar said, flat instantly, the soldier's mind mapping it. The canal's a road. The open water's a road, and it runs right past us, and it's bringing them down one at a time, and the warmth's waking them when they get. You'll hear, she had the axe up. We can't stop the water. We can't freeze the canal. It's the lake doing it. It won't freeze. She looked at Della, and there was, for the first time in a long time, something close to fear in her flat face, because this was a thing their whole cold fortress was not built for. Not a horde at the gate, which they could hold, but a slow, patient, single-file delivery of the dead by a black river that ran past their bedroom and never stopped. This is going to happen every night. Every night the current's running. They're going to keep coming down the canal 1 and 2 at a time. Forever, and every one of them wakes up warm and reaching right under where the kids sleep. And Della Mercer stood on the cold pierhead in the swinging lantern light and did the thing she'd learned to do, which was to not panic, to chart it, to find the cold, clear plan inside the terror. And she found it, and the finding of it was the proof of how far they'd all come, because the plan was not a wall and not a weapon. The plan was the cold itself, used right, the way Walt had taught her to use everything. Then we make the water cold, she said. Not the canal. We can't touch the canal. The fendering. The angle where they catch. They're not climbing. They can't climb. They're only getting a grip where the current jams them into that one angle against the timber. So we take the angle away. We strip the fendering off the lower pier, all of it everywhere a body could catch, and we sheet the lower concrete with water and let it freeze. Ice, smooth ice, no purchase, no timber, nothing for a frozen hand to grip. And the current brings them down and there's nothing to catch on, and the same current carries them right back out past us and into the open lake where the big cold water takes them down and freezes them solid and keeps them, the way it's kept everything, forever. She was already moving, already a charge nurse running a code, the cold, clear plan unspooling. And we moved the children's quarters off the canal side to the lake side, the cold side, the side with no open water and no road for them to come down. We put the warm things, the kids, the stove, the small heat, as far from the black water as the light allows. So nothing drifting down the canal ever wakes to a warmth close enough to reach for. She looked at the thing still hauling itself up, the fendering toward Tyrese, and she felt the old tenderness come up under the terror, the nurse's tenderness for the thing the cold had finished with. Put that one down, Pilar, gently, as the axe allows. And then we've got work to do before the next one comes down the river, because the river doesn't stop, and neither do we. They worked the rest of that night and 3 nights after, in the killing cold, stripping the old timber fendering off the lower pier and sheeting the concrete with bucket after bucket of canal water that froze in minutes into smooth gray ice with no grip in it anywhere, and they moved the children's beds to the lake side, the cold side, the safe side, and they posted the canal watch as a permanent thing, a person always awake in the dark reading the black water for the shapes the current brought down. And it worked. It worked the way the cold always worked when you stopped fighting it and learned to wear it. The dead came down the canal, 1 and 2 at a time. Every night the current ran, and they found nothing to catch on, no timber, no angle, no purchase, only smooth ice and cold concrete, and the same slow current that delivered them carried them on past the silent sheeted pier and out the canal mouth into the vast cold lake, which took them down and froze them and kept them, patient, forever. The river kept bringing the dead to their door, and the light kept handing them on to the lake, night after night, all the long winter. And the children slept warm on the cold side and never knew, most nights, how many of the dead had drifted past them in the dark while they dreamed. It cost them, though. Everything cost. On the second night of the work, a man named Halverson, one of the rescued tithe who'd become one of the welders, went into the black canal water, slipped on the very ice they were making, in the dark, with a bucket in his hands, and the cold took him in under a minute, the way it had taken Ogie on the ridge, the way it took everything warm that touched it too long. They got him out. Della worked on him for an hour with everything the light had. It wasn't enough. It was never enough, against water that cold. And Halverson's name went on to the list Della carried, the long list, the record of love, one more person the cold had taken. And the light went on, because the light always had to go on, because the river didn't stop, and the cold didn't stop, and the only thing the living could do was keep wearing the cold and keep handing the dead onto the lake and keep, against all of it, each other warm. That was the winter at the light. Not one siege, but 1,000 small ones. 1,000 cold nights of vigilance and work, and the slow accruing tax of a world that never stopped trying to take what was warm. And they paid it night after night, and they lived. And the children learned their letters by the lamp on the cold, safe side of the pier. And the river brought the dead, and the lake took them away. And Della Mercer learned the last thing the cold had to teach her, which was that safety is not a place you reach, but a thing you make, over and over, with tired hands in the dark for love. And that the making of it, the endless cold making of it, was not the price of the life. It was the life. It was the whole life. There was nothing else. And there had never been anything else, and it was enough. The call came on a clear, cold evening at the deep bottom of the winter, and it was a living voice, and it was asking for a nurse. Nadia brought it to her in the keeper's room, handed her the salvaged radio with a look on her face that Della had learned to read, the look that meant this one's real, this one's a person, not a loop. And Della keyed the mic and listened, and out of the static came a woman's voice, exhausted and careful and alive, from a settlement to the south. 2 days' travel down the frozen shore, a cluster of survivors who'd made it through the winter in an old grain elevator, who'd heard Nadia's nightly sweeps and finally worked up the trust to answer, and who had, among them, a woman 3 days into a labor that had stopped progressing, and no one who knew what to do, and a desperate hope that the voice on the radio that kept saying, "There are still people. There is still a future. Keep your small warmth and spend it on each other," that the voice might belong to someone who could help. "We heard there's a nurse," the woman said. "We heard the light at the canal has a nurse. Please, we've got a mother who's going to die and a baby, and none of us know. Please, is there a nurse?" Della looked around the cold, lamplit room. At June, looking up from the children's books. At Pilar in the doorway. At Nadia, at Soren, at the family the winter had built her out of the wreckage of the world. "There's a nurse," she said into the mic. "I'm coming. Tell her to stop pushing. Tell her to rest. Tell her hands and knees if she can manage it, and I'm coming. 2 days. I'm coming." It was a foolish thing to do by the cold, hard math of the winter. 2 days down the frozen shore, in the deep cold, away from the light, for strangers. Pilar would have been within every right to do the arithmetic out loud, the vain arithmetic. We don't spend our nurse on strangers 2 days away. We keep our own warm. But Pilar didn't. Pilar, who had argued for the call on a cold night a lifetime ago, who had been the coldest math in the group, looked at Della and said only, "I'm coming with you. You're not crossing 2 days of ice alone. We'll take the fisherman. He knows the shore." And that was how Della knew, finally and completely, how far they'd all come. That the hardest, coldest, most pragmatic of them had become the one who insisted they spend their warmth on a stranger, because she'd spent the winter watching a nurse relearn how to love, and it had taught her, the soldier, the thing that nothing else could. They went. 2 days down the frozen shore, Della and Pilar and the old fisherman who knew the ice, hauling a sled of the light, small medical wealth across a landscape so white and so silent and so beautiful that Della understood, somewhere in the crossing, that the dead world was not only horror, that it was also this. The great frozen lake breathing its steam fog under a hard blue sky. The absolute hush of a world with the engines stopped. A terrible, clean beauty that no one had been alive to see in 100 years, and that she was alive to see now. Because she had not lain down in the snow, because she had answered enough calls to still be walking. The grain elevator was a good place, the kind of place that survives. A huge old concrete structure on the frozen shore, hard to breach, easy to heat in small bank pockets, and the people in it were good people, frightened and thin and holding on. 11 of them, and now, maybe 12, if the woman in the labor that had stalled could be brought through. Her name was Ruth. She was young and she was strong, and she had been laboring for the better part of 3 days, and the baby was breech, turned wrong, and there was no one in the grain elevator who knew what to do but to watch her die. And they had been watching her die by lamplight, listening to a voice on the radio say, "There are still people. There is still a future." Praying the voice belonged to someone with hands. It belonged to someone with hands. Della Mercer had delivered babies in 22 years of nursing. Not her specialty, but a trauma nurse delivers everything eventually. In elevators and ER bays and the back seats of cars. And she had delivered breech babies. And she knelt down by lamplight in a grain elevator at the cold edge of the dead world. And she did the thing her hands had been built for. Across 2 decades, the patient, terrible, skilled work of turning a child that did not want to turn, of bringing a life out into a world that had every reason to refuse it. It took hours. It was hard, and it was bloody, and there was a stretch in the deep middle of the night where Della thought she was going to lose them both, the mother and the child, and Pilar the soldier, Pilar who had argued for the call on a cold night a lifetime ago. Pilar knelt in the blood beside her and held the lamp steady, and did exactly what Della told her, fetched and pressed and counted. The hardest, coldest pragmatist in the group, serving a birth with her whole heart, because she had spent a winter learning what the warmth was for, and she had decided it was for exactly this. And in the gray hour before dawn, by lamplight, in a grain elevator on a frozen shore, Della Mercer brought a living child out into the dead world, and turned it, and cleared its throat, and felt it stiffen and gasp in her bloody hands. and the baby screamed. It screamed, full and furious and alive, the most defiant sound Della had ever heard. A brand new human being howling its rage and its presence into a world that had spent a year doing nothing but die. And the grain elevator full of thin, frightened people went utterly silent, and then, all at once, broke. Into weeping, into laughter, into a sound Della hadn't heard since before the cold. The sound of human beings discovering that the future was not entirely closed, that life would still, against all the evidence, insist on arriving. Ruth lived, the baby, a girl, lived, and Della knelt in the blood and the lamplight with a newborn screaming in her arms, and she looked down at this tiny, furious, warm thing, this defiant scrap of a future, and she thought about Eli, who had taken a bite for a child not knowing the child was immune, only knowing the child was a child. And she thought about Sammy reading by lamplight at the light. And she thought about all the names on her long list, all the people who had held the door. And she understood that this was what they had held it for, not for survival. Survival was just the door. This was the room behind it. A baby's scream in the dark, a future arriving on a frozen shore, in blood and lamplight, carried out of death by a pair of old nurses' hands that had finally, after everything, learned that the only thing worth doing with warmth was to spend it bringing more of it into the world. She put the screaming child against the warmth of her mother's chest, and she sat back on her heels in the lamplight, exhausted and bloody and more whole than she had been in 3 years, and Pilar put a hand on her shoulder and said nothing, because there was nothing to say. And outside the grain elevator, the dead world breathed its cold fog under the first gray light. Patient and frozen and endless, and inside it a new human being screamed its defiance, warm and alive and impossibly, defiantly here. And the grain elevator settlement and the light became, after that, 2 embers that knew of each other, 2 small warmths in the cold dark that traded radio words, and when the spring came, would trade more. The slow reknitting of a world, voice by voice, ember by ember, the thread carried forward. But that was not the test. The test came at the gate, the night they got back, and it was the same test Della had failed in a graveyard a lifetime ago. Come around again in the cold, the way everything came around again in the cold. There were 3 of them at the foot of the pier, in the dead cold dark, and one of them had a fever. They'd come down the shore from the north, half frozen, 3 strangers, a man, a woman, and between them a child, a little girl, maybe 4. And they'd been seen by the watch and held at the foot of the long pier under Tyrese's rifle while word ran up to the light. Because that was the rule. The gate was held. No one came down the pier, warm and unquestioned, not after the ship, not ever again. And when Della came down the pier in the cold dark to look at them, she saw the thing that stopped her heart and threw her 3 months and a whole winter into the past. The man was flushed, fever bright, heat coming off him in the cold air, and the woman was holding the child back from him, and there was terror in all 3 of their faces, the particular terror of people who knew exactly what a fever meant in the new world and were begging anyway. "He got bit," the woman said before anyone asked, the words tumbling out. "2 days ago, north of here. We kept him cold. We kept the arm cold the whole way. We know the cold slows it. We know, but he's burning now. And I know what you're going to say. I know, I've seen it. I know what a fever means, but please, please don't make us go back out there. Please don't make him turn alone in the cold. We walk so far. We just want—" She couldn't finish. And there it was, the exact dilemma, the fevered stranger at the gate, begging not to be left alone in the dark. The same one Della had faced at the airport, where she'd overruled Pilar out of grief and guilt and the ghost of Theo, and let a turning man in and gotten Lacey killed. The cold, hard math said the same thing it had said then, and Pilar beside her did not say it this time. Pilar had learned too, but the math was there, true and cold and unchanged. You do not let a fevered, bitten man through your gate, into your light, near your children, on the hope that he might be the 1 in 50 who doesn't turn. Della stood at the gate in the cold dark and felt the whole winter in her, every lesson of it, every name on the list. And she understood that this was the test Hollis Vane had promised her, dying on the ice. You'll do the same someday, when it's your warm ones and the only fuel left is a stranger. except it had come not as a temptation to spend a stranger, but as its mirror, a temptation to abandon one to do the cold, safe thing, to keep her own warm by turning a dying man and his family back out into the dark. And both of those were the ice. That was the thing she finally fully understood standing at the gate. Vane's cruelty and her own old coldness were the same ice from two directions. The willingness to spend a stranger and the willingness to abandon one were the same refusal, the same drawing of a line around your own and letting the cold have everyone outside it. But she had learned the other thing too at the airport, in the worst way, that love without the math gets people killed just as dead, that she could not simply fling the gate open out of mercy and the ghost of her son because there were children behind her. Sammy and Wren and a newborn 2 days south and a fevered turning man in their midst in the dark was exactly how Lacey had died. So she did the thing she had promised herself in the running dawn at the airport, the thing she had not known how to do then and had spent a whole winter learning. She decided with the group, eyes open, the math and the mercy in the same hand. "Pilar," she said, "tell me the math out loud, all of it." And Pilar told her the math, flat and complete and honest. The risk, the children, the chance he turned in the night, the cost if he did. And then Pilar, who had learned, added the other half, the half she'd never have added on a cold night 3 months ago. And the math also says he's been cold-slowed for 2 days, which means if it was going to take him fast, it already would have done, which means either he's turning slow or he's not turning at all, and we can't know which from here. So the math says we don't turn them out, and we don't let him in warm and free. We quarantine. The cold rooms at the end of the pier, the old guard cells, they lock. They're cold, one way in. We put him there. We keep him cold. We keep him watched. We keep his family with him on the safe side of the bars where they can talk to him and he doesn't die alone. And we wait. If he turns, we've lost nothing and risked no one. If he doesn't, Pilar looked at Della and something almost like a smile crossed her hard face. If he doesn't, then in 2 days we've got 3 new people and one of them's immune. And that's the future, isn't it? That's the whole thing we're out here protecting. It was perfect. It was the math and the mercy in the same hand. The thing Della had been unable to do at the airport and had nearly torn herself in half learning. And it was Pilar who'd found it. Pilar, the cold one, the soldier, which meant it wasn't Della's hard-won wisdom anymore. It was the group's. It had become the thing they all knew. The way the cold craft and the banking and the holding of the door had become things they all knew. The winter had taught all of them. The lesson had taken. "Do it," Della said. And then, because there was one thing left that was hers alone, she crossed to the gate and crouched down in front of the fevered man and his terrified family. And she said the thing she'd learned to say. The only true thing. You're not going to be alone in the dark. Whatever happens, you hear me? We're going to keep you cold, and we're going to keep you watched, and your family stays right with you. And if you turn knowing they were there and you weren't alone. And if you don't turn, she looked at the little girl, 4 years old, huge-eyed in the cold. Tui, if you don't turn, then in 2 days you're home. And your daughter learns to read by our lamp with the other children. Either way, you're not alone. That's the rule here. That's the only rule we've really got. Nobody's alone in the dark. The man wept. The woman wept. And they let themselves be taken to the cold, safe cell at the end of the pier, the family together on the safe side of the bars. And Pilar set the watch, and the light held its breath and waited. He did not turn. The fever broke on the second day. Broke and receded, and resolved into the ordinary flush of an ordinary body fighting an ordinary wound. The bite on his arm knitting clean. No crawl of red, no gray, no chatter. He was immune. One of the 2 or 3 in 100. One of Vane's catalog thread, the dead's quiet counter built into the blood and carried forward. And his daughter, when Della tested her in the careful way Nadia had worked out from Vane's ledgers, his daughter was immune too. The thread doubled, the future a little wider. And on the 3rd day, the cell door opened not on a corpse but on 3 new members of the light, frostbitten and grateful and alive. And the little girl was given a book and a place by the lamp, and June taught her her letters that very night. A, B, C. Besides Sammy and Wren, 3 children who would grow up in a world where the dead could not take them. learning to write themselves down, learning to be real, learning that real things last. And Pilar Reyes, the soldier, the cull, the coldest math in the group. Pilar was the one who opened the cell door and let them out into the light. Della watched her do it and said nothing, because there was nothing to say, because the whole winter was in it. The hardest of them, opening the gate, choosing connection over safety. Mercy tempered by math instead of math, hardened into cruelty. The ice ran both directions, and they had learned, all of them, to walk the narrow warm thread down the middle of it, and to carry each other along the thread, and that was the only victory the world had left to give, and it was enough. It was, Della thought, more than she had ever dared believe she'd get. There was a night late in that deep winter when Della came up onto the gallery for her own watch and found that June had beaten her to it. June and Tyrese, the two of them on the cold rail in the dark, not touching, a careful foot of frozen air between them, talking in the low voices of the young when they think no one's listening. And Della stopped in the stairwell doorway, unseen, and did the thing she'd spent the whole winter learning not to do, and then, for one more moment, did anyway. She watched, and she let herself be afraid, and then she let the fear go. Because here was the oldest terror of all, older than the dead, older than the cold, her granddaughter, 16, alive, leaning toward a boy in the dark at the edge of the world, opening her heart in a place where everything that opened could be taken. Tyrese had his father's deer rifle across his back, even on the rail, even at night, because that was who the winter had made him. 19 and watchful and steady, a boy who'd performed toughness over terror until the performance and the truth grew into the same thing. And June was telling him something about her father. Della caught only fragments on the cold air. He made me this hat. He was clean almost 2 years. He used to. And Tyrese was listening, just listening, the way Eli used to listen, the way you listen to someone handing you the realest thing they've got. And June was handing it to him, her grief, her father, the warmth at the center of her. And Della understood that her granddaughter was doing the most dangerous and most necessary thing a person can do in a world like this one. She was letting someone in. And the old Della, the woman who walks out, the woman who kept everyone at arm's length, the woman who'd spent 3 years pre-grieving a living girl, the old Della rose up one last time and wanted to go out there and stop it, wanted to pull June back from the rail and from the boy and from the terrible exposure of caring. Because the cold takes what's warm. Because love is just signing up to lose. Because look at the list. Look at the whole long list of names. Look at what loving people costs. The old Della knew exactly what it cost. The old Della had the receipts. And Della Mercer stood in the stairwell doorway and let the old Della finish her say. And then she answered her quietly in the dark, the way you answer a part of yourself you've made peace with but haven't sent away. Yes, it costs everything. It cost Walt and Carmen and Doug and Eli and the whole long list, and it'll cost more. It'll cost some of these exact people on this exact pier, maybe that boy, maybe, God forbid, the thing I can't even think, maybe her. Loving them is the most expensive thing there is, and the bill always comes due, and you never get to choose the day. She watched June laugh at something Tyrese said, a real laugh, her father's crooked laugh, out on the cold rail at the edge of the dead world. And it's worth it. That's the thing you never understood, old woman, the thing it took a winter and almost everyone to learn. It's not worth it because it works out. It doesn't work out. It's worth it because the alternative is the thing you already tried, the closed heart, the short list, the arm's length. And the alternative isn't safety. It's just a slower, colder death with less love in it. She's going to get hurt out there on that rail. She's already signed up for every loss the world can deal her. And she's more alive in this one cold minute than you let yourself be in 3 whole years. And if the cost of her being that alive is that someday it breaks her heart, then let it break wide open. Because a heart that can break is the only kind worth having, and I would rather she have the whole catastrophe of loving people than the safe frozen nothing I almost died of. So she did not go out and stop it. She stepped back into the stairwell, quiet, and gave them the dark and the cold rail and the careful foot of air between them. And she went and stood her watch on the other side of the light, the lake side, the cold side where the children slept. And she let her granddaughter fall in love at the end of the world, because that was the last wall coming down, the very last one, the deepest and the oldest, not just letting herself love, but letting the ones she loved love others, opening her hands and letting June's heart go out into a world that would surely, someday, somehow, break it. It was the hardest thing she ever did. It was harder than the gangway, harder than the snowdrift, harder than kneeling by Vane on the ice. And she did it by doing nothing, by standing a cold watch and letting the young be warm in the dark. And it was, she thought, watching the black lake breathe its fog, perhaps the truest measure of how far the winter had carried her. That she could stand in the cold and guard the light and let the people she loved risk their hearts and not try to freeze the world to keep them safe. In the morning, June came in off the gallery, pink-cheeked and quiet, and did not say anything about it. And Della did not ask, and the two of them made the morning's coffee. Terrible coffee, 90 seconds, banked the way Eli had taught them, the way they'd always make it now, forever, in his memory, and passed it between them in the cold, lamp-lit room. And that was enough. That was everything. A grandmother and a granddaughter making terrible coffee in the morning at the end of the world, neither of them at arm's length, both of them all the way here. The spring came early that year, and it came warm, and the warmth was, as it had always been, the most dangerous thing in the world. They had known it would. Aaron had said it weeks ago, in the flat, certain voice that was right one beat too early to comfort anyone. The thaw's coming, and when it comes, every banked thing in that harbor wakes up at once. 10,000 of them, all the dead the cold's been keeping for us. The cold gave us the winter to get ready, and the spring's going to take it back. And he was right, as he was always right. The first warm wind came off the lake on an evening at winter's end, soft and damp and smelling of thaw, and out on the harbor ice, where 10,000 dead had stood banked and frozen, and still all the long, cold months, the warmth began to move through them, and one by one, far off faint, the chatter began to rise. The dead were waking. The whole frozen army the winter had held for them was waking into the spring, and it would keep waking more each warm day, and the long siege the cold had granted them a reprieve from was going to begin again, and the light at the end of the pier would have to hold against it, and some of them would not see another winter. Della stood on the gallery of the lighthouse in the first warm wind of the spring and listened to the dead wake on the ice, and felt no despair, which surprised her, which she examined the way she'd once examined a patient's strange calm. She had expected despair. The thaw was the enemy returning. The warmth was the betrayer come back. Everything they'd built was about to be tested again by the thing they could least withstand. And yet, standing in the warm wind with the chatter rising, what Della Mercer felt was not despair, but its opposite. And it took her a moment to find the name for it, because she had not felt it in so long. She felt ready. Not safe. They would never be safe. That was a thing the warm, dead world had decided about itself, and there was no arguing with it. But ready in the way that mattered, the only way the world allowed. Because she looked behind her, off the gallery, down into the warm, lamplit keeper's room, and she saw what the winter had built. June, 16 now, and something more than 16, leading the children through their letters. A young woman who'd been kept alive her whole life by someone who couldn't love her out loud, and who now lived in a place where love was the whole architecture of survival. Sammy reading aloud, immune, the thread. Wren and the new little girl beside him, learning to write themselves down. Pilar, who opened gates now. Nadia, sweeping the bands, gathering the scattered living. Aaron, kept and held and loved. Soren, who'd chosen his soft heart. The fisherman, the welder, the nurse's aide, the rescued and the gathered, and the grateful, 19 souls and rising. An ember at the cold edge of the world that had learned to spend its small warmth on each other and guard it like the dead could hear it. That was what made her ready. Not walls, not weapons, not the cold moat or the held door. Those would matter. Those would be needed. The spring would be hard, and some of them would die in it. But the thing that made her ready was the thing the whole winter had cost everything to teach her. That she was not alone, that she had let herself not be alone, that she had torn down every wall and answered every call and stayed on every line and held every door and lost almost everyone and was still here, still burning, still loving with her eyes wide open in a world that took everything, and that this This exactly was not weakness and not foolishness and not a slower way of dying. It was the only way of living the world had left, and she had learned it, and she had taught it, and it would outlast her now. Carried forward in a girl who taught children to read, and a boy who could not be taken by the dead, and a soldier who opened gates. Was it worth it? She asked herself that sometimes in the cold mornings, Walt and Carmen and Beth and Doug and Eli and all the others. The whole long list she carried, the price of every lesson. Was it worth loving them, knowing the cold would take them? She had spent 3 years before the world ended believing the answer was no, building her whole self around the no, keeping everyone at the precise distance where their dying couldn't reach her. And the winter had given her the answer, the true one, the one that cost everything, that the question was wrong. That love was never a wager you could win or lose, never a price you paid for an outcome. That the 11 seconds of someone breathing into a phone in the dark, deciding whether to reach for you, were not a risk to be hedged, but a call to be answered every time, for its own sake, regardless of how it ended. Because the answering was the thing. The answering was the whole thing. The answering was the only warmth that didn't have to be stolen from anyone to be real. So, was it worth it? The dead were waking on the ice. The spring was coming warm and merciless. The lamp was lit, and the children were learning their letters, and the radio was sweeping the cold bands for any voice that might still be out there alive, calling, and the radio crackled. It came up out of the static the way the real ones always did. A living voice, breathing, deciding. A stranger somewhere out in the warm, dangerous dark, frightened and alone, and reaching the oldest sound in the new world. Hello? Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? Please, is anyone out there? Is anyone? A breath, a catch, the sound of someone deciding whether it was worth the hoping. Oh, is anyone listening? June looked up from the children's books, across the warm lamp-lit room. She looked at her grandmother in the doorway with the spring wind at her back and the dead waking on the ice behind her. And June did not say anything, because she didn't have to, because they had never once been able to lie to each other, and they didn't need words anymore for the true things. June just looked at her, and the look said everything the whole winter had taught them both. There's the call. Somebody's out there in the dark, alone, reaching. You know what we do now. You taught me what we do now. Della Mercer crossed the warm room to the radio. Outside, the dead were waking on the ice the way they did every spring, patient and cold and certain, and the long hard season was beginning again, and there was no safety in it, and never would be. Only the small warmth in the held door and the answered call. Inside, the lamp was lit, and the children were sleeping, and the wind smelled, just barely, of thaw. The radio hissed. A voice somewhere out in the dark asked if anyone could hear it. Della Mercer keyed the mic and answered.